Participating restaurants are offering BOGO deals on your favorite meals. With Uber One, you'll also score $0 delivery fees. So run, don't walk, to first base. Activate your free Uber One membership at joinuber1.com.
Brewers complete the sweep over the Rangers 6-5 as Andrew Monasterio walks it off with a single that allowed Willy Adames to score. Brewers get the win 6-5. It is the G-Bag Nation. Zach Wolchuk, Eric Chiafalo, Brian Broaddus, of course, Lucius Alexander and Carter Freeman as well. But time for some extra innings brought to you by Uber Eats, delivering home run deals to you all season long with Mike Peasley and Pease. I mean, overall, this one, this was frustrating. I mean, we were just talking off the air. Like, this is just a baseball team. A year ago, they're finding ways to win games. That's what good teams do. Right now, whether it's, hey, you just can't hit, it's defensive woes and where they're throwing the ball over the yard, right? I mean, the pitching, it seems like consistently has been there, but this team is just struggling right now to get out of their own way at times.
Yeah, today it was Derek Hill's turn. You know, he comes in, and God bless his soul, to try to make that diving catch, but when there's 2 outs and nobody on base, you got to make sure if you're going to dive that you at least block the ball. He didn't. It got by him, and inside the park home run in the 4th inning, and all of a sudden that 5-4 lead, it's 5-5, and that turned out to be a very, very big play in the game. So, again, it's frustrating right now because, as you said, the pitching has been okay, but this offense, man, apparently the only guy the Rangers can hit is a washed-up former Cy Young Award winner in Dallas Keuchel. Dallas Keuchel left the game, and the Rangers couldn't do anything. Last 6 innings, they got 2 hits. Yeah. 2 hits.
Just not
last 6 innings against the Milwaukee bullpen. And the Milwaukee bullpen's really good. But really, 2 hits in 6 innings?
Mike, I'm going to put you in a terrible spot.
Okay.
And you and I were talking about this when you allowed me to watch the game with you as it was going on. And I was, thinking, you're so used to seeing Simeon and then Seager bat.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden it's Seager's not there, and I know it's a day off. Mm-hmm. And I wanted to go back and think, how many times have I seen day off of Seager with the game tied or down a run and thinking, wow, like maybe him coming up here and not getting a big base knock or maybe hitting a home run, but change this game. But when he's off, he's off.
Correct.
And they're okay with just whatever happens, allowing him to be off. And it drives me a little nuts.
Get it.
Because, when you're a team that's trying to, you're kind of scuffling along for some victories and you need to maybe salvage the series. And here I am I am questioning, what's going on. I'm with Bochy there a little bit.
I think that's fair because, the situation called for it in the 9th inning.
Yeah.
There's 2 outs. There's nobody on base. It's a tie game. You're not going to have Robbie Grossman hit against the right-handed pitcher.
Yeah.
Instead of Corey Seager pinch hitting, it's Leody Taveras.
Right.
In that spot, you're looking for a guy to hit a ball out of the ballpark.
Right.
Who's tied for the league or tied for the team leading home runs? It's Corey Seager.
Right.
But as you said, when Corey Seager is off, he doesn't pinch hit.
Right.
I can't remember the last time that he pinched hit. Certainly hasn't been since he's come over here with the Rangers.
I think I just remember, and we live and die these games. I know you do live and die these games as well because of your responsibilities. But I think this is like 2 or 3 times this year where the game has been in the balance, and it's Corey Seager's got a day off, and I'm thinking, damn it, boys, we need a win today.
Yeah.
And it's a long season. It's 162 of these, but man, sometimes there's this. I get it if it's 2-3 runs different. I fine, give him the whole day off, but I'm also trying to win some baseball games here.
Totally fair. I think that's totally fair.
Yeah.
And for whatever reason, the day off, it's the day off.
Yeah.
It's no cleats, it's sneakers.
Yeah.
For Corey Seager.
Yeah, I wonder how much of that is just because of how much of a creature of habit he is and routine.
Sure.
And it's like, hey, I'm either
Have to get
all
him
in on this
up.
day,
Yeah.
or like I'm not.
But the situation totally called for Seager to pinch hit.
It did, and it's a little weird because I wondered your thoughts on this piece with everything that happened pregame with the variety of moves, right? Ezekiel Duran gets sent down, Derek Hill gets called up, and Justin Foscue and Chris Young's talking about, all of this is going to be performance based. The time is now. It seems like there is a sense of urgency, at least from Chris Young, where guys, if this is going to happen, we're going to get this turned around. This needs to happen now,
and as well it should. After today was game number 80.
Right.
So after tomorrow night, we will be officially halfway through this season. We've got a good grasp of who the 2024 Texas Rangers are. And right now, the 2024 Texas Rangers are not a very good baseball team. They're just not a very good
Yeah.
baseball team. And sometimes a team just doesn't fire off in a season. As remarkable as it is, when you look at the names here, it just hasn't happened for the Rangers. So Chris Young is looking like, okay, Ezekiel Duran will send you down. We're looking for anybody. He's just looking for anybody that can give him a little bit of offense right now.
Peace, could this be a thing where maybe Chris is looking at bringing some guys up and seeing how they perform and think about maybe trading them?
We're heading that way, aren't we?
Yeah, I mean, maybe that
sellers.
Sellers.
That all of a sudden you're like, okay, I'm going to give this guy one last go, Foscue, or something. I mean, do you make him part of a trade package or something like that? Are you? You know what I'm saying?
I think you're more looking more towards the veteran guys to trade rather than the Justin Foscues.
Yeah.
Just because, I mean, you look, especially right in the National League, 13 of the 15 teams in the National League are within, 3 games of a playoff spot. There's not a lot of sellers out there.
Sure.
So if you continue to falter, you're in a pretty good position to sell this year because it is going to be a seller's market, not a buyer's market, just because there's so many teams, especially in the National League, that are still right in the mix for a playoff spot.
What do you think about Scherzer pitching on Friday? Does it seem like, is that just literally we'll see the day of?
We'll see the day of. He threw a 25-pitch bullpen session today afterwards. He said that, he's still a little sore, but believes he is on track. I mean, this is going to be a start-by-start basis when it comes to Max Scherzer, whether or not he's going to be able to go.
So anytime that it's not going to be probably the trainers or anything deciding this is going to be Max, whether he can go or not, right?
Yes.
Max is going to be the one that says, I can't do this.
Yeah, I mean, he's earned that right.
Right.
He's earned that right.
It's not going to be trainers trying to, it's just how Max feels.
How he feels, yeah. And, when he still says that he is sore on his bullpen day.
That doesn't help me much.
It doesn't help me much either.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. You can't depend upon Max Scherzer to start every 5 days. There's going to be times where you're going to have to skip a start when it comes to Scherzer.
How often do you see the Grand Slam and the Inside the Parker?
Oh, my goodness.
Not very often.
I mean, my God.
2 Grand Slams in a series.
2 Grand Slams in a series, all because of a walk to Willie Adames.
It's always
the batter
him.
Before it is. Stop walking Willie Adames. That's the answer.
Damn it, Willie.
Stop walking Willie Adames. But I mean, the Inside the Parker can't happen, guys. That's the one that can't happen.
Yeah.
I mean, Derek,
you got to know the situation.
You got to know the situation.
You find a way. You're down 4-1. You scratch your way back, and now you're up 5-4.
Yeah, there's 2 outs and nobody on.
And you got one of your best pitchers on the hill.
Yes.
You got to trust that guy is going to get somebody out to get you out of the inning.
No doubt.
He's going to strand that runner. Is what he's going to do.
You give up a 2-out single, it's no big deal.
No big deal.
It's no big deal. You're still up 5-4. You've got the momentum. But Derek Hill just trying to make a play that he didn't need to make in that situation.
Is that a situation with Derek Hill getting called up and trying to do something, trying to find a way to keep a job?
Oh,
here?
100%.
Yep,
100%.
absolutely.
Yeah. He knows that this team is struggling. He's like, I'm going to come in here. I'm going to make a great diving catch. We're going to fire up the boys. That's exactly what it was.
Yeah.
He's
a veteran player too.
He's been around.
Yeah. It's not like a rookie guy.
Exactly.
You got to know. You got to have some awareness of what was going on.
Yeah,
in
that was disappointing because he wasn't even close to catching that ball.
Yeah.
I mean, that ball landed about 2 feet in front of his dive.
Yeah.
And if you're going to dive, you got to at least get a glove, a body, a hand, anything to keep the ball from going past you. And he didn't do it. And that proved to be really, really costly today. Because after that, Nathan Eovaldi pitched a really good ball game.
Yeah,
he pitched to go 7 innings today. You don't see a lot of
horse.
guys go 7 innings and go through a lineup 4 times, especially when you give up 5 runs and 9 hits.
I think Jerry was talking about. Was it the first time he went through the lineup 4 times?
Yeah.
This year.
Yeah.
So over 100 pitches.
Guy's a gamer.
Sure is.
Guy's a gamer.
Pease, any final thoughts on this series and looking ahead to Baltimore?
This was the week, guys, that I was really concerned about. It's like, can the Rangers survive this week? When they started the month of June, it's like, okay, this is a real difficult schedule. Can the Rangers stay within striking distance of Seattle in the AL West with this road trip, 3 in Milwaukee, 4 in Baltimore? Because after this, the calendar turns to July, schedule lightens up a little bit in terms of the opponents the Rangers will face. Well, you get swept in Milwaukee, and now you got to go to Baltimore for 4. Maybe you're catching the Orioles at the right time because Baltimore has lost 5 in a row themselves. They got one more game tonight against Cleveland, so they have struggled, but that's a team that can really, really hit. And what the Rangers can't do right now is really, really hit. So it's going to be a real tough series, and can you get out of there with 2? Can you split the 4-game series, and then you come back home and you get San Diego and Tampa and just try to get to the All-Star break? And because this team is limping right now, and It's all because of the lack of offense. Team just has not hit consistently.
Well, the last time we went to that yard, we took it 2 from him.
Darn right we did.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Let's get
Heck
Darn
started.
right we did.
There
We
go.
need the Astros to start taking some L's too.
Yeah, they're on that
7
7-game
straight.
heater. Yeah,
They're
yeah,
at
this is not
500 now.
They got some good
After
pitching
First time
today.
all year.
Yeah.
After being 13 under 500, I think that was their low water mark. They're now 40-40. Watch out. They're 4.5 back of Seattle.
They're doing it with, injured pitchers left and right. This is just crazy.
Yeah, Spencer Arrighetti was the guy today.
Kidding.
Wait, 10 strikeouts
10
today?
strikeouts in
Spencer
7
Arrighetti.
innings. Yeah.
What the hell?
Yeah, they're without Kyle Tucker and Justin Verlander right now
Yep.
during this winning streak.
Thank you,
that's
Pease.
aggravating.
I appreciate you.
Hey, one more shout out to Uber Eats.
Yep.
They deliver the home run deals to your front door, and your front door all season long.
All season long. There he is, Mike Peasley. Thank you for all your hard work over the course of this Brewers series. 6-5. Brewers get the walk-off victory in extra innings. Let's kick off the G-Bag Nation. A lot of stories, headlines to tell you about the Schloss apology. We got tons of NBA news as well. That's next here in the G-Bag Nation.
The Polaris Ranger XP 1000 Texas Edition can help you rein in the Texas.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
than anyone else, y'all. Go see them today and visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Thank you, Lucius. Rangers fall in day baseball 6-5 extra innings. The Brewers walking it off. Rangers drop 3 in a row after sweeping the Royals. They're now 37-43, third place in the AL West is the Astros on a 7-game win streak. They're now at 500, and they're only, I believe, 4.5 back of the Mariners right now. But Rangers trying to get off the schneid. Big series coming up against the Baltimore Orioles starting tomorrow, and I believe it'll be John Gray who will be getting the start for that series. Corbin Burns, though, the ace of the O's, will be on the bump there. So 5:35 first pitch tomorrow, 5 o'clock pregame right here on your home of the World Series champs, 105.3 The Fan. But it is draft day in the association. We've got Around the Rim coming up at 5:20. Yesterday, apparently the Pistons went ahead and plucked Dennis Lindsey away from our Dallas Mavericks, VP of Basketball Operations. He's going to Detroit. We've also had the conversations of Tim Hardaway Jr. Maybe he ends up becoming a Piston. They've shown interest. Quentin Grimes could be a guy that gets returned there, solid defender. And I wonder if that ends up being a bigger picture move. Like if the Mavericks were to go get Quentin Grimes, does that mean Josh Green ends up being part of a trade for another piece? Maybe Dorian Finney-Smith comes back to town as the Nets right now are cleaning house and looking to make wheeling and dealing moves.
Is that the big draft night desire, Mavs fans wise?
Did you see some trades go down? Because you're not doing anything tonight. You think they're moving up? I don't think they're moving up.
No, but just simply like THJ, like going to sleep tonight knowing that THJ is no longer a Maverick. Is that like the number one sentiment? And then you'll start to get more detail on the specifics of who you want in return, if anything. I mean, if hopefully you can get a little bit of that salary dump, and then that opens up the opportunity to be able to pay Derek Jones Jr. Maybe that's the main plan.
Sure.
I mean, we remember Nico saying plan 1A and 1B is to make sure Derek Jones Jr. remains a Maverick. Well, the best way to do that is probably to offload THJ without getting much in return so that you can afford to pay Derek Jones Jr. And so I'd be fine with that as well, but that's the sentiment I've been getting today, just being on Twitter and whatnot, just seeing Mavs fans, just the excitement of THJ potentially no longer being here, as his agent and the Mavericks are actively working to get him to another city.
Yeah, I'm with you, man. I think that is certainly, from a Mavericks lens, what you're going to be looking for outside of what the heck happens inside the division, right? The Rockets with a couple of picks tonight. What happens with the Spurs? Now you've got these rumors of Houston. Maybe they're trying to get in play for Kevin Durant. All of a sudden, that's popping off. I mean, the rumor mill in the association right now is a lot of fun.
How about just getting those notifications last night? I'm sitting there trying to have a conversation with my wife, and then she sees me start to wander because the ESPN notification on the phone. Okay. And now she's still talking, but my body language is obvious that I am now. Hey, Mikhail, I was at Honey. Mikal Bridges just got traded to the Knicks. We're gonna have to go ahead and bookmark this conversation, and I'll circle back with you tomorrow.
Yeah, we got to go ahead and pay attention to that Villanova squad that's getting back together there in New York.
The Nova Knicks.
The Nova Knicks.
You know, I was sitting there thinking about, because you mentioned about the Lindsey leaving to go to the Pistons, and I was thinking, okay, what kind of role is that? So he's like senior vice president of basketball operations.
Yes.
Oh, do you have the same concerns that I have?
He's VP of basketball operations.
Yeah, and I wonder, Trajan Langland? Is how you say it? Trajan Langland?
Trajan Wealth?
Trajan Wealth?
That's if you want to take
Langdon, yes. I know
Trajan
who you're talking
Langdon.
about.
If you're trying to set up your retirement plan, though.
He's joining the Trajan Langdon's new group. Yeah.
Trajan Wealth.
Okay, yeah, and he's the general manager. He's the new general manager of, and evidently a guy named Weaver was their general manager. They fired him. He ends up with the Wizards as an advisor. I wonder, though, is this the thing where you potentially could lose Sean Sweeney here?
Yeah.
You know, if
absolutely.
all of a sudden, because I was thinking that if Lindsey was if he was more of a general manager, but director of basketball operations, I wonder if that's a higher title than being the general manager of the team. I don't know how this all works in basketball, but evidently that would seem like to be, okay, you lose a guy, and Nico needed some help along the way. We're giving Nico a lot of credit, for what he's done.
Yeah.
But this, Lindsey, he was a general manager for the Jazz, a long time NBA guy, front office guy. I'm sure there was some back and forth and, hey, help me here. And, he's seeing an opportunity to move on to the Pistons with a more expanded role. But maybe this is one of those things you lose a guy that's a valuable asset as far as helping you with player personnel moves.
Yeah.
But also, could he be the one guy that goes there and says, like, I'll just use, and I'm using myself as an example here. I'm just using myself because I've done this before.
You're a Super Bowl champion.
I've done this before. When I went to Philadelphia, I had a role where I was able to have a voice. I had a voice, and I recommended Andy Reid. See, we tried to hire Andy Reid as the offensive coordinator when John Gruden left to go to the Raiders. So we got blocked on that. But what happened? I moved on. They hired Andy Reid the next year. Jeff Lurie, Joe Banner. Nobody really knew that much about Andy Reid.
Right.
So all of a sudden you get somebody in the building that's like, listen, they've got a guy in Dallas, good young, and they might know.
Because Sweeney was there.
Sure. There might be a guy where they come back.
No, but I'm with you. That the Lindsey.
There's a lot of good tie-ins.
See, that's
you
how
connect the dots. It makes a lot of sense.
This is how Sloss gets the job at Texas.
Yeah,
because he worked for Chris Del Conte at TCU. So that in itself, usually people will hire people that they know. That's the biggest mistake I think that you can make. Hire somebody that you might not agree with, but are the most qualified people for the job. We tend to hire people we know. We hire our friends. Mike McCarthy hires Mike Nolan. Right. Disaster. Where he hires Dan Quinn, who he doesn't know. Dan Quinn helps you get your team going back the right direction.
No question.
That's where hiring sometimes gets out of whack.
Stay away from our Sweeney, though.
Stay away
from our Sweeney.
I was just thinking about Sweeney.
Lindsey.
No, I think it's a good point, and we don't know, quite how much influence Lindsey had, but he certainly did do a good job of helping to guide Nico to make some great moves.
Yeah, I think Nico was fully. Trust me,
Nico deserves all the praise.
Nico
and the credit.
went for being the shoe executive to a guy that I think when people call. When
he's respected,
or his call comes in,
100%.
You're like, well, we got to take this cat's call. He's on top of things.
It was a great quality, just that he was the one who really had the self-awareness to say, like, I need a little bit of that experience, that help from somebody who's been there, done that.
Absolutely.
And so that was huge for him.
That's really hard for somebody to say. It's really, really hard for people. The really good leaders will hire people that might be better than them.
I need help.
Yeah,
I need somebody that can add some perspective that I don't have.
In the National Football League and other places, we hire guys and gals that might not be better, but you need them. But they might be. You feel like I'm better than that. Try and hire people that are better than you. That way, your organization will benefit from it.
How do you guys like this in the 682? This is nonsense about retaining.
They say if you're the smartest guy in the room, you're in the wrong room.
You're in the wrong room.
Wrong room.
I tell you what, I did. Give me somebody that's much smarter than me. Give me somebody that has. And if I lose my job because of that, I think I won't lose my job because I think we'll be a better team. But if you hire people that are like, you feel like I'm better, you're not going to get anywhere.
Yeah,
you're just not. Your organization and here's Nico. He realized like, hey, I'm a shoe exec. I can travel in this world. In this other world, I need some experience, and it was a great opportunity for him.
Well, the 682 calling us out on DJJ, saying it's nonsense about retaining Derrick Jones Jr. and it needs to stop. He was all caps awful in the finals. Terrible three-point shooter. Decent defender at best. Athletic, yes, but not going to make any team a contender.
Decent defender at best. So there was a stat from Sports Radar that came out taking the toughest assignments. I'm sure you probably saw this as well, Eric.
Sports Radar, huh?
Yeah, percent of players' on-ball defensive time spent matched up with an opponent's scoring ball handler, which is their leading scorer, their best player. Derrick Jones Jr., 54% of the time, highest in the NBA, guarding the best player of the other team. Lou Dort, who we acknowledge is an outstanding defender as well, was next at 50%. So, yeah, Derrick Jones Jr. is invaluable. You're not making it to the finals without Derrick Jones Jr. He is super important to this team. I get it when it comes to the three-point shooting. That fell off. And that's an area where they need to find another player that can help score the ball. But Derrick Jones Jr., from a defensive side of things, you got to bring back, dude.
Yeah, I can understand the argument for maybe you can reallocate some resources elsewhere, but ultimately I do land on what he brings skill set wise as a point of attack wing defender is something that this team needs desperately. When you have Luka and Kyrie on the court together all the time, you need 3 other guys that are just lockdown defenders.
Yes.
And so, I mean, yes, in a perfect world, you snap your fingers and you turn Derrick Jones Jr. into Jeremy Grant. And now it's like, okay, I still have a versatile defender who can also do more offensively. There's no question you want more offensively than what Derrick Jones Jr. gave you and probably what he can give you.
Yeah.
Ultimately, he is what he is. But defensively right now, I think you're desperate to have as many guys like him as possible.
You do, absolutely. Okay, you brought up Schloss as we wrap up the top stories here on a hump day. But Jim Schlossnagle, yesterday we played the cut where he said after losing to the national champions, the Tennessee Volunteers, he was asked about leaving to go to Texas.
Mm-hmm.
What's his future in Aggieland? And he said, quote, "I think it's pretty selfish if you'd asked me that. Left my family to be the coach at Texas A&M. I took the job at Texas A&M to never take another job again. That hasn't changed my mind." Then he takes the job at Texas, which we broke yesterday. Here was Schloss today apologizing for his post-game comments.
When the game ended, I want to publicly apologize to Richard Zane from TexAgs. He's a young reporter. He asked the question that was an obvious question. I wish I could have answered that better.
Mm-hmm.
But in the moment, 30 minutes after the last pitch, all I could think about was our players. And I really wasn't in the mood to talk about myself or the future. So I apologize for that to Richard.
I did think the answer was kind of funny because he says, I wasn't in the mood to talk about myself.
Yeah.
But in his response, he kind of all
Talked
he did
about
was
himself.
talk about himself, right?
He did. Absolutely did.
Yeah.
That's the best. He did the right move though of trying to sell it by making it about the kids.
Yeah.
Even though we can
It's
all
about the
see
kids.
right through.
It's
that.
not about me. It's about the kids.
I mean, he was allegedly recruiting Texas kids or whatever to people to Texas while still coaching the Aggies here over the course of the last few weeks.
Execution was still awful.
It was awful.
Right? Yeah.
100%
Oh, no,
awful.
Guaranteed.
Yeah.
it was a bad
Guaranteed.
apology.
Well, and you know what? If you listen to the question that Richard asked him, he never ever said Texas. He never. He made it as, he talked about there's a potential opening. He could have gone 100 different ways. Sauce could have on that one, and he chose not to. He didn't specifically say, "Hey, are you going to leave Texas A&M to go to Texas?" He didn't do that. He left it wide open for him to be able to navigate around it, and said, "Listen, we just lost a tough series here. I just want to get these kids home." And I'm thinking about them right now and all that. And he could have just handled it such a different way. But, the ink already appears dry. If you're listening to people who cover college baseball for a living, they're digging into this thing was done weeks ago, So you're not really thinking about the kids.
No.
You were thinking about, those kids are the ones that just got you the Texas job.
Mm-hmm.
That should be your first and foremost thought. But with him, it wasn't. And you know what? Yeah, it's an apology off a little sheet of paper that he's reading off of. No, I'm not taking
Yeah,
that
you
either.
are right. I mean, with him having apparently agreed to this deal months ago, he should have had
weeks ago. Yeah.
Weeks ago,
Yeah.
should have had a perfectly stocked answer ready to rock and roll for the moment somebody
it's going to be
about
asked.
this.
You know it's going to.
You
You know what? If you
boom.
don't want to answer it and you're too emotional in the moment, all you got to do is say, "I don't want to talk about that right now."
Yeah.
And you move on.
Yeah,
It's as easy as that.
Richard, I appreciate your question, but man, I just, like I say, it's tough. This was a tough loss. And then circle back on the game, But they, and also, too, Texas could have waited till after the College World Series to fire their coach.
Yeah. But hey, you think the Horns are loving this right now?
Oh, no.
They're loving the Aggie land demise that's going on and the frustration of stealing their coach. They think this is great. I was talking with a buddy of mine who's a big-time Texas fan. He was laughing at their misery last night. That's how it is. That's the rivalry right there.
Yeah.
I mean, Schloss even said, hey, if I went to somebody else another team that wasn't Texas, I'm probably not getting some of the Texan calls that I got from fans last night. He's probably right. I mean, there's a lot of bad blood there, but the way that he handled that to the reporter night of and that apology, not good. Not good. In fact, bad apologies. Let's continue that. We did have Matthew Stafford's wife.
Oh.
She put out an apology. We'll do NFL News of the Day, painted nails, blue cheese, and where is CD ranked on the top wide receivers list? That's next on The Fan.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is sponsored by...
Mazda of Arlington and her studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Oh, wow. It's hour number 4 of the G-Bag Nation. My gosh, this day has just flown by.
Yeah.
Texas Rangers Day Baseball do that to you. Unfortunately, Rangers on the losing end of this one as they get swept in Milwaukee, extra innings. Brewers walk it off. Beat our Rangers 6-5. Rangers back at it tomorrow in Baltimore, Camden Yards, where, hey, they had a lot of success last year. Maybe they get back in the win column. Brian, can we call for a sweep again, please?
I'll have to give that some thought. I'll let you know tomorrow.
Okay, that's a good tease for tomorrow.
Meditate on that, bro.
Hey, tip of the cap to your barber. Barber did a good job on your hair.
Hey, I would recommend everybody go to the fan cam, Twitch or YouTube. Zach Wolchuk, Eric Chiafalo, Brian Broaddus, Lucius Alexander, Carter Freeman. Eric,
look at that.
So what is this, first time in 10 years you cut your hair?
First time in 10 years that I've cut my hair. Yes, first time in like probably 15 that I've had like a real haircut.
It's amazing.
I used to was just shaving my own head in the garage.
How long did it take? Was it like a...
That was probably a half hour.
Oh, yeah. Was it really?
I would say that was a half hour.
How much hair was there? Like, did you get to see it all? Are you going to donate that?
There was a lot of that. No, I didn't mess with it. I appreciate you asking me about that, though. It forced me to say it.
Yeah.
No, I did not.
I don't know. Maybe the barbers do that. Maybe the barbers know where you can donate that hair.
Absolutely. And I told them that beforehand.
I know you
like,
did.
Hey, you definitely donate the hell out
Please,
of that
if you can, I would like this to go to a wig or someone.
So there was like a serious sweep up on your area, right?
Apparently, dude. Yeah, serious sweep up. They actually had to get a leaf blower out to clear it all out. But
No way.
I found out that it's actually the same guy, believe it or not, that Will Chambers has been getting his hair cut from for like 10 years.
What a small world.
Yes,
So-
and Tim Cato. He's like, yeah, Tim Cato pops in
So-
here.
Cato's got great. Both those guys have great
Cato's
hair.
got great hair. Yeah, Chambers incredible hair.
So this barber like gives you like a glass of whiskey before he cuts your hair?
No, it wasn't a whiskey cut. Wasn't a whiskey cut. Maybe you earned that. You know, this was our first
Over
meeting.
time.
You know, maybe once we. Now I have to
kinda
deal
feel
with
like the
relationships
Chambers-
this way. I haven't had to deal with this, dude.
I kind of feel like Chambers doesn't do anything out without a glass of whiskey in his hand.
That's a good point, but
maybe
that's a BYOB.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Chambers keeps that thing on him.
They were laughing at Chambers the other day because if you invite him to a swim party, he would have on like a golf outfit. Like he'd have on a
Yes.
polo.
Polos,
and
absolutely.
The
Like a
shorts.
bright pink one, too.
Yeah, my man can wear
some pastel
yeah,
shorts.
he will wear some
very
flashy
true.
colors on you. Yeah.
Yeah, but that thing that he's got on his right arm is always working as well. You know, he's always got beautiful creatures around him.
He does.
How does he do that?
He's a single man. Good-looking single dude.
The hair, the charm,
you think he
the
just
T levels.
He,
I mean, my
he
gosh.
just drinks a lot and then kind of talks his way into it.
I'm sorry.
Like he drinks a lot and kind of talks his way in.
Brings
like he's
the
got great
confidence
gab.
around.
Yeah,
He's
it's got
got the gift of
great
gab.
gab.
Yeah, it's got
like, babe, you look like 1950s version of Greta Garbo. You know, as he's kind of drunkenly slogging it.
I bet that exact line has worked for him on more than one.
Well, kudos to you, man. The hair looks great. I'm proud of you.
Hey, thank you, thank you, guys.
Looks fantastic.
I'm still in the adjustment phase, but it feels good. It feels like a literal weight has been lifted off of my neck. Like it's
Your girls haven't seen you yet, right?
Just on the FaceTime, just on the FaceTime. So I'll go home and freak.
That's
them
gonna
out.
be awesome.
Did they know who you were? Did they?
Yeah. They knew
It
who
still
I
looks
was.
the same from the front, but from the back.
Oh,
different
that's
person.
Yeah, ¿Cómo estás?
Different
That's
person.
the only view that matters.
Yeah.
We did get some contract updates to Tagovailoa not getting offered a deal in the Jared Goff, Trevor Lawrence ballpark, apparently. Jeff Darlington of ESPN, this is complicated. I'm not saying that it won't get done, but right now there's 5 words that are looming over this contract negotiation, and they're the words that came out of Tua's mouth. The market is the market. Right now, Dolphins are not offering the contract in that market based on those other deals. And they're not at the panic point yet, says Darlington, but it could get there. Of course, Goff signed 4 years, $212 million. You got $53 million a year. And then Burrow's making, roughly $55 million a year. I like this play from the Dolphins. I think Tua's a good quarterback. But again, this is what I'm looking at for these teams, man. Not everybody, just because the market's the market. Somebody's got to put a stop to this.
You're being selfish right now, aren't you?
Me?
Yeah. You're being
Dak's going to get paid.
You're
this
being
has nothing
selfish
to do with Dak.
Yeah, but you're being selfish because you don't want him to get the money because you want that to be something that Dak has to deal with, right?
No, I don't. I think Dak's getting his money regardless. Dak's got done more than Tua has. His resume, I think, speaks for well more than what Tua's done.
But deep down inside, as a Cowboy fan, you do not want Tua to get paid.
Honestly, I don't think that it has anything. There's no relation to me whatsoever.
Okay.
No, I think Dak's camp, and we've talked about that with Todd France. So they're going to demand what they want, and if the Cowboys don't give it to him, someone else will.
As Tua says, the market is the market. Then Dak,
the Dak's going to say the same thing.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
But we don't.
And maybe Tua ends up going somewhere else, and some other one else pays him. But
somebody will definitely pay him.
I do think teams need to do this, right? Everybody, I know the market's the market, and I do want these guys to make their money, but it's getting crazy. And maybe there is a way. We talked about it. You do a separate salary cap for the quarterbacks, and then let the quarterbacks all go make $60 million. That's fine. But this thing's getting out of hand. We got Trevor Lawrence, who hasn't proven a damn thing.
Why is it getting out of hand?
Well, when you're talking about 25% of your salary cap going to one player, it's insane. I mean, we've got average quarterbacks that are making $55.
That's your biggest problem, right? That's your biggest problem.
Absolutely.
You're okay with them getting paid, right? Sure. You just said it, but you're okay. You're not okay with the average quarterback getting paid.
Not that amount of money, especially if it's my team. No.
So you're really not in favor of quarterbacks getting paid.
I am in favor of quarterbacks getting paid. What you're worth?
Well, the determinant. What do you think Tua's worth?
40.
Okay. What do you think Dak's worth?
I think Dak has proven he's probably worth 50.
Okay. So you think Dak is worth $10 million less than...
More.
Okay, you're saying...
Tua.
Oh, than Tua.
I think Dak is considerably better than Tua.
Yeah.
I do.
What do you think Joe Burrow's worth?
I think Burrow's worth what he's getting, 55.
Okay.
Burrow's taking a team to a Super Bowl. He took a franchise that hadn't done anything in 30 years.
Okay. So should it be by millions if you've taken teams to championship games and Super Bowls and
stuff?
I
think there's a short list of guys that deserve to be paid at the top of the ladder, and that would be Mahomes, Burrow, and really after that, we can have a conversation.
Yeah. I just find it to me, like we say one thing that we want these guys to get paid, but then we're like saying, well, don't pay Tua.
Yeah. I mean, I think you have to talk about that as an organization.
Don't pay him top of the market money.
Yeah.
It's not that you don't deserve to collect a paycheck here, and it's still going to be a fat one. Walchuk's ready to give him a $40 million one.
Yeah. It's a hell of a lot of money, but not every quarterback needs to reset the market.
How many fans do you think out there feel like that Dak's a $50 million quarterback?
There's probably a lot that don't.
About 50% of them.
Yeah, there's probably a lot that don't.
You think, yeah.
Because he's been getting, 40? And that caused a lot of fans to be upset.
Yeah. To be honest with you, that's not Dak's fault. He's getting $40 million, by the way. That's the Cowboys not getting that thing. And I think the Cowboys, we've talked about it, the staggering of contracts, Todd France changing agencies. I think there's a lot of factors here. I think Dak's played this actually pretty well.
He has. He's played it beautifully.
He just keeps getting back to the table.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
No doubt.
But you said he's a $50 million quarterback.
Yeah. I think so. I think Dak has done, as I mentioned earlier this week, the changes that we saw to the offense, I think, is because of Dak Prescott. I don't think it's because of the coaches.
Yeah.
I think Dak Prescott said, I'm basically the de facto offense coordinator on the field. And I think that the one constant when you look at the offense coordinator changes is your quarterback. Now, the failures in the playoffs, fair. And that's something that's why I'm not sure I'm willing to pay that guy $60 million. Because if I am, I need you in those moments when you're talking about your defense holding the San Francisco 49ers to 19 points, whatever it was.
Sure.
I need my quarterback. If he's making that amount of money, I need you to come up with that one drive.
You know, it's so funny. I mean, it's not funny, but I was listening to Bassick talk the other day. He says, his lack of trust in the Cowboys now is like, yeah, I think they can go undefeated. Absolutely. But they will play their absolute worst game in the playoffs. That's, you know what? The way you think about that, he's absolutely right.
Yeah.
I think Cowboy fans out there are like, this regular season stuff, it doesn't mean a damn. It doesn't mean a damn. What matters now is this playoffs.
So true.
What matters is, nobody is thinking about being 12-5 and feeling good about that. They're like, okay, they are ready for playoff disaster. Cowboy fans.
Yes, well, because they tease you with that. You're fully understanding all season long.
We're used to that.
Every time you go toe to toe with a real contender, you're getting absolutely clobbered. It's okay. Here's a little litmus test game. You're going to go to San Francisco and get embarrassed. Here's another litmus test game.
Oh, that Week 5 game? Yeah.
Yeah, here's a litmus test game. A couple months later, we'll go to Buffalo, see what you got here. It's a beautiful day in Buffalo.
Yeah.
It's not like you have to, you can't blame Mother Nature on this one. This ain't the elements. This ain't Bill's Mafia throwing you with beers. Yeah. This is you guys just not showing up and getting completely embarrassed against a quality opponent.
Yeah.
You go to Miami, and Miami's moving the ball up and down on you all game long, dude. And they kept him out of the end zone a little bit. Okay, cool. But you don't win. You don't beat that quality opponent.
Yep.
What are you doing here? Seattle, late in the season, able to just completely run up on you. End up winning that game by the hair on your chin. But
Detroit the same way.
You won the Detroit game on a 2-point play technicality, basically.
Like almost every single time you go up against a quality opponent, you show you're foreshadowing what's going to happen in the playoffs.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, and some people are ready to just be done with that. Some people are appreciative of continuously getting 12 wins and almost none of them being quality wins in the regular season, and then getting to the playoffs and feeling like you have a chance, even though pretty shortly into most of these playoff games, you quickly realize, no, we don't.
You win 12 games, you're a $40 million quarterback. You win playoff games, you're a $50 million quarterback.
Absolutely. Yeah. You do it in the postseason. That's when it matters.
Yeah.
You can be a good quarterback. I think Tua is a good quarterback.
I could see that.
I think Dak's a good quarterback.
Yeah, I can see that.
I think that there's another jump that needs to be taken, and that's where Burrow's done that. Mahomes has done that. Allen, to an extent, he's done that. He's won some playoff games. He's lost to Mahomes, who's the best, right? Mm-hmm. So you prove in the postseason you can get it done. You're on another level. You're on another pay tier.
Yeah,
it's kind of how I'm looking at that.
100%. I'm the same as you.
That makes sense.
And when you pay a guy like Justin Herbert, it's because you haven't seen the full picture yet to fully know, hey, over the course of a decade here, you can't get it done. You've seen it now. Dak, hey, cool. You that first contract, you deserved it. We still feel like there's a chance. Now we realize here when we come back around, no, the sample size is too big. And if Herbert allows his career to go similar as Dak's here over the course of the next 4 or 5 years, I would be saying the same thing. Okay, now you've seen too much and you know this guy cannot do it.
Agreed.
At least he can't do it here.
Right. 100%. Yeah, absolutely. Now, Titans defensive tackle Jeffrey Simmons. He's going to open up with Caleb Williams, speaking of quarterbacks, week 1, number 1 quarterback in the draft. He was on the Rich Eisen show, and Rich is asking him about the trash talk. How excited is he to go and play Caleb Williams? An excellent line that I think Caleb Williams is going to hear all season long here from Jeffrey Simmons.
This is another reason why I wanted to have you here. Because you, Jeffrey Simmons, week 1 of the National Football League season, will be the first human being on the other side of the line of scrimmage
Painted nails.
in a game.
Painted nails.
I can't wait to say that to him.
For Caleb Williams.
Most definitely.
Wow.
Painted nails.
Yeah, I mean, that's the nature of the beast here, man. The trash
He's
talking.
hear that all year long. Painted nails. Hey, how about that one? Painted nails. How'd that feel?
Yeah, and maybe, and he might be the type of killer guy who feeds off of that and absolutely raises his game because like if Luka's paint your fingernails guy and somebody's going to call him out for it, he's all of a sudden going to embarrass you now for the next 4 quarters.
Sure.
And it'll be interesting to see if Caleb Williams is that. You know, like these killer instinct competitors. He's clearly a freak show when it comes to the skill set.
No doubt.
But what
mental
type
makeup of this?
The mental makeup is going to be
been the question.
super fun. Super
Absolutely.
fun. And some of this stuff it's obviously stuff that is like his bringing it on himself here. He's deciding to paint his nails, so it really shouldn't bother him that much. You know what I mean? Like that nobody's forced him to do that.
Nobody is. That's a choice that
Do you
he's
feel
making.
like that Caleb Williams has a chance to be better than C.J. Stroud was?
I think talent-wise,
Like rookie season better than C.J. Stroud? I would argue absolutely not. And that's not a Caleb Williams indictment.
It's a tough
That is
bar.
a holy hell standard that C.J. Stroud set last year.
He's got more talent around him.
I feel like that Chicago has at least put some
It's a good roster.
some
Offensively.
offensive skill guys around him.
Oh
You
yeah,
know, to
no, I
maybe-
agree.
Yeah.
I agree. But I just think that's a heck of a standard and bar to set there.
Coming
What
at-
CJ Stroud did,
It is.
like that was awesome.
One of the best rookie seasons ever.
Coming out of college, you would have taken Williams over Stroud. wouldn't you?
Absolutely. Yeah, I would have.
See, that's that. You know, man, that either that or we missed Stroud really badly.
Sure.
You know?
I think that's
did miss
that's
Stroud badly.
what happened. Yeah, I think miss Stroud.
I don't know how you could have
the
watched
Georgia
Stroud
game was
play the
fantastic.
Yeah, I don't know how you if you just said you can watch one game, you would have taken him first overall.
Yes, you would have. If you just based everything on one game with the Georgia game, 100%
I mean,
you
he has pro receivers, pro line, and he's playing against a pro defense.
and he was shredding them, and he ran more than I'd ever seen him run.
Yeah.
Based on the other tape I watched in that game too, which was a difference maker. All right, last thing here, I teased the Kelly Stafford apology. I sent this over to Carter. It is a picture that she posted onto her Instagram. If you're available to check out the Twitch or the YouTube, but this is backlash over her saying that she dated Matthew Stafford's backup at Georgia, who we believe is to be Joe.
Not
Cox.
just saying that, bro, just how she said it. She was like gleefully.
Yeah. Like she did it on purpose. Hey, yes.
And it worked.
To tick off Matthew Stafford.
Yeah, she was super excited about it, bro. Something that was way in the past. She was really excited about it still to this
And
day.
it wasn't something she should ever have said.
No,
Very
not on the
weird.
microphone at least.
look petty.
This new little angle to it as well that Walchuk's about to reveal is not even something that I'd considered.
Dude, it's bad.
And this is like
It's worse than what's going on?
Yeah, well, there's just
So
another
she
layer
posts
to
this
it.
onto her Instagram. It's a photo of that said backup quarterback with his wife and kids and their family.
Please don't do this.
Because apparently people went after their family when it got reported of who the backup quarterback was. And in her post, she apologized to the family after her story of getting with the backup went viral. And she said, putting up the picture of the kids to me, probably not the best. She said to this beautiful fam, I'm sorry for the media storm that happened last week that made its way into your lives. You had zero involvement in what I spoke about. In fact, it was y'all's relationship in college that I looked up to and wanted to be.
Oh, don't do that.
Gosh.
Just say sorry. Don't do anything else.
Don't post a picture of my whole
picture of the
family and my kids and say I'm sorry. And I'm not sorry for what I did. I'm sorry for the media frenzy that ensued after the fact.
Well, yeah, because you could have been on vacation with your family, enjoying yourself. Your girl checks her phone by the pool, and all of a sudden, so you didn't tell me about Kelly.
I didn't know about Kelly.
I didn't know about Kelly.
Now she's doing the timeline thing about when were we together? When was this happening? Was there some
Well, and
was there
she
an infidelity
confirms that that's the
situation?
family. Right? She could have said, no, that's not the guy and leave it still out there for speculation.
Yeah.
You need to say, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Oh, it's awful, dude.
Oh, Kelly.
That's an awful move,
deal.
fam.
Bad day for apologies, Kelly and Schlossnagel. But hey, they did apologize. Some people, that's enough. I mean, at least she did apologize, right?
Sure.
Even if it
Depends
doesn't
on how
She
you
didn't say
do
it's
it.
sorry to Matt or anything else like that.
No.
I don't know.
She's just sorry to the family for bringing up the.
Yeah, he's in the garage having
she
a
even
beer
took a shot
right
at
She
their
now.
knows he's enough of a
relationship.
simp. She doesn't
Like, their
even
relationship was better. I was looking up to their relationship. That's how I wanted our
oh my
relationship.
God.
Matt doesn't
Oh,
care.
and I was chasing him. I wanted our
It's just
relationship to be
bad.
like him, and I was chasing him.
It's bad.
She is toxic.
And I was just using him to get to Stafford.
God,
But
man.
y'all are a
Matt's
beautiful
got
couple.
some Jay Cutler to him. I
Y'all
think.
had barely even started
Yeah.
dating when we had
Don't
done
care.
this.
He don't care. Matt
crazy.
don't care.
Not good. Okay, pushing up against it. NFL News of the Day, thank you very much. Let's go to the Expressway, commercial-free, uninterrupted audio and commercial breaks. They're not happening thanks to the on-time experts around the rim we partying. We got NBA news. I think it's breaking right now.
We do have more Knicks news in real time breaking. We'll give you that, a Luka health update, and just all sorts of draft, trade, news, buzz, the whole nine rim session next to the nation.
It's afternoons with the G-Bag.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
They're going to take it from Milwaukee over to Baltimore, see if they can get it done. Segment's brought to you by Soda State of the Art Weight Loss. Also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. And, of course, G-Bag Nation brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at 214-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com. And now we go ahead and cut the lights out and we'll put the kids to bed because it's draft day and the G-Bag Nation's going all 56 inches around that rim.
Let it rain! Rain dance!
Rain dance!
I got a joint here, man. I've been saving for a special occasion.
It's always a special occasion when this is the very day that has potential to be the last day as THJ as a Maverick, and you also have the New York Knicks getting things going last night with Mikal Bridges, bringing back and reuniting all of the Villanova bros that are champions themselves from a college standpoint. Now they all reunite in the Mecca. And now one of the looming questions about the Knicks was what was going to happen with free agent OG Anunoby, who was instrumental in their ability to be one of the best teams in the Eastern Conference there this past season and into the postseason and whatnot. Great defender, and he's a big-time player. He has signed or intends to sign the 5-year, $212.5 million deal to come back to the Knicks. So the Knicks, you thought, okay, you bring in Mikal Bridges, are you going to be able to keep Anunoby, or because he was obviously a commodity, and they're able to do it. So now the Knicks standing there in the Eastern Conference, dude, that's a no-brainer second best team in the Eastern Conference for me.
Yes, I really thought they were on a collision course with Boston to make the conference finals, and then, of course, injuries just killed their chances. But they all of those Nova players, and I think there's been a Screamin' A. Smith clip that has come out and resurfaced after Nova was winning those championships and said none of these guys are NBA players, and all of them have turned out to be really good. So I like what the Knicks are doing here, and I think OG Anunoby, he's on that list of guys that take on the toughest assignments. I think he's number 3, right behind Derrick Jones Jr. and Lou Dort. He's a good defensive player that can also give you 20 a night.
But are we getting to the point of the Tom Thibodeau burnout phase?
Yeah, I mean,
all
wondered
those
about that with all the injuries.
All those Villanova kids are super tough, by the way. They're all used to playing, getting coached hard and things like that.
Might as well just go hire Jay Wright.
Yeah, Jay Wright. But, I remember talking with...
That'll be Dan Hurley before too long.
Yeah, it could be.
It could be.
But I just, the Tom Thibodeau, you get that factor. Like all of a sudden that he just turns everybody off because he's constantly... The practices are just too much, and but like I say, those Villanova kids are tough. They're used to doing things like that. I just wonder because he gets to like year 3, year 4, and it's just too much of a grind for the players to have to deal with. So we'll see. I mean, everybody's going to probably pick them, but I would keep an eye on that coach because he tends to grind his team down, and they have enough of him.
Yeah. All Tom Thibodeau needed to hear when the Knicks were kicking around the idea of Mikal Bridges is, hey, coach, you don't need to know anything else. This guy's played in 474 straight games.
Yeah.
He's an Iron Man physically. Yeah. You can run him into the ground, and he will actually still be standing that entire time. So that's huge, man. The versatility defensively, my goodness, we know what Mikal Bridges.
It's a good team. I just worry about.
Yeah, the wear and tear, the fatigue factor.
Yeah, they're really no off days with Tom Thibodeau.
No, Milwaukee is not the best team in the East, 817. Or I guess, wow, he's saying the best team in the East. I mean, they're obviously everybody's fighting for second versus Boston right now. But the Knicks, and it's good. It's good for basketball for the Knicks to be legit.
631. They love Tibbs. They do. They love him with the Knicks. We've talked about that on our BetQL show on Sundays. But it doesn't change the fact that Tibbs has a track record.
He does. Everywhere he's been, he's grinded his team to a halt.
Yes, and his team.
He's a great coach.
They get injured and they fall short of the ultimate goals.
Right. Yep.
Well, Brooklyn is a team to watch tonight in terms of the Mavericks and maybe doing some wheeling and dealing. Could you get one of these players? Because it's a full-fledged fire sale in Brooklyn. They're doing pick swap stuff with Houston. It's all about tanking this year. I respect the self-awareness and just the willingness to be like, hey, this is not going to be our year, and they'll get back after it for next year, starting with the draft with a bunch of picks. So
how would you like to be
Dodo, you've got Cam Johnson.
Yeah.
There's a couple of guys there that could be on the move, and Windhorse was like, man, we'll see 3 to 5 trades over the course of the next couple of days. So and tonight you may see some of that stuff, and hopefully you see it with THJ.
Is there a chance that Bronny does go in the first round tonight? I mean, late.
I think there's a
chance that he goes late, especially in a draft where it doesn't seem like there's overly amazing talent.
I know everybody's kind of talking about him in the 50s kind of a deal, but maybe, I mean, would it be just crazy that one of those, we work on the NFL draft all the time, and there's always that pick that we go, well, hell, we all thought that Travis Frederick was the 3rd round pick. and all of a sudden he ends up, and then he turns out to be a pretty damn good player for you.
Yeah, Minnesota's picking at 27. That's a team that's been linked to him.
Mm-hmm.
Could they end up doing that? Maybe.
Well, the problem is nobody's gotten to really work him out. Nobody's got to really like be with him because they've dictated this thing. Like Phoenix and LA are like, it feels like the
Suns
only
are
two
picking
teams.
22.
See, the thing that's interesting is, we were just kind of kicking that all around, and the one thing people were talking about him is, he's a smaller guy, but really good defender. Is that something that somebody might say, well, hell, we'll take a shot on a guy, a little bit smaller guy, but defends particularly well. We'll develop his shooting. There's guys.
There could be a team that decides, hey, we're going to do this. Why not?
Yeah.
I'm hoping he goes to the second round, because the weird thing that the NBA is doing is day 2 is going to be in the afternoon during our show. So it'd be kind of fun to see where Bronny goes.
Oh, well, he's going to be, if he doesn't, he is going to be in everybody's discussion when they get to that point in the draft where you're talking about 22, 23, 20, somewhere right around there. His name is going to come up. Like, okay, well, who's your best available player kind of a thing. Well, I don't have him in here, but don't be surprised,
Maybe it's Bronny.
Woj bombs, like, don't be surprised if the, said team, ends up talking about drafting him.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised at all.
I mean, just looking at the potential fire sale with the Nets, man, it's Dodo, Cam Johnson, Bojan Bogdanovic, Dennis Schroeder, all these guys you could probably end up getting on the cheap here. One of the deals that I saw proposed, like, hey, you give up Tim Hardaway Jr. and 2 second-round picks, and then the Mavs get in return Quentin Grimes from Detroit.
Yes,
and then that also just opens up financial ability to be able to pay for Derrick Jones Jr.
Right.
So that's one of those that could certainly make plenty of sense tonight as well, because you have THJ's agent actively pursuing trade waters for his own players. So you have both sides working here, and I will not be surprised at all if you get the THJ trade as early as tonight. But over the course of these next couple days, it's going to be awesome. The Paul George stuff to the Warriors, that's feeling more and more real by the minute with all these reports that you see. Because Paul George wants the full 4-year contract that he is eligible for. The Clippers are clearly not interested in doing that, but Golden State is apparently, according to Brian Windhorst and others, the Warriors are ready to do it.
And he wants to stay, according to Wendy, in the West Coast. So if Golden State's willing to do that, you're staying in the West Coast, it seems like, okay, this is a pretty good match.
You're basically trading Klay Thompson for Paul George. It's a huge win right now for Golden State.
Is that what it would be? I was wondering
because Klay Thompson,
Wiggins also has a pretty solid, hefty contract.
Yeah, I mean, who knows what they do with Wiggins, but in terms of just if you're signing Paul George as a free agent, that's the most obvious thing is you're not going to be able to afford Klay Thompson.
Sure.
And that seems already, whether the Warriors get Paul George or not, it seems like Klay Thompson's on the out anyway. Orlando or one of these teams. So, but moving on from Klay Thompson, bringing in Paul George for the Warriors, that immediately makes them a team to be feared, I would say, when it comes to the Western Conference, right? And then just wanted to throw this out there. Luka, it's confirmed, Grant Afseth, our buddy, he's going to be playing on Friday versus Brazil. So that's obviously a little bit vague in terms of how much. I don't know if there's going to be some type of restriction here. We'll see what type of effort he's really giving. But he is, I guess that's good news that I guess some of those injuries weren't like super long-term.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, we really have to rest injuries. But at the same time, you're like, man, that's a quick turnaround from Toradol shots in the finals to playing, in some people's minds, a meaningless game on Friday versus Brazil. I know it's not meaningless for him, but he will be playing on Friday. So I will say for us,
my man loves to play for his country, though.
He does, yeah. And hey, who wouldn't? I get that, but we'll see what type of physical condition he's in from a health standpoint. Hopefully, he's not limping around out there. Like, come on, I don't want to see you in agony while you're fighting through on a Friday. You better look like
getting hacked going in the lane.
Yeah, exactly.
Gets tied up.
Just be a spot up shooter in this game, bro. We don't need to see. You don't need to go to the rack and take any fouls.
No.
All right, rim sesh in the books. It is draft night. We'll hit you with the hodgepodge and up-to-the-minute information on what's going down in the NBA. Already had OG Anunoby re-upping with the Knicks. They're building quite the team out east, so we'll keep you posted on all things NBA. C-Note at the top of the hour, but LA Live is coming up next right here in the Nation.
But I do want to tell you about Hiley Mazda of Arlington and Hearst. I know you got a lot of options when it comes to car buying, but my friends at Hiley Mazda of Arlington and Hearst are going to give you that extra touch of special.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Treatments and cash and insurance plans are available. Get back to being you. Visit menstclinic.com.
If Heineken Silver was a 60-second radio ad, it'd tell you all the stuff you need to know in only 30 seconds to keep things light and refreshing. Seriously, time me. Heineken Silver, a world-class light beer that's surprisingly crisp and refreshing, made with only premium quality ingredients and just 2.9 grams of carbs and 95 calories, all without compromising on taste. Heineken Silver, all the taste, no bitter endings. Order now at Heineken.com/silver. Must be 21 and older to purchase. Enjoy Heineken responsibly. Whew, 30 seconds, that's it. Done. Peace.
The KNC Masterpiece, Middays.
Mike, you're with me on this. I know you're not a huge soccer guy, but whenever a soccer coach
I'm more
tells...
a football guy.
What was that word again?
Football.
Thank you very much. Why does he turn into the guy on a pizza box? What's up?
Hey, it's a football. Football. Hey.
Your Turn It On, Leave It On, home of the Dallas Cowboys and the world champion Texas Rangers. 105.3 The Fan.
Classic Chevrolet at Grapevine. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today and visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Thank you, Lucius. We'll get more NBA during the Hodgepodge coming up at 6:20. We'll have a Get Right tonight. We'll cross-talk with them in about an hour. But right now, it's time to throw things back into the Pimp Cup with Lucius Alexander for LA Live.
All right, yeah, it's a Butt Naked Wednesday here in LA Live. Let's get into it right after the great Rick James, y'all.
Well, all right, you squares, it's time you smoke. Fire up this funk and let's have a toke.
You're confused about brothers.
Dance to some of everything.
Hold up.
Everybody get high.
Lucius, we love you, bro. 5:45 to 6 p.m. That's my jam. I try to leave work on time just to hear you. That is my entertainment for the afternoon. You keep me high, you keep me happy, keep me in the Pimp Cup, dude. Live updates every day. I love it.
There you go.
It's Butt Naked Wednesdays.
Yes, it is LA Live for Wednesday, June 26, 2024. It's a Butt Naked Wednesday here in LA Live. Word to Miss Badu. I, too, was born underwater with $3.06. And Miss Badu came up with the phrase Butt Naked Wednesday. That's not me. She came up with that. She predicted the future a long time ago. She said the female rap artists were just going to be just basically wrapping up their nude pretty soon.
Yeah.
And I'll be damned if she wasn't right. She called it, boy. Brothers, you were looking confused earlier. What was going on?
It sounded like that opening was a different song.
Which one?
It sounded different. It's the same song, but it sounded.
Did it sound clearer? Like it was.
It sounded
HD,
really, yeah.
like 4K of audio.
Did you do something?
Nah, I didn't do
different
anything to it, man.
Sounded
really?
clean.
Nah.
That's what I'm saying.
You using the new headphones?
Sounded sharp. No.
Clean them ears out finally, brother.
I don't know, Lucius.
Actually, I did today. I was getting a haircut. I was like, ooh, I don't want him to see.
I still don't believe you're actually Eric. I'm sorry, buddy. If I'm treating you a little different, I just don't believe it's you still.
Yeah.
Hey, every time I'm looking in the mirror like, what did I do?
It's like, is this his brother?
Yeah.
That just sounded real clear. I'm sorry, man.
No, man.
Yeah.
Get in your bag, man. Make sure, it's all good.
Yeah.
LA Live is sponsored by Kissable Dental and their no-bill guarantee. Book online at KissableDental.com. Your kissable journey starts today. Hey, who won that hot dog eating contest? I never got a follow-up on that. Do anybody know? Did it happen already?
No, July 4th.
Oh, it's July 4th. I thought it was like the Memorial Day. Okay.
No, it'll happen.
July 4th.
It's usually right around noon.
A week
July
from
4th.
tomorrow, man. It's a big one, man.
Okay.
Is this on Netflix?
No, the one that's coming up between just the head-to-head Joey Jaws versus
That's
Kobayashi.
Labor Day.
That'll be like
that's
in
Labor
September.
Day.
Labor Day, yeah.
Okay.
Which is actually the one we care about now.
Yeah,
But
that's what
Not me. I care about the 4th of July week.
The 4th of July one will still be on
Yeah.
ESPN as usual.
The promoter dude, I love that guy.
Okay.
He does a good job.
He does a great job.
Let's see. G-Bag of the Day. We do it every weekday here on The Fan at 2:30. If you see anything floating out there, don't be afraid to hit me up at Lucky Lucius P on social media. Lucius Alexander on Facebook, or you can follow us all if you find G-Bag Nation on Twitter. Our winner right here, Lakers' new head coach, J.J. Redick. His presser was something to remember. He's got the streets talking. First day on the job, my man dropping F-bombs.
What misconceptions or concerns about you that you've heard in the last few weeks are you
most like looking forward to dispelling when you're the coach?
It's a valid question, and I've certainly heard everything. It's been a really interesting 6 weeks or so, just in terms of being part of the engagement farming industry. It's been really interesting. However, I don't really have a great answer for your question because I really don't give a honestly.
That's a great answer. You should have just done that.
Should have just said that.
Yeah.
He dropped another F-bomb in that same sentence too to wrap up that sentence. And it sounds like someone in the LA media is already calling cap. That means lie. He senses a lie from the great coach.
You have a very close relationship with LeBron. He could have done a podcast with anybody in the world. He chose to do it with you. What was his advice to you throughout this whole coaching search process?
He didn't provide any advice. LeBron and I did not talk about the Lakers' job until Thursday afternoon, about 30 minutes.
Come on, cuz. Why'd you invite us out here?
And the entire arena started chanting, horse bleep, horse bleep, like they did the referees.
You're a liar.
Hey, so is there any update on that JJ Redick N-word scandal allegations?
He's going hard denial here.
Yeah, I saw his team said, no, that's not true.
What an incredible way to start your second day as... Like, she's had a long time. She waited for the biggest day of really his career, right? This is bigger than any other day. He's being announced as the Lakers head coach. She's like, this is the time to drop this bomb that I've had saved in my back pocket.
Didn't they make a reference to that on that clip show?
Did they?
I think that,
he said something about he can't say it or something like that.
Well, he was telling a joke that felt like it was about to rhyme with that word, but then he said, but I can't say. I don't know. It was a weird. It was definitely a weird. I hope it wasn't an actual true situation that they.
She says yes. He says no. Somebody lying. I'm telling you what. I've been a pretty good guy my whole life. I'm pretty sure I'm a villain in somebody's story out there, but I've never done bad things. Yeah. But if I have forgotten about the bad things, don't wait till I get my win.
Yeah.
Don't wait till I get my win to bring it up, bro.
Yeah.
Seriously.
Don't wait till I'm on top of the mountain.
Fired off that tweet, then just threw her phone down.
Yeah.
And went about her day and just broke all sorts of news.
Good Lord, man. What a rocky start for the Mans.
I mean, think about it. He's the first ever coach, I would say, in the intro presser to drop the F-bomb, maybe multiple F-bombs. And then I would think he's the second head coach in the history on day two having to come out with a statement, no, I did not use the N-word.
Got hit with that Laramie Tunsil. That's his name?
Yeah.
You wait till I get a win, you bring up some stuff.
Gas mask.
Yeah, somebody lying. I don't know who's telling the truth here. All right, LA Live 105.3 The Fan on a butt naked Wednesday. Have y'all, before I get into what I want to get into, have y'all heard of the legend of Sylvester Stallone's hot mic situation?
Oh, no. I thought you were going to say his adult film career.
It's close.
Was it a short one?
But there was stuff coming out of that Tulsa King show.
Oh, was it pretty long?
Not good for him.
What?
That Tulsa King show. Apparently he was
a jerk on that set or something?
Yeah.
I kind of like that show.
I love that show.
Too. I do too.
I thought it was really good.
But then he was saying all kinds of racist stuff.
Oh, was he?
Oh my God.
What are you doing, Wolchuk? Yeah. Why are you taking? Lucius just said about taking the wind, man.
Well, I gotta know.
Back-to-back news stories. JJ Redick, I did not say the N-word. Sylvester Stallone, I don't think I said the N-word.
Hey, I don't think I said it.
He's friends with Apollo. It's okay, right?
No, you slipped out. You made me angry.
Oh, that was very good.
Well, yeah, there was a hot mic situation. I seen this on a blog. I was blogging earlier. Stallone took a young lady. Either it was an extra or a production assistant back to his trailer. And this allegedly happened during a film shoot in Vancouver. They says he neglected to turn his microphone off that was wired to him when he was inside the trailer. They said the entire crew could allegedly hear what was going on in the trailer. And what they allegedly heard was Stallone instructing the woman.
Nice.
You gotta
communication.
Communication is key, brothers.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't say what.
I want to keep going.
Go for it, Lucius. Let's hear it.
The sound
Let's hear it. Go for it.
Nah, but you got to Google this Sylvester Stallone's hot mic situation if you want to know what was instructed to the woman. Because I'm not going to do this here on the radio. It's the summertime. I know there's kids listening and everything. But boy, it's been around for a long time because Jack Black's character even dropped a line in Tropic Thunder.
Oh,
this is a real thing.
The cradle?
This is Yes, bro.
No way.
Great advice, by the way. Great advice from Rocky.
Oh my God.
You gotta do it like this. You're doing it wrong. I'm helping you out.
Cradle, absolutely. It's soothing. It's comforting, but it's like you understand that there's some fragility here.
Fantastic.
That you need to be delicate with.
Great advice right there. Apparently, there was another reference of this quote in Entourage as well.
Okay.
Ow. There's also a first-hand account from a Rambo First Blood crew member who said that he heard Stallone tell a woman to hum the Rocky theme. Yeah, keep me motivated and everything. It's a real situation, bro. Let's go to this pod.
He loves that theme.
It might work. It might work if you do all three at the same time. Let's go to this podcast called Dead Air with Brian Holtzman. And they're talking about Sylvester Stallone's hot mic situation. Oh, that's the wrong button.
Stallone was making love to a girl in his trail and he left his mic on. You ever hear the story?
No.
Yeah, he said, "Don't neglect the." Is that the one?
Yeah.
What did he say?
It's funny. I heard he said, "Cup my couple."
Cup my.
Couple, Nick.
I had a whole lot of stuff to get to today, but for some reason I had to tell you about Sylvester Stallone.
That's great.
So if we ever joke about it again on the show, you know where it's coming from. Hey, you got to make sure you
how long ago this happened?
They said this happened in the late 80s, early 90s.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I look at Sylvester Stallone differently now, and I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Let's see what else we got right here.
My
Do we have enough
brother.
time? Crap.
Yeah, man, we got time for it.
No, not really.
It's a butt naked Wednesday.
We're all right.
Okay. Hey, my man. LA Live 105.3, the fan on the butt naked Wednesday. We might have the new Meet Me in Temecula situation. Meet Me in Temecula is a fight started on Twitter. I think they were talking about LA Lakers and Kobe. And
that's right.
Ended up being a fight, bro.
Yeah.
My man went all the way to Temecula. Move over, Matt Barnes. We got a new man. New Jersey man flew to Jacksonville to fight a man because of a dispute over an online video game.
Ooh.
Man is in custody on attempted second-degree murder charges.
Whoa.
Attempted. You failed, fool. After allegedly attacking another person with a hammer.
If I had a hammer.
Speaking of hammers.
Is that a euphemism, Lucius?
No, it's a real thing. This is not the Sylvester Stallone story anymore. Yeah, attacked a man with a hammer, bro. And speaking of hammers, I think Russia just let out one of their serial killers to help fight in the war against Ukraine, and he killed women with a hammer. It's a fact. He quoted saying he liked to hear the sound of sound. Yeah. Edward Kang, Mr. Edward Kang, 20 years old, allegedly flew from Newark, New Jersey, Brick City, to Jacksonville to confront the victim after an online dispute. They were playing a game called Arc Age. You ever heard of this? It's a fantasy video game, Arc Age. Kang stayed in Florida at a hotel. And what else? What about the side? Oh, yeah. Once in Florida, Kang went to the Ace Hardware, purchased a hammer and a flashlight just in case I can't see you at night. He kept receipts in his hotel room just in case he wanted to take the hammer back, I guess. Wipe the blood off. Yeah. Take it back, get your money back. Kang was able to enter the victim's home because the front door was unlocked. Must be a trusted place out there in Florida, I'm telling you what. Kang was wearing all black, means he was getting busy, ready to do some work. He had gloves and a mask on when he attacked the victim. The victim had severe head wounds. Gave him that work. Let's go to Fort Myers, Florida real quick before we get out of here.
Nassau County investigators say 20-year-old Edward Kang flew from Newark to Jacksonville because he wanted to settle an online dispute with someone he was playing a video game with who claimed that he was, quote, a bad person when they were playing online. The man and his stepfather were able to hold him down until the deputies got there to arrest him.
Yeah.
I love that, bro.
I mean, the
Wild
ability to get super angry and then keep the initial anger level high enough to hop on a bird and go to wherever the heck, Florida, grab the hammer. Like at no point your body
you
shakes
don't calm
out
down
of the
whatsoever,
anger.
bro.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm in
Baggage
Florida
check. You got to take your shoes off and everything. You got to go to TSA screening, and you still upset, bro. You got to wait till the 35. You know what I'm saying? You're there at 4:45. You got to wait till 4:35 or whatever the hell. You got to wait another hour to get on a plane. Is what I'm saying.
This guy probably raw dogged that plane too, just stewing in
I
his
bet he
anger.
did.
You know,
Just staring at the seat in front of him.
Would you like something to drink, sir?
No.
Nah, man.
I'm good.
I'm
man.
upset.
I'm good.
You got to take a ride share and everything. That's amazing, bro.
Yeah.
I still don't understand how he found this man's address. So that's under investigation.
Yeah, be careful. You don't
be
want to
careful.
You never know what's going to happen with these online gaming.
Yeah, here's a little trash talk from the NBA 2K Gaming League, because gaming gets serious.
Keep talking! Keep talking! Keep talking! Keep talking! He quiet as hell now!
He quiet as hell now.
Yeah.
And before we get out of here, this drunk man stole a yacht, threw a whole party. Authorities say a 38-year-old man named Michael Fisher broke into a...
Mike Fisher?
Yeah.
I took a yacht.
Yeah. He broke into a marina, which marinas are really cool during the summertime at night. There's a lot of parties going down in those marinas, man.
Parties, yeah.
Yeah, this happened in Pittsburgh early Friday morning. They say Fisher boarded an unmoored 82-foot yacht, then floated down the river. He was also a homeless man, and he brought his homeless friends with him, and they drank all the liquor and everything and had a party.
Good for them.
They had a whole party, man. Yeah.
Good for them.
All right, yo. Lord willing, and the creek don't rise. That's my time. I'll see y'all tomorrow. Holla.
Thank you very much, Lucius. LA Live every day, 540-ish. Right
And
here.
I don't mean the Native Americans. I mean the actual water, the creek.
Yeah.
My ability to make it here the next day is what I'm talking about, okay? My ability to make it here, okay? All right.
And now you know.
Yeah.
We learned something new. C-Note coming up next. Mike and talking criticism of the all-time Cowboys defense. Let's do that next. But I do want to talk about Trajan Wealth. That's Trajan. And do you spend as much time planning for that retirement?
G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Hour number 5 of the G-Bag Nation. About to do a C-Note. Cowboys news of the evening. Zach Wolchuk alongside Eric Chiafalo. We got Brian Broaddus, of course, Lucius Alexander, Carter Freeman, and you, Gavin Dawson, on vacation in Oregon. He actually tagged us on the Twitters. He's in Zigzag right now. And that was one of Brian's questions last Friday. Like, is this a real city? And yes, Zigzag, Oregon is indeed. And Gavin Dawson passing through there as we speak. We did have some Ranger Day baseball earlier. If you missed it, Rangers getting swept by the Brewers. 6-5 the final. Brewers walk it off. They will head to Baltimore, start a 4-game series with the O's. They had a lot of success last time they were in Baltimore. Won the ALDS, won both games, came back home, clinched it at Globe Life Field. So hopefully they can channel some of that magic as John Gray will take on Corbin Burns. It'll be a 5 o'clock pregame tomorrow, 5:35 first pitch. A lot of NBA news happening as well. OG Anunoby signing a big-time contract with the Knicks. He's going to stay in New York. We got trades happening with the Wizards and the Blazers. We'll talk more about the association coming up next in the hodgepodge. And we got the Get Right. Reginald Atatula, Chris Arnold throwing heat in the bullpen right now. We'll talk with them in about 40 minutes or so. But on the morning news a couple days ago, Micah was doing one of his youth camps at Legacy Christian Academy, and he was talking about criticism, and he said, quote, "The criticism is a privilege because sometimes a great standard is not good enough for those who are greater. When people want things, you have to answer the call. It is not a negative thing. It is the most positive thing people can say to me because it pushes me and challenges me to be better." I like the answer. He said it's a great privilege for someone to say, hey, you are great, but you can be greater. And I think that that's fair. I mean, I think that that's when we're looking at this Cowboys team, we've seen a lot of great things in the regular season. The question is, what the hell happens when you play against an opponent that's
also great,
better than you? Yeah. And then in the playoffs.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, that's where this team's success has just not been found for them.
Yeah.
So for Micah, there's another level that we want to see him achieve. For Dak, I think that's the same thing. We talked about the quarterback contracts earlier, and like that's the only reason that I would hesitate to pay a quarterback like Dak. You haven't seen the success in the postseason, and that's what kind of, in my opinion, is the deciding factor between top of the market and you're a good quarterback, but I can't go that high to pay you when you're not being the difference maker in playoff games. So for all these guys, I think there's a ton of criticism that we've had this offseason, and Mike has certainly heard all of it.
Yeah, he has, and he's one of those guys too that he's out there. He understands. You just said it. He hears it all, and he's also going to respond to it as well. Some guys just kind of brush it off and all that, but he's one of those guys that, like, listen, you're gonna get on me about this. You don't want me to do this. You don't want me to do that. Some guys just let it go. I think Dak is really good at just letting things go. You talk about somebody, every show opens, national show seems to have a topic where Dak Prescott is involved.
Yeah.
And he takes a lot of the arrows, in this organization.
Sure
he stands up there and takes a lot, and and he just handles it. There's things that there's things I can control, things I can't. I think Micah takes it a little bit more personally, but Micah's about to be in a situation where they're looking at him as a $30 million player or maybe more, and that is something that to me that's a big responsibility there.
Yep.
It's a big responsibility on TJ Watts and guys like that are in that level. Bosa, those guys Myles Garrett, those guys are in that level. That's a big responsibility, and those guys have their moments where they're really, really good and moments where they get blocked. But you start, he's about to get into that era where he thinks people are kind of critical now and the noise is loud now. Wait till you sign a contract and you don't deliver.
Yeah.
Then all of a sudden,
question. It's another level.
Then all of a sudden, there's a side of me that believes that Dak Prescott would be okay just moving on. I thought there was a time where Dak really, I want to be here. I don't know if that's the case anymore with him. And I'm just saying that from just looking at it. I'm just looking at it from, like, hey, why I could go somewhere else, and hell, I finished second in the MVP balloting, and now every show is talking about me and my ability to do this or lack of ability to do that. I think Dak I think he would be totally okay with going and saying, hey, I'll play somewhere else.
He might have the chance to go home and play for the Saints.
I think that you have to watch a team like Tampa myself.
Okay.
I think his wife, family down there in Florida,
If Baker doesn't have a good year this year.
Baker doesn't do what he needs to do. The Giants could be a team, depending on a new coach there. But I just feel like, I just kind of feel like that Dak Prescott's kind of in a point of his life where, okay, I've done everything but deliver a championship. I've done everything you've asked me to do. I just can't get this thing over the hump right now. And he's, nobody wants to sit there and take constant criticism over their jobs.
Well, then don't go to New York.
Well,
if that's part of it for him, then go somewhere else. But I'm with you. He's going to get. He knows that he's going to get the money that he wants. From somebody.
I think what's happening is Jerry's gambling on this, and he's saying, I think Mike McCarthy's going to get another head coaching job. I think Dak, if he leaves, is going to get a contract that he feels like he deserves. We'll see what happens with Micah Parsons. Could that be something that, like, all this noise that you're hearing coming, from media members, is this something that, where there's smoke, there's generally fire? And is this the time, like, we can't pay this guy $30 million and we're going to have to move on?
From Micah?
So, yeah, I think
you definitely can't. I don't think you can do all three of them.
No, I mean, we talked about that with the Barnwell article.
Yeah.
When you pay all three, and that's my big issue with the quarterback contracts. It's just getting too difficult now if you are going to let the salary cap kind of dictate what you're able to do in the offseason, which clearly the Cowboys do, right? Like, they're trying to get their cap in order. You are handcuffing yourself from really improving in other areas.
Maybe they're doing exactly what you're saying, though.
It could be.
Maybe they're looking at this and they don't want to be handcuffed, and they're saying we can't pay Dak Prescott $60 million.
Hey, they absolutely and you've said this a lot.
Yeah,
the Cowboys are that team because you don't have a risk.
Yeah.
Of getting fired and losing your job as a general manager.
There's no reason for the Dallas Cowboys the front office to fear their situation. The only fear that they have is that they don't find a quarterback. And that's possible. Teams have gone on and not found a quarterback. But if you let Dak Prescott go, now you've got to figure this thing out. And it might not be Trey Lance. I was on a podcast last night with some guys and I was sitting there and no other organization would let all three of their quarterbacks be without a contract.
Yep.
No, I mean, and they're like, this is crazy. But it's crazy. But to them, it's not crazy because they're not going anywhere. But if we were in Tampa or the Jets or Philadelphia, one of these places, and we did this, we'd get fired. But they don't. They're not going to get fired here. So, and that's how they're able to operate because of the security of knowing they're not going anywhere. That, like, okay, we really effed this thing up by not getting him signed early enough.
Right.
We really effed it up. Was it our fault? Yeah. But we effed it up. And now their way of getting out of it is just letting it go away.
Just got to eat it.
Just eat it. They're gonna eat the possibility of eating $40-something million of dead money. But those think, hey, we'll be fine. We're still here. We'll still get to pick players.
Still draft really well.
We'll still do that. But everybody else in the league, if they did that, would be terrified of their situation and probably would feel that they're going to get fired.
Sure. 100%. Now, yesterday we did the building the all-time Cowboys offense. Today, blogging the boys to the other side of the football, the defense.
There you go.
So we talked to Micah Parsons. Would he be a member of your Cowboys all-time defense? Of course, we are going very much doomsday when it comes to the defensive line and the secondary here, Brian Broaddus. We start at defensive end. Your two defensive ends. Harvey Martin.
Yes.
Who I don't understand why he's not in the Ring of Honor.
That's something, and I know the Joneses aren't listening today, but this is my 2 cents. This team was really good before you bought them in 1989. They had 20 straight winning seasons.
There's some good history there.
There's some really good history here. And I think there's sometimes that they don't appreciate how great the history was here. Yeah, the Joneses from 1989 on have had a good run in a lot of ways. Got a stadium built, got all that.
Yeah.
The team is worth, billions of dollars. But pre-1989, they had some really, really good players here, and Harvey Martin was one of them.
Yeah.
Harvey Martin deserves, if you're going to put Charles Haley in the Ring of Honor, and Charles Haley was a mercenary. He was a mercenary is what he was. He is a guy that was drafted by the San Francisco 49ers, was a hell of a player for them. He made a trade for him or signed it. I always forget this one with him.
With Haley?
Was he signed or was he traded for?
I think they traded for Charles Haley.
Okay. I always get this confused on him. I'm sure people chiming in right now and just check it out. I don't remember exactly what that one was. But if you're going to put Charles Haley in the Ring of Honor, you need to go back and evaluate what Harvey Martin was to this organization.
Yeah, it was his second and third rounder.
Okay.
To
they
get
made a trade.
Charles.
So good. Yeah, they went out, they made a deal to get him. But
they did.
He you talk about Charles Haley, I believe that Eddie DeBartolo put him into the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
Jerry Jones did more for Charles Haley to get him into the Hall of Fame. But he chose Eddie DeBartolo, the then owner of the San Francisco 49ers.
And we'll still see Charles out there at practice.
Yeah, and I'm sure Charles would take a swing at me right now if he knew I was talking about it.
Probably.
But that's how I feel. Charles is a great player, but he is a San Francisco 49er first, Dallas Cowboys second. Harvey Martin was always a Dallas Cowboy and was part of some really good teams and a Super Bowl winning team.
Dude, amen. It's unbelievable that he's a Defensive Player of the Year in 1977.
I don't think they kept sack totals when he was at his heyday.
I don't think so either.
No.
And he was a member of the Hall of Fame all 1970s team.
Yeah.
But yet he's not in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of his life there's a lot of things that people were trying to kind of put together about his life.
Crazy.
But when you watched him play, he terrified offenses the way he played.
So here's your...
He did an awesome radio show with Sean Rabb, too, by the way. Shout out to Sean Rabb.
Did Harvey have like a badass voice?
And that hat.
K104 kind of a thing?
I think it was Soul 73, KKDA.
Soul 73.
KKDA. Gosh, yeah.
Yeah, he's a badass. Him, Ed Tutal Jones.
Ed Jones was tremendous, but Gil Brandt, give him a lot of credit for that. East Tennessee State. Yeah.
Bob Lilly and Randy White. That's your defensive line.
Yeah.
I mean, that's nasty.
Yeah.
Ware as a Sam linebacker.
All right, here we go.
Chuck Howley at Mike.
Mm-hmm.
Micah Parsons at Will.
All right.
Then the secondary is Mel Renfro, Everson Walls. Cliff Harris at free safety, Darren Woodson at strong.
Yeah, there you go.
Like it?
Yeah, I do. Man.
No adjustments, no tinkering, no
It's hard not to
broadest
put Deion
outside?
Sanders on there, but
yeah, how is
I
prime
get
time
it.
not on here?
Well, that's the whole thing too. I mean, they could have
Like
also
tenure.
They could have put Charles Haley on there too.
They
I
could
guess.
have.
Yeah, they didn't do that.
Could have put Dexter Coakley in at linebacker as well.
I tell you what, Datwin and Dexter Coakley were two really good linebackers on bad football teams. But those cats, they do not get enough credit for how good of players they were.
So good.
Diagnose and deliver.
Well, no, bad
defense.
teams, top 10 defense.
Yeah.
That's Zim.
Yep.
I mean, he had a lot of guys that
Playing undersized, Leroy Glover.
Yeah,
badass.
Leroy Glover. I mean, it was amazing when Parcells told him, hey, you're going to run this 4-3 one more year, and you better learn this 3-4. And Zim learned it, and all those guys, like Bill Parcells, hated. I mean, sports hate, not personal hate. He hated the fact that Coakley and Dat were so small. And he just hated it. And when it was all said and done, I think he had the most respect for those guys when he watched these guys play.
Boy, they could.
And how they played the game, how they prepped for the game, and all those things. But Bill was like, we can't win with these guys. We can't win with these two. And you won with those guys.
Yeah, they were incredible.
Yeah.
All right, thank you very much for that C-note. Here, let's get into some sports hodgepodge, shall we, Eric?
NBA updates from the draft, and we asked the question, would your HOA approve this next year in the nation?
Rolling home with some...
and drive a little further to save a lot more. Chevrolet, together let's drive.
Chance of thunderstorms around midnight, overnight lows in the 80s.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Your local Staples store has hot deals on everything from technology to print and marketing services. Save more with the new Easy Rewards program.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Buffalo Wild Wings.
Hey, it's Kevin and Corey. Join us for a live broadcast tomorrow from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. at Buffalo Wild Wings in Grapevine. It's not just a sports bar, it's the sports bar.
Taste the best wings in town with 26 mouthwatering sauces and rubs. We'll see you at the Buffalo Wild Wings in Grapevine.
Did you guys see this? Apparently, the athletic director for the Longhorns, Chris Del Conte, said that he waited at the Snook Cemetery to meet with Jim Schlossnagle later at the coach's house on Tuesday. So as soon as he gets back from Omaha, being the runner-up in the College World Series, he's like, okay, you're back at your house now? Cool, I've been hiding at the cemetery all day down the street. Now I'll come chat with you. And
no one's going to find me at the cemetery.
Go ahead and get this thing figured out. Just a random nugget there to throw out for Chris Del Conte on the strategy and execution on how to bring the Aggie headband to Texas, and now he's a Longhorn. Just a super, super funny story. I feel bad for Aggies fans, but it's also hilarious at the same time, right? Are you feeling that? I feel bad for you, but I'm also laughing at you, or is it just full sympathy right now for Aggies fans?
I kind of feel a little sympathy, because to me, Texas A&M has done everything in their power. I believe they're in line to building a new baseball facility for them. New baseball stadium, like a $80 million baseball facility. And so, this coaching business is tough, especially keeping your coach. I remember at LSU with Nick Saban when he's like, I'm not going to NFL, and next thing you know, he's at Miami, and I'm not at Miami. He's like, I remember him.
Going to Bama?
I'm not going to Alabama.
I'm not going to be the next head coach of Alabama.
Yeah, you do everything in your power to try and keep your coaches. You just do. You build facilities. You help them in recruiting. You give them money. You do whatever. Hey, what do you need, coach? How can we help you? There's some sufficient programs around the country, the baseball programs that can help themselves. They make enough money. They generate enough money. They don't need a big football gate to get them, to be able to compete. And Texas A&M is not going to take a back seat to anybody when it comes to the facilities or their ability for their alum. Now, I was talking to Bennett about that today, my son Bennett, who's at Texas, and he's like, yeah, we're glad to have the coach and all that. And, and I was talking about, well, you've got the money to compete. And he goes, yeah, A&M does too. But he goes, we'll do whatever we have to do at this place. And that's, I think a lot of programs, a lot of these athletic directors, we were talking about hiring earlier.
Yeah.
When you hire friends, sometimes that doesn't always work out for you. But nobody wants to make a decision and hire the unknown. Look what the Colorado athletic director did. His program was going downhill, and he made a big push to go get Deion Sanders. And look where his program is now. We'll see if it.
But financially, it's in a good place.
And financially,
you can't keep merch on the shelves.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, like every time I go to a sporting goods place, I see more Colorado gear than I do SMU gear.
Sure.
And so sometimes you go out and you hire somebody you have absolutely no relationship with. But this this AD Del Conte, he's like, I've got money, I know the guy, and I'm going to make this hire because I know the guy.
And he's had success.
Yeah, he's had success. And, that's all you need sometimes. But I feel like that you could go out and hire people. I said it earlier, hire somebody that's smarter than you. Just try. Just try and do that. It's a bad thing sometimes hiring friends. When you hire a friend, you get in trouble that way. We said it earlier, Mike McCarthy, he hired a friend in Mike Nolan. It was a disaster. When you hire somebody that you don't know, generally that works out pretty good for you. Or you have an AD or, your general manager, and you hire somebody you really don't know. it kind of works out for you a little bit better.
All right, we'll crosstalk with the Get Right coming up here in just a few minutes. This segment of the G-Bag Nation is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. Also brought to you by the Frankels. Life is unpredictable and accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at 214-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com. Are you guys pouring one out for over 40 Hooters restaurants being shut down due to the market conditions? I think there's a couple local, maybe two of them local. Lucius, I know you're a big fan of that shrimp.
I love Hooters, bro.
The crab legs are really good there, too.
Crab legs are amazing.
Yeah.
Some of the best in the market, bro.
Yeah.
I'm telling you right now.
Crab legs are no joke. And they'll do it, and their clam chowder is not bad.
Have they done themselves a disservice by, like, I guess, hammering home the wings, and maybe they should have been talking about, hey, we're a seafood spot?
A little bit
Come
more.
get it.
Yeah, a little bit more. And they can put some more love into those margaritas, those frozen margaritas.
Oh, they're half-assed on those,
Oh, man, it costs you like $8, and it tastes like water.
That's
awful.
That's
Their smoked wings were really good, too.
I do respect the smoke, and that's what I like at Twin Peaks as well.
Yeah, the smoked wings
The
are
smoked
good.
wings.
Dawson put us on those.
It's so funny because I went and visited John Gruden when he was working in Tampa, and his original job, he worked at the one in Clearwater.
Is that the OG one?
Yeah, it's the original one. And John went there and jumped behind the counter and cooked the wings for us.
He knew how to do it.
He knew exactly how to do it, and they let him do it. So he just showed up. He had the big steel pan. He's moving the wings.
It's like riding a bike.
Yeah, he just said, "Hey, this is my first gig." And he goes,
You never forget your first gig.
Hey, it was one of the best gigs he ever had.
I bet
Hell of
it
a
was.
gig.
Yeah, it is. And anyway,
Ate all the waitresses.
yeah, but there's been, I think, to me, it's unfortunate that they've gone down the way they have. I think the food quality is in some way has gone down.
If the wings are not as crispy as they used to be, they're not
Yeah.
as big and chunky as they used to be as
Which
well.
is just unacceptable
Give me
for the
those
price.
steroids in those
Well,
chickens.
And the prices went up.
The prices
prices
it's
go
so
up.
expensive there. That's my biggest
Yeah.
issue.
Prices go up, food quality goes down. Lucius mentioned the margaritas and stuff like that. You can only get so far with the atmosphere of it.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. And
Well, now you got all
has the talent been watered down too? I mean, is that fair?
No.
No?
No, I don't.
That's
I
not
wouldn't
fair.
say that.
I think they
I would
could
never
still-
say that. If they're going to walk around in those shorts, I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm never going to knock them.
I would say that I think hiring policies are probably still pretty good.
Because they used to corner the market on this type of place. Like if you
But
were
now
a
you
local
got-
smoke, this was the one spot.
Yeah.
Now it's like
That was your starting spot.
no
Yeah.
question.
Yeah.
Before you launched off into your real career.
Yeah. Now, I mean,
now
we
they're
just-
baby dolls.
we're splitting up the talent all over these places.
Hooters to baby
You can
dolls.
pay a lot of bills working at those places like that.
You're like the only Hooters was the only local 5A school. You were bringing all the talent, dominating, and then all of a sudden they pop in
Well,
two
Twin
more high
Peaks.
schools in town.
Well-
now the talent gets spread. Now you're scratching and clawing for a depth chart.
I think you're looking at Twin Peaks. Twin Peaks took some of
Tight
that.
ends.
That's what I'm saying. That's another school that comes into town. Now all of a sudden tight ends is showing
Twin
up.
Peaks,
Now,
tight ends. I think that. Heck, what else you got? Was there Bone Daddies?
Bone Daddies.
Bone
And they've gone
Daddies.
under, too,
What
haven't
happened
they?
to the Bone Daddies?
My local Grapevine Bone Daddies is no longer. I think it's a Knockouts now.
Oh.
Knockouts.
See, that's what I'm saying.
open.
Bone
Yeah,
Daddies.
knockouts.
Bone Daddies that was kind of rolling along pretty well, and the food wasn't terrible.
I
And
love
all of a
ribs.
sudden,
great.
Ribs? Yeah, Bone Daddy's ribs were good.
And the quality, the atmosphere, everything was good. And then all of a sudden, it was like, well, hey, let's go to Bone Daddies. Well, they're not around anymore. Well, wait, I just went to one last week. And then all of a sudden, they were just here, and then they were gone. But, yeah, goodbye.
Man.
Yeah.
Red Lobster, now Hooters.
We hate to see you go.
Red Lobsters, I understand that
Gosh, those Cheddar
All right,
Bay
you
biscuits.
bite your damn
Save
tongue
the
over
Cheddar
there.
Bay
one. I'm
biscuits.
just telling you,
Dude,
man.
hey,
the
I'm
food at Red Lobster, I don't know about that.
I just got pointed in the direction we were talking about the Aggie stuff.
Yeah.
They have a player who's in the portal now, but his name's Jay Laviolette or whatever.
Oh, he's one of their better players, I believe.
Okay, so yesterday, just over 24 hours ago, he's tweeting out, "Thank you at 12th man from the bottom of my heart for everything y'all did for us throughout the year.
Yeah.
If you're in the portal, you're missing out. If you don't want to be a part of the best university in the nation, this is where people come to be great. Let's go get it done next year." He is in the portal as of 6 hours ago.
Yeah.
I mean, life comes at you fast, man. Jace is like, sorry, guys. I meant what I said.
I need a little bit more NIL money if you want to keep me.
That was like 26 hours
I need
ago.
him to show up at LSU is what I need him to do.
He's going to Texas.
Is he going to
I
Texas?
don't know.
I think they've got 11 players in the portal. I'm sure a good chunk are going to go to the Horns.
Yeah, good chunk are going to the Horns. Okay, so NBA draft coming up here shortly. Top of the hour, we get cranking. OG Anunoby re-ups with the Knicks after their trade for Mikal Bridges last night. Now the New York Knicks have the second best odds to win the NBA title at BetMGM, and it's the best preseason title odds since 2000 for the New York Knicks. So, that fan base is going to be rabid and
1972,
obnoxious.
I think the last one, or maybe 70.
I want to play for you guys an ad for what is a new home security system. And I don't know how this is going to really get off the ground. Maybe it already has, but I was introduced to the new home security system. Is this HOA approved? Let me introduce you to the AI home security that is Eve.
Hello, I'm Eve, an AI-powered robotic security system with a powerful paintball launcher to deter any intruder. With my advanced camera system, I differentiate familiar faces from those who are not supposed to be there. My design is elegant, but I pack a powerful punch. No matter the conditions, with night vision, sound dispatcher, and a warning laser, I always hit the mark.
Always.
Okay.
Paintball.
So,
I'm getting the hell out of the way.
Paintball lady,
Bro,
huh?
this is the ultimate I'm not going to trespass on your property type of system here. So it's the Paint Cam Smart Home Security as voiced by Eve there. The advanced technology detects both humans and pets, utilizing state-of-the-art facial recognition to distinguish between welcome guests and potential intruders. Now, I don't know how you're differentiating here. Okay, neighbor pops over because they need a couple of eggs. Maybe they ran out of milk there and they're in the middle of a cereal situation. All of a sudden now, bang, 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 bang. How do I know that my paintballs aren't going to fire off into my neighbor's house? You know what I'm saying? Now we have an issue here.
Yeah, this doesn't sound like that's going to work.
Like, I don't know how you're... But I love, you're sleeping like a baby at night. There's no concerns.
Paintballs?
With Eve out there with the paintballs. Dude, did you hear about the tear gas? There's a tear gas.
You're sleeping good, so you hear that 3 o'clock in the morning. Like, the hell's going on?
Yeah,
the hell's going on?
And it was just a local stray cat.
Yeah.
Next thing you know, Eve goes rogue.
It's an opossum.
This turns into the Smart House situation on Disney Channel.
Yeah, this is
now she's hitting you with paintballs.
Smart and Violent House. With advanced AI technology, Eve can detect and track objects in real time while seamlessly adapting to challenging low light conditions. But it doesn't stop there. Her intelligence extends to recognizing individuals, animals, various objects with precision. Tear gas is a part of the... automatic paintball and tear gas pellet guns appear to fall under the category of home traps. Setting traps on your property made to hurt people is specifically illegal, says, I guess, the CNET or whatever. So they're trying to combat this. I don't know how you install this and get this thing HOA
Wait. You
approved.
can't set booby traps at your house? Is that what
that's what they're saying.
That's what the
it's against the Geneva Convention rights. Yeah.
So I can't have like a moat or something like that if I wanted to. That's like a booby trap.
With some gators.
Some gators in there.
Anything made to hurt
It's
people.
like a Rambo pit with some grass, and then they fall in and there's spears.
Why can't I have that?
Spears.
You weren't supposed to be on my property in the first place.
Like, I tripped on you fall into the pit, and there's like spears sticking up, and you're like impaled.
But like a DoorDasher package guy, all of a sudden now I'm getting pelted with paintballs. I get to sue you now, don't I? Yeah. I mean, now I'm getting paintballed and tear gas. I think I'd rather be paintballed.
Yeah, this is ridiculous. I wouldn't want to be a delivery.
We'd rather be paintballed than tear gassed.
I
don't.
Lucius, definitely paintballed. 100%, bro.
Lucius, did you say you get hit by mace one time?
Yeah,
I've been
maced.
Yeah,
that sounds serious. Cameron wasn't going to snitch. You knew that.
I've had tear gas too. I've
Tear
had
gas.
all those. Yeah.
Oh, geez.
So those are terrible, right?
They're 100% terrible. Unless you have bad sinuses and you're blocked up.
Yeah.
They'll clear you on out.
Okay, then I'm going to take the paintball, please.
Yeah, we'll take the paintball.
I trust Lucius on this one.
Agreed.
Yeah, I'm taking the paintballs.
We'll see what the Get Right thinks about this next year in the nation.
Coming up Thursday morning on Sean and RJ, was it Riceaker? Was it Sarr? Who went first in the NBA?
or Craig with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see him today and visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Reginald out of Tulane, the three-time Hall of Famer, Chris Something, hanging out with
Chris
us here.
Something.
Chris Something.
Mm-hmm. It's my new nickname.
Big news, though, Reg, and this was, I was happy to see. I got to ask you.
Chris Something.
Okay.
How's The Sopranos going?
Oh man, it's good. I found a little bit of discipline in my life, and I stopped after the first 10 episodes. But it's really enjoyable. Like one episode in, maybe 2 episodes in, I very quickly was like, okay, I see what makes it so appealing. I see why people love it.
So you had never seen it before?
Hadn't seen it before. Knew it was good, but just like the time commitment of running a whole series, kind of prohibited me from getting there. I jumped in on the pilot, which is supposedly one of the best episodes in the series anyways, and I was like, okay, I see it, right? And one of the things that jumped out to me immediately was like, oh, there's a lot more comedy in here than I realized was going to be here. So I will return to it. I'm just trying to be a responsible adult and actually handle my responsibilities. For a couple of days I wasn't, and that's how I got through 10 episodes in a few days.
There you go. It's classic. I watched it a couple of years ago. I mean, now it's probably like 4 when I got COVID. Yeah. I couldn't do anything else. It was like a perfect thing to do.
Yes.
I just sat there and binged it all. That was after I'd watched The Wire.
Yeah.
Because you were yelling at me like, how have you not watched The Wire?
Great show.
Amazing. Incredible show.
The thing with Sopranos is when the episodes end and then you kind of wait and then you hear the music again.
Yes, the intro
And once you
is
hear
so
the
good.
music, you got to lock back in.
Yeah.
Yeah. You just got to lock back into it. Yeah.
It's very good. I'm enjoying it quite a bit. Since you watched them both in pretty quick succession, The Wire and The Sopranos, are you in a place where you feel the difficulty of choosing one? Because I found myself, I'm very entrenched on The Wire being the greatest television show in American history. I find myself like trying to make sure that I'm like, all right, I'm still in that place, right? Like I'm not wavering at all, am I?
I don't think your mind's going to be changed for The Wire because they're still so close that you love The Wire so much. I think you're still going to hold The Wire as number one for you.
By the way, you will find out that people have said the last episode of The Sopranos very controversial.
Well, yeah, I mean, look, I lived in society during all this time. I'm familiar of the way that it ends and all of the hubbub that happened afterwards. So I'm looking forward to that point as well.
And gentlemen, this just in, a woman has tweeted that Los Angeles Clippers coach Tyronn Lue has used the N-word. He has denied it.
All right.
How locked in are you guys for tonight's NBA draft? Are we pumped?
Very locked in. I feel like
we're
the
locked, baby.
Only way we could be more locked in is for if the Mavs had a pick in the first round. But one of the things about the NBA draft is it's one of those benchmarks during the course of the season where activity happens, not just the draft. So there's a lot of trades happening. The Wizards just made a pick. Or made a draft, or goodness gracious, made a trade rather recently, sending Denny Avdia to Portland for Malcolm Brogdon. And that one interests me a little bit as well because Mark Stein was talking about the idea of THJ maybe finding a home in Washington. That might be a trade partner. And Chris is somebody that's loved Malcolm Brogdon. I think that he fits your team a little bit better than what like Denny Avdia could. So I'm like, is that something that maybe could have been facilitated in these things? So this is one of those nights where you absolutely have to watch that space of the news breakers in this sport. So yeah, it should be really active, and I'm looking forward to trying to find a way to do a great show, but also keep in touch with all of those things as well.
It's always fun to just be reacting to breaking news. What's going on?
Trades. We think THJ gets moved tonight.
They're working. Who knows? You just got to see what happens. Also realize, Reg and I were talking about this with these general managers nowadays in the NBA. See a lot of people, because they love team building in the sport, they love to put the trades in the ESPN trade machine. That's checkers. These general managers are playing chess. They're placing somebody as a hold, and they're getting cap space, or they're going to do something for something else later. You have no idea. And if you say, well, they don't have the assets.
Yeah.
Ask Nico how he got P.J. Washington with a first-round pick, and we didn't have any. He went and got it from Oklahoma City by giving them a couple of second-round picks. So don't ever assume that a team is hamstrung to get a deal done. Again, they're playing chess while we're watching playing checkers.
Yeah. You never know. The deal happens, and you look at it just like
except our draft coverage during the NFL season. We're playing chess. Those clowns, I don't know what they're doing over there, but I'm
gonna say this, Brian. I've said it over and over again. Our 3 teams not in Frisco, the ones not in Frisco, their general managers fortify their rosters.
Oh, yeah.
Neil,
Oh, no.
CY,
Yeah.
Nico,
No.
they fortify the
Those guys-
roster.
you're right. You're
And
right about that.
Frisco, we like our guys.
We like our guys. We like our guys. What do you guys got coming up on the show?
I mean, we're going to be all over the NBA draft and the NBA kind of blogosphere. So if something happens, we got you live and local here. In addition to that, we will ask, what's your favorite draft day memory?
Oh, in any draft, any sport.
Any sport?
Mm-hmm. Doesn't have to be NBA.
That's right.
I know Brian's got a few. You ran the draft for the Eagles back in what year? 98 or 99?
98. That's when Mrs. Lurie and I were talking about crepes before our pick.
Crepes.
We were talking about crepes.
Was that pursuant to the football or just kind of a side conversation?
It was so funny because we were just it was kind of a tense moment. You know, we're waiting for our pick and we're getting ready to go on the clock, and Mrs. Lurie leans over to me and goes, "Hey, did you try the omelet station today?" And I go, "Yeah, Mrs. Lurie, I did. I didn't get the omelet. I ordered the crepes." She goes, "Yeah, this guy from this hotel, he can make some of the best crepes." And we're having this conversation, and it's like a quiet room, and everybody just stops.
And Arizona's on the phone, like, can we get an answer?
And we're sitting there, Mrs. Lurie, she's right, and I'm just sitting there talking. We're talking about the omelet station right before we go on the clock, and
Lucky you guys didn't get trade creped.
I know,
All right.
Hey, yeah.
Okay.
Who'd you end up drafting?
Yeah, that was Trey Thomas.
There you go.
Yeah,
Trey
you
Thomas.
set them up for a nice decade of
But
success.
then
with
again,
that
too,
draft.
we had a time with the Roy Williams draft, the Oklahoma
with
draft,
the Cowboys.
where we forgot to get the trade into the NFL trade deal.
That's right.
So we're standing there all high-fiving each other, and Chris Hall goes, "Hey, did somebody turn the trade in?" And Stephen Jones, like, literally dives on the table, hits the button on the phone, goes, Joel Bussard was there. He goes, "Joel, Dallas, trade, Kansas City."
Don't you ever do that again.
Yeah, and he goes, and Joel called back, and we got
That's
it.
amazing.
Literally, the clock was running down. We were in the war room, and we're watching the clock. It got to, and Robert Blackwell, who was at the table, he was sitting there going, he was just like going, "They haven't told me who we're going to sign."
Yeah, he's the guy in the
He didn't know,
room.
but anyway, it was.
End up being like Minnesota.
Yeah,
you don't
they
get the pick, and everyone's jumping you.
NFL, The NFL called back, and they go, "Don't you ever effing do that again." And we're like, "Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you. We'll move on." Yeah,
We'll
here we go.
skip you.
Yeah.
Well, we will be listening, fellas. Have a great 4 hours of radio gold to get right coming up next. Reg and Chris Arnold, or Chris something, depending
Chris
on
something.
you know
You
who you
talk.
spoke. Sean Kemp, great story, and I love listening to that segment. Thank you very much to Lucius, of course, Eric, Brian, Carter, back running the fan cam, Gavin Dawson as well. I'm Zach Wolching. Until tomorrow at 2, hugs and hand pounds, everybody.
Commercial-free G-Bags.
it on. Home of America's team is 105.3 The Fan.
Colo, baby.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station. From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and her studios, it's time for the Get Right on 105.3 The Fan.
Yes, indeed, it is the Get right here on 105.3 The Fan. Reginald Datatula here with you alongside the three-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold.
Got you down.
We got Larry D. Flores on the ones and twos, and you rolling with us on a Wednesday evening in the Metroplex. Hope you're having a wonderful Wednesday. And we got you for 4 hours, not 11 hours, God forbid. But we got you for 4 hours till 11 p.m. During the course of this Wednesday evening to hopefully make sure that you have a good evening. Get involved with the program to help us have a great evening by texting in to the Franklin Injury Attorney text line, 877-881-1053. You can also catch us on YouTube, 105.3 The Fan, and go to twitch.tv/DallasFanCam. A little behind the scenes. I'm a little off my game because my typical equipment, which are my earbuds or my inner monitors that I'll typically use, definitely forgot them.
I know that you look different.
Yeah.
I know you got your hair braided different. You're looking more and more like Jaylen Brown. You look like you're his doppelganger anyway.
You've told me that from time to time.
But the braids, you got a little more style to the braids. And then I noticed you wearing some headphones, and you never wear headphones.
I do not.
I haven't worn them in years myself.
Yeah, in large part because of the hair, right? But just off my game because I have been so enwrapped in all of the hoops things that are happening. As today marks day one of the NBA draft. I do say day one because the NBA, for the first time in, probably ever, I don't think that they've ever had a multi-day draft, but they are following the lead of the NFL and others by splitting up day one, day two of the draft. There's only 2 rounds in the NBA draft, and so round one happening tonight still as the TV product that it is, so that'll be on ESPN. Thankfully, your Mavericks do not have a first-round pick, so you don't have to be all too worried. However, you cannot completely tune out because
you never know.
It's one of those
Trades,
days.
Man.
Trades are happening. Trades have already happened. So
the Mavericks' name could be bandied about today, and not necessarily from somebody that's getting picked today, but as far as teams make space for whoever they're going to get done. They're moving things right now. In fact, you mentioned in the crosstalk, the Wizards made a move that could possibly have a Maverick repercussion. We just have no idea.
So let's hop into that. We'll talk about some of the things maybe that we'll be on lookout for during draft night, number one of the NBA draft. But before we get there, I did almost flub and say we were on for 11 hours today. Shout out to all the fine folks listening to us wherever you're listening and however you're listening, including the 469 who said, bro, I work 12 hours in a jail every day. You can do 11. Well, I could do 11. Why would I want to do 11 is what I'm talking about, right? Like, I love talking to you fine folks. However, I'm not doing 11 hours.
By the way, in that jail, do you have air conditioning? I'm just curious because a lot of them don't. And it's hot this time. I kid you not.
I walked out my apartment. I got hit by that hot air, and I was like, oh, I didn't realize that was what we were on today. So I hope that y'all are staying cool, staying hydrated on this
I saw a
Wednesday.
grass fire. I'm serious. It might, hopefully fire department put it out. It was just north of Waxahachie on I-35. The west side of the highway was on fire. I'm not talking about the highway, but the fields.
Yes.
So that's how hot it is out there. Maybe somebody flicked out a cigarette or something, but it was like crazy, just burning down.
Well, hate hearing that. Like, you never want that to be the case. In
other words, it can be like California and Texas. The heat is hot enough.
Yeah, the heat is indeed hot out there. But let's keep it cool here on the Get Right.
Can I tell you one thing I'm looking for in this draft?
Yes, sir. That's exactly where I wanted to go.
Because one of the things I'm looking for is there's a couple of local guys that went to high school in Dallas-Fort Worth that could be first-round picks, and maybe one of them a lottery pick. I'm talking about Duncanville's Ron Holland. He was Texas Player of the Year. There's a lot of people projecting him to be a top 10, top 12 pick. A lot of people saying he might wind up with Oklahoma City. You just never know. And then former Baylor, but more importantly, McKinney High School superstar, Jacoby Walter. He spent 1 year at Baylor last year. He was really, really good. He's only 19, but they said this guy, he can ball. And I'm only bringing up those two names because who knew a couple of years ago a guy named P.J. Washington from Frisco High School could wind up
Was it Frisco High that he went
to? Yeah, Frisco. I want to say it's Frisco High School. I could be wrong.
I honestly don't recall. I just remember that he went to school with Frisco.
Pretty sure it's Frisco. Frisco got a bunch of them. I think it's Frisco.
Man, and they popped up quick, didn't they?
And just like Jacoby Walter, he didn't do his senior year there. Jacoby Walter, by the way, did his senior year in a whole nother state, I think. And so, and PJ went to Las Vegas because his dad was coaching a team in Las Vegas. And then on top of Jacoby, just so you'll know, Jacoby led McKinney to the state championship. They didn't win the championship, but he led to the championship game when he was a junior. So they got skills. He's, by the way, a small forward, and Ron Holland is also like a small forward. So keep an eye on those guys. Again, nowadays they draft them young and they develop them in the NBA, or they send them to the G League or whatever. And that's what Ron Holland did. He was going to sign with UT. And he went to the G League.
Yeah, G League Ignite, which honestly, we saw the last year of G League Ignite because I mean that basically became a thing to give prep players an opportunity and a pathway to get to the NBA without going to college if college was not
overseas.
in there, right? Or overseas, make a little bit of money. Now with the advent of players being able to have name, image, and likeness deals, and I'll get there. Now being able to have name, image, and likeness deals, being able to make a little money in college. G League Ignite became less of a viability, especially because you didn't really have a great development record there either. But I know someone texted in on the 817, and I had seen it a little earlier as well. We want to make sure we give credit where it's due. Frisco Lone Star. Lone Star High in Frisco is where PJ Washington was standing on business before he was standing on business. You feel me? And so with that being the case.
The same way. I swear I was about to say the same thing. Standing on business in high school.
Yes, sir. Shout out to the 817 who knows what's happening up in Lone Star and up in Frisco. But yes, NBA Draft Night #1, all sorts of things are popping. And so some of the things to look out for. One of the things to know just generally about this particular 2024 NBA Draft. It's nothing like last year's where you knew who the best player was. You knew who everybody was looking for. You knew who had superstar potential. And that was Victor Wembanyama last year, right? This year, it's not that. In fact, I think some of the most highly rated and mocked players are compared to, I saw one of them, and I believe it was Zachary Richardson, if I remember correctly, but I'm not certain.
Number one.
Was compared, I think his player comp was Harrison Barnes, and I say this with no disrespect to Harrison Barnes, and with all understanding that player comps are not an exact science, it's more of an art, and it probably doesn't tell you what that player will become, just gives you an idea of play style. However, if you tell me, hey, #1 pick, you might get Harrison Barnes. Not super excited about that. Again, all due respect to Harrison Barnes, but that gives you an idea. There are clearly going to be players in here that have the opportunity to become very good players in the league, longtime players in the league, impact players in the league. But there's not anybody that's a surefire superstar right off the jump. And so we're not certain who will go #1. It feels like there's a small group of players who are in that place. One of those being Zachary Richardson, who I mentioned. 6'9" small forward, son of a professional hooper, French guy, right? And there's a lot of international guys at the top of this.
The top three are French.
Alexander Sarr is one of those French guys as well. He's considered as a potential #1 pick. He's a 7-foot dude who kind of plays 4 and 5. He's a little bit kind of in line with, I guess, a watered down Wembanyama. He doesn't do all of the things, but good defender.
I would call him Chet.
Okay, yeah, I like what you're doing there.
Chet.
I don't see as much of the shooting, but he's solid at a lot of things, but he's not incredible necessarily. And then the other one that I think that might go with the Hawks, the Hawks are said to be high on this gentleman, but I don't know if he's going to go there or if he's going to go all the way down 7, anywhere in that range. Donovan Clingan, who if you were locked into the NCAA tournament, you saw him win a national title with UConn, that center. He is also another dude that's really good. And so those are the kind of some of the guys that you're looking at the top that you might hear here shortly, as Atlanta, I believe, is going to be on the clock, if not already is on the clock in Brooklyn at Barclays Center where the draft is taking place. So that's one of the things that's happening, the very top. Another one of those is like outside of those things, it sounds like according to a lot of the big time newsbreakers in this space, the draft starts at 3. Right at the #3 pick, where Houston currently has that, and I believe that was like the Nets pick originally, but Houston has it in the deal with James Harden. They still got it. That's a place where teams are trying to jockey to maybe get up to 3, and as we talk about, right, this is an opportunity for trades. That might be where you start seeing the trading happen, and you start seeing things shake up. And once trading gets going, it feels like there's a lot of things that can happen, including, right, maybe not specifically at 3, but the Mavs, this is where they can get busy tonight, is when trades start going. Can they get to making and improving their team with some of the things that they're going to do? As it seems like priority 1 is probably finding a new home for Tim Hardaway Jr., moving off of his contract, saying sayonara to him. But I know Nico Harrison said 1 through 7 or 8 on their roster they don't anticipate changing, but he's a dude who can be advantageous in a moment.
Yes, he does.
And so this is where it could get a little interesting, I imagine.
If there's somebody he thinks he can grab, he will do that because, again, he's all about bolstering his roster. I mean, that's what the great general managers do. I already mentioned Jim Neal, CY, Nico did it all in the last calendar year. You saw them make their teams better to push them towards these championship series. I mean, the Stars made it to the Western Conference Finals. The Mavericks went to the NBA Finals, and of course, the Texas Rangers are your World Series champions because their general managers were aggressive. And even if Nico's not aggressive today or tomorrow or even during the summertime, don't think he won't get something done by the trade deadline in February. Ask Grant Williams. I'm just saying. Ask and see.
Yeah.
F around and find out.
I mean, quite literally, since Nico Harrison has been here at every juncture, whether it's offseason or free agency, when those things have come up, he's had some move to be made. Now, of course, he started from a place where they were trying to fix some things, right? They had to fix the situation, but he's made some level of move, and I don't think it's going to be any different this
Quiet
offseason.
as it's kept, he's made 11 trades in 3 years. 11 trades. And 2 of these 3 years, they've been to the Western Conference Finals and, of course, the NBA Finals this year as well. So, again, nobody should doubt what Nico can do. And, of course, draft night, you say, well, but can he draft? He got Derek Lively. If you were to redraft last year's draft, Derek Lively is a top 5 pick. Nico knew what he's going to get, where people were doubting because they were going by Duke Derek Lively. Nico said, I'm getting AAU Derek Lively because I know about him, more about him than most. And he did. He knows talent.
Now, one of those things that I think people are starting to watch out for, but I don't know if today is the day, or actually I feel strongly that today won't be the day. Bronny James ends up being a big name because his full name is LeBron James Jr., and you understand why that happens.
But he's only 6'1", and that's the problem.
He's only 6'1", but he's a developmental project, and projects typically go in the second round. He's expected to go in the second round, which would happen tomorrow in the middle of the day. But once we're in the draft, like, his name comes up, so that's going to be something to watch out for.
His agent was dropping some hints.
Yes.
You know how the agents be muddying the water playing poker. He was saying a couple weeks ago, Rich Paul was saying, the Mavericks, he wouldn't be mad to go to Mavericks at the number 58 pick, the very last pick in the draft. Ain't no way in hell the Lakers at 55 are going to let Bronny slip past them to go to the Mavericks, just so you'll know.
You imagine not, yeah.
Put it like this. If they skip Bronny and he's available at 55, LeBron walking. I'm just saying that right now.
I don't think he's walking anywhere. I think that his lot is tied very much to Los Angeles as a town and the Lakers as a team. But, I mean, look, that remains to be seen.
But he would be very unhappy because that's not that this is his number one goal in life to play with his son, but the opportunity would have been there for a game or two. Well, at no cost to them. Because at 55, what do you get?
Yeah.
It's not like you're wasting a first round pick.
It's usually a project. But one thing about it, he has seemed to walk back some of those, like, the loud, boisterous idea of, I want to play with my son.
Because he's trying to take the pressure off of Bronny.
Which he absolutely should.
Because Bronny is not a bona fide. Put it like this. He could be an NBA rotational player. And there are other superstars from the past whose sons have been very good players, like Gary Payton Jr. and even Tim Hardaway Jr. and go on to Kenyon Martin Jr. I go down the list.
KJ Martin. Yeah.
I go down the list. Scottie Pippen's son was playing for the Lakers at the back.
Yeah.
Michael Jordan's kids can't make it to the NBA. Does not mean LeBron James' kids are going to make it to the NBA.
Well, I mean, as of right now, Bronny James is in that draft pool. We do have a pick in the Atlanta Hawks at number 1, taking Zachary Richardson, who we were talking about, the man out of France. But I did want to, you mentioned Tim Hardaway Jr., I did want to make sure I localize that because Dallas Mavericks, what are some of the things that they're looking at or some of the scuttlebutt around them? Mark Stein, very good reporter around the space, locked-in reporter, particularly with the Mavericks.
Contacts.
He's been kind of making sure that we have insight into the way that these things are going. And the Dallas is shopping Tim Hardaway Jr. is the news. We kind of understood that, but having that said explicitly,
his agent is shopping, helping the Mavs shop.
Yes, so like having that made explicit is one thing. He went as far as about an hour ago, sending out a tweet that said that the Wizards are exploring every pathway to try and stockpile assets with in order to as they have emerged as one of the viable trade destinations for Tim Hardaway Jr. So tonight or in the upcoming days, Washington, the Wizards might be one of those places. I know the Detroit Pistons had popped up in some levels of conversation as a place where Tim Hardaway Jr. might land. Washington is a place to watch as they're making deals already. I mentioned a little bit earlier that they just traded Denny Avdia, a forward that they drafted a few years ago, for Malcolm Brogdon, who is a nice kind of combo guard. He's had some injury issues, but a nice defensive player. So those things are moving around. We might
shoot 40%.
He does from three, absolutely. So we might circle back around to that and how maybe what that could mean, if maybe that would be something that'd be intriguing in a deal with Tim Hardaway Jr.
On a side note, with Malcolm Brogdon, if he were to wind up a Maverick, you'd have all these Duke guys. Now, I'm not saying, and we're talking about this off the air, I'm not saying it's like the Knicks loading up with the Villanova guys. Those Villanova guys, JB and those guys, and Bridges, they all played together. With Kyrie, Derek Lively II, and if you get Malcolm Brogdon, you got all these Duke pedigrees. Just saying.
Yeah. Some other things Mavericks-wise, Ian Begley of SNY in New York, obviously another guy who's been tapped in the NBA space for a while, has mentioned that the Mavericks are amongst teams that have checked in on Jeremy Grant, the wing kind of guy out of Portland or in Portland right now, 30-year-old. We've talked about a little bit of him. That's been mentioned that he's been checked in on. Tobias Harris is another guy that Begley has mentioned that's possibly on the Mavericks radar. So they all kind of fit this same type of mold of a wing that can get their own, that can score a little bit, play some defense, and fit in there.
Tobias Harris does not excite me because of his age. Jeremy Grant excites me, but the only hitch on him is he has not played 82 games on Long Island.
And sometimes it's worth noting that Portland has been in places where they be trying to lose so that, they just end up playing the youths.
Load management and all that kind of things. So again, there's always some parts to it, but just be aware.
So yeah, those are some of the early portions of what's happening with draft night number one of the NBA draft as we get going here on the Get right here on 105.3 The Fan. In fact, I need to get my Twitter machine up and running so I can really keep up with that, because it's going to start coming hot and heavy here soon on the various moves and the ways that this are interested, because pick number 2 is in for the Washington Wizards, and as I mentioned, pick 3 is where these things might start shaking up in a big way. We don't know what that second pick is just yet, but we'll get that to you here shortly. It's the Get Right here on 105 through The Fan. Reginald Atatula, Chris Arnold hanging out with you this evening. Coming up next, it was a day game for your Texas Rangers. They played against the Brewers. Which was the bigger part of this on a busy day that was for the Rangers? Was it the idea that they got swept by the Brewers, or was it the idea that the offense seemed to jump up? We'll talk about that next on The Fan.
The Fan is on YouTube, Twitch, smart speakers, or any mobile device on our Odyssey app, presented by Comerica. Turn it on, leave it on America's fastest growing sports station. Thanks to you. 105.3 The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
you're holding a winning lottery ticket. Enjoy Dos Equis responsibly. Copyright 2024 Dos Equis, imported by Cervezas Mexicanas, White Plains, New York.
If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to for car and truck wrecks in Dallas.
Here's Jonah Heim, and he sends a jolt of energy towards Sheboygan. That ball is way out of here.
Sheboygan.
Jonah Heim blasts his 7th home run of the season to tie the score at 4.
Remind me to bring up Sheboygan next time we get our guy Matt Hicks on the phone. It's the Get Right here on 105 through the Fan. Reginald Attitula here with you alongside the 3-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold.
Got you down.
That was the way that you got to hear it on the Texas Rangers radio network, or particularly here, your home of the Rangers, 105 through the Fan. Rangers took on the Brewers in Game 3 of the 3-game set. Getaway game, really needed to win that one as you had lost the previous 2. Unfortunately, they fall in extra innings. Walked off. 6-5 was the final.
Swept.
Yeah, swept against the Milwaukee Brewers. Was that the bigger thing to you? Or was the idea that there was some offense that jumped off the page the bigger idea to you? Today was an interesting day for the Rangers, starting off with a 10-20 sit down with the manager Bruce Bochy on 105 through the Fan, KNC Masterpiece, the baseball show of record here in the DFW. They had an opportunity to sit down with them that early. And early on, I mean, even just talking to them, you could tell that they were really, I mean, offense is something that they really wanted, and there was a level of urgency in trying to win this game. And so, Larry, if you could help me out, I do want to go to one of these Bruce Bochy cuts, because Bochy talked about this as Corey asked him, do you feel like you've exhausted every option for offense, as offense has been an issue for this Rangers team all through the season?
Well, yeah, we're always looking at what we can do. I mean, you've seen us move the lineup around, trying things. We did make a player move. Are you guys aware of that?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, Duran, we optioned him down. We want him to go down and just get his game back. He's a guy that provided a big bat for us last year, provided slug, and so Hill will be joining us. He'll be playing center field tonight. So to your point, we're always looking to see what we can do. Derek's been throwing up some big numbers down there in AAA, gives us speed. We're looking for something to spark us.
Yeah, I mean, like so far into trying to get some offense for this team, they made a little bit of a switch in that regard. Some other moves as well, some corresponding moves, but I mean, you could tell this team was really urging or trying to find some offense, and they did find some offense in this game. We heard Jonah Heim go yard. I know that Derek Hill was involved in some of this when we talk about getting on the base pass. 5 runs against the Brewers team, but it was kind of like a tale of two halves in this game. 5 runs for the Rangers and 5 runs for the Milwaukee Brewers all happened in the first 4 innings, and after that, as I think you kind of know with the Brewers with this bullpen, it kind of really slowed down. But I found this to be very interesting that the Rangers came in and that Leody Taveras, who ended up pinch hitting during this game, he ends up not playing center field. They bring up Derek Hill, who gets a hit himself in this game, although he does make an error in center field that ends up allowing an inside the park home run, which was kind of tough. You got some offense in this. However, you fall to the Brewers. You're 37-43, and what stinks is in a not all that great AL West, you're falling behind, right? The Seattle Mariners get a win today. They are now 7.5 games ahead of you. The Astros got a win today, and they have climbed to where they are 3 games ahead of you right now as well. And so for you, CA, which hits you as the thing that was more important on the day or caught your attention more? The idea that you were unable to beat the Brewers, who admittedly came in. They've been a hot team right now. They're a good team. But you get swept by them after sweeping the Royals, or is it that, hey, you're starting to see a little bit of movement on the Rangers offense?
Milwaukee's a really good team. They're now 15 games above 500, 48-33. So it's not surprising that they won, but to me it was surprising that Nathan Eovaldi didn't show up. I mean, Eovaldi has been nails when he's healthy. He allowed 5 runs, season high 9 hits, 7 innings. And Dallas Keuchel, the old nemesis from the Astros, they just got him from Seattle.
Yeah, and he hadn't even played in the majors. He was at AAA Tacoma for the entire season.
And he showed up and did what he's supposed to do. Again, he has a mastery over the Rangers over the last umpteen years. But at the same time, even though they go 10 innings, as Bochy was saying after the game, we can't just win. We just can't win a game here or there. We got to win series. We got to get sweeps ourselves. They gotta get above 500. They've got to put themselves into position to contend at some point in time. And unfortunately, the pitching let them down. And to me, the biggest surprise was the pitcher himself. Nathan Eovaldi does not pitch poorly, and he did this particular time, and it bit the Rangers, and they did not avoid a sweep. John Gray's on the mound on Friday.
Yeah, they'll have the off day tomorrow. But yeah, I think you're right in that regard. It was odd seeing Nathan Eovaldi have that level of struggles. In fact, giving up a grand slam in that as well. And before it was like a single, a walk, and then that loads them up, and then boom, there's 4 runs that you're having to contend with. And it kind of stinks for him as well, because you look at, I imagine in that when it comes to that rotation and all the pitchers on this roster and in this clubhouse, I know that Bochy talked about this earlier today and said that, everybody's just trying to give everybody a chance to win. Like, it's not, not worried about, getting their own run support, but the day where you get some run support is a day where you needed more. And it really does, especially because you also left you left ducks on the pond.
Always. They do that all the time.
There was an instance where you had the bases loaded and you end up batting 3 for 13 with runners in scoring position. You had a lot of opportunities here to really run it up when necessary. It felt like a missed opportunity. And those are the little things that get in the way when you're in this place. You don't have room. And we had this conversation. And I know I could be a little bit of a negative Nancy on this regard, but you're running out of leeway to get this thing done. Now, this was obviously, again, I want to make sure that I'm very fair about this. This is a tough team to face off against the Milwaukee Brewers on their turf in that way, but
you didn't have to get swept.
Yeah, you really did not want to get swept in that way.
Yeah, the game this weekend is going to be at Baltimore, and the Rangers going to have to regroup against them.
Yeah,
but at the same time, you were mentioning, you don't want to say, well, they got to start doing something as soon as possible. They really should. This is the end of June.
And to be fair, right, like the offense started ticking up, but it's a hitter's ballpark as well, and so maybe you can give Eovaldi a little bit of leeway in that. It's a hitter's ballpark. It's tough. But you didn't get runs in this series until this game.
Right. And that's why, to me, I'm disappointed in Eovaldi, because, I'm not saying it's a playoff game, but, you want to try to not salvage the season, but put yourself in a position to be a contender again. And he knew the importance of it. It wasn't like this is just a random game. This is an important game, so to speak, on the whole. With that being said, Bassick was talking about something a couple of days ago. Of course, he's not saying that the Rangers are sellers and Rangers. I think they're holders. They're not going to buy, and they're just going to hold. But he brought up something interesting about Eovaldi. For those who missed this, and you don't Tolo 100%, I understand. He mentioned something. He said Eovaldi, this is the last year of his contract. He only signed a 2-year, $36 million contract. And don't think that if the Rangers don't get above 500, if somebody wants Eovaldi, one thing the Rangers do have is a lot of pitching.
A lot of starting pitching at that.
Starting pitch. And Bassick is not saying this is what they should do. But do not discount the fact if for some reason they're muddling along and they need to do something, Eovaldi's going to cost some money. And there's that TV deal ain't situated yet.
Yeah, there's still not certainty there. So maybe that could be a way that, especially when you talk about this offense, adding a bat that feels consistent. And going back to the Derek Hill.
And they've got a plethora of pitching. That's the thing. There's guys still coming back. And they're going to have to rearrange that rotation some kind of way. And if they're like way below 500, the one guy that you don't ever think about is Eovaldi. It's like, oh, we love Eovaldi. But guess what? His contract's up.
Yeah, but whether it's Eovaldi or what have you, having that, and I'm not trying to wipe away. I think that's a very valid point if it's Eovaldi. But I think you have a lot of starting pitching where I did find it interesting going back to the moves that happened earlier this morning when you have Derek Hill brought up to the big league club and he ends up playing in center field. Like, I don't know if that's entirely a knock on Leody Taveras, but we've seen the ways that Leody Taveras has not lived up to what you expect of him, talk less of any center fielder in center.
Are you trying to say last year was a career year for him?
I don't even know if I'm going that far, as Derek Hill was selected. Ezekiel Duran got optioned to Round Rock because, as you heard Bochy say earlier,
Find some things
the power has not been there.
Yeah, figure some things
Foscue
out.
got activated from the 68 IL, so he's in AAA as another option offensively if you need him. But, I mean, and then I guess I might as well give you all the transaction there. Cole Winn went from the 15-day IL to the 60-day IL. Yuri Rodriguez DFA'd, but I think it's interesting because you're seeing where they are trying to move a little bit, and I think that you can see that they acknowledge the places in their lineup and the places in the field where they want to get more production. Center field being one of those places where they look to Derek Hill to try and give them a jump. I do wonder if you start getting to that trade deadline and you utilize some of that pitching to help you get a bat or somebody that can play in that field. I mean, obviously that'd be the same thing. Center field is one of those places where you go, hey, maybe that would be very helpful for you to get an outfielder that can help you with the bat, but then also cover and range center field. That could be interesting as well. But yeah, for me, a sweep against the Brewers was absolutely something that you did not really want, especially after you had such a great series at home against the Royals. And you continue to be on the road against a team that's looking for revenge. It's the Birds, the Baltimore Orioles. You'll be at Camden Yard for a 3-game set this weekend. So the offense got to get there, man. You saw a little bit of offense pop up. You got the bases loaded.
You got a taste.
You got the bases loaded, and you didn't do it. Bases loaded with no outs, mind you, and you weren't able to get runs in a big way there. So you're going to need to take this as a stepping stone, but you got to get to that place where you're getting things done here soon. Another thing I wanted to mention before we go when it comes to your Rangers, Max Scherzer had a bullpen session. I think he threw 25 pitches.
How was his thumb? Was it numb again?
Let me go back and grab that, because I mean,
he looked good in his start over the weekend on Sunday.
Right. He said he's just trying to find any way possible to make it to Friday, because you remember after his start, he gave some kind of, I don't know if it's cryptic, but very honest answers about how, he's not certain that he makes the next start, or like how he makes the next start. He's just trying to get himself, which I felt was just like a radically honest response. But when it comes to Chris Young, I think Chris Young kind of gave things that said that they're playing it as day to day, but their expectation is that he will make his next start. So largely good and optimistic things when it comes to Max Scherzer, who is another guy that, if he is pitching well, gives you some of that flexibility to maybe utilize your excess. Is that the right word? Your wealth of talent in pitching to maybe help your roster get better. But got to kick it on. Unfortunately, they fall in extras. Kirby Yates came in and did some fun relief work, because Evaldi goes 7, as much as he gave up a grand slam in those things, but he went 7. Robertson holds down the 8th. Kirby Yates nails in the 9th to get you to the 10th, but unfortunately just did not quite finish it out right, even though you got a couple of quick outs in the 10th. Fall to the
Monasterio.
Yeah, man. You fall to the Brewers 6-5. They get the sweep, and so you're on to Baltimore is what it is for your Texas Rangers. From the 2-4, Evan Carter can play center field. Yeah, but Evan Carter, one of the things is his bat hasn't been all that good right now, but I hear what you're talking about, like going future, right? Me saying his bat hasn't been going in the way that you want is a short-term concern. I think what you're talking about is when Evan Carter gets
returns,
back to looking
from
like the Evan Carter that we've expected, Evan Carter as your center fielder is something that you could very much see going forward. You just have to get him back in that place where he's contributing for you at the big league club. But yeah, there's a lot of when that happens, when Josh Young comes back.
Good news on Josh Young. He's going to be back at some point.
Yes, he will. I mean, he was.
On that.
Bochy talked about how he was seen in Arizona and largely good things, but ultimately, it's got to start now.
Yeah, when you have a wrist thing and you're not able to use your hand for a while and your arm for a while, I mean, you got to build it back up again. It's medicine. It's science. You just got to build it back up.
A lot of things that happened on this day that was for your Rangers. Some good news, some bad news. Ultimately, it's on to Baltimore for them. And it's the Get Right here on 105 Through the Fan, where we're on to a segment where we go around the NFL, including some news about your Dallas Cowboys when training camp happens, and some news about the Cowboys quarterback. We'll do all of that next on The Fan.
Coming up Thursday morning on Sean and RJ, was it Riceker? Was it Sarr? Who went first in the NBA?
champion Rangers, 105.3 The Fan.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
It's Get Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Reginald Datatuli here with you alongside the three-time Hall of Famer Chris On.
Got you down.
Thanks for rolling with us on this Wednesday evening in the DFW. NBA draft going on. Round 1 of the NBA draft, I should say, going on. 5 picks on the books. #1 overall pick, Zachary Richichet from France. Alex Sarr, another Frenchman, goes to the Washington Wizards at 2. The Houston Rockets get Reed Shepherd, three-point shooter out of Kentucky. UConn picks up Stephon Castle out of UConn, who was a point guard. And #5, the Detroit Pistons pick up a G League Ignite small forward. You might know him around these parts. His name is Ron Holland II.
From Duncanville.
Shout out to Duncanville.
For the second year in a row, Duncanville gets a lottery pick in the NBA draft. This year's Ron Holland II, the small forward, 6'7", 197-pounder, standing on business. He ain't afraid to drive to the basket. Last year was Anthony Black. Congratulations to Duncanville.
Physical, aggressive, versatile wing is how he's described.
Standing on business.
Best of luck to him in Detroit as he begins his NBA career.
He's joining Cade Cunningham, everybody from Arlington, Seguin. And then you got the coach could be Sean Sweeney, the defense coordinator for the Mavericks.
He is in the running for that open head coaching job.
And Dennis Lindsay, who's in the front office with Nico Harrison.
He was a senior advisor to Nico.
Exactly.
Now goes to be the vice president of basketball operations there in Detroit. So yeah, a lot of ties between those two organizations. Mm-hmm. And look,
the Dallas-Fort Worth area.
There are rumors that that the Mavs and the Pistons could maybe do work in order to possibly have that Tim Hardaway Jr. deal go there. So that. You never know. Maybe that helps.
Let me throw in this caveat.
Mm-hmm.
And, it's all about, expiring contracts and his talent. The reason why the Pistons may be interested, not only because Lindsay spent some time with the Mavericks last year and is familiar with him, but people forget Tim Hardaway Jr. is very popular in Michigan. He led the Big Blue to the Final Four.
Yeah.
He took him to the Final Four. And whenever he plays in Detroit, he always has a big game. So it's kind of like sometimes the teams see what the guy does to you, but he also has a fan base there. And I'm not saying that's why they're going to trade for him, but that also helps. In other words, he may be able to find a shot up there.
It's possible. It is possible. So there you go. Those are some of the things that are happening on an NBA draft night. No big trade things. I'm trying to be like a chameleon. You know how sometimes you see the chameleons with their eyes pointed in all different ways? I'm trying to do that as much as I can to keep up with not just the actual selections that are being made, but some of the conversations that are being had around the league. And I haven't seen anything big pop up. But if they do, I'll do my best to let you know if there's something big coming, because trades is what we're really looking for. I know that some of the conversations, will the Mavs trade up out of that 58 spot last pick in the second round, which would be tomorrow? Maybe they trade into the first round. I find that hard to imagine. However, other trades that could happen around players could also happen on this day, whether it's the Mavs or elsewhere. So we'll keep our eyes for that on that.
There's a lot of chess going on, not just straight up checkers, trade machine stuff.
That's right. And so we'll keep our eyes on it. But for the time being, let's do what we do around this time and go around the NFL.
Here we go.
Here on the Get Right. And we begin by talking about your Dallas Cowboys and their yearly trip to Oxnard, California for training camp. We've got official dates. In fact, the Dallas Cowboys at Dallas Cowboys on Twitter put together a whole visual. They gave us the calendar with some palm trees and some sunny skies, some clear skies to let us know. Training camp less than a month away, as the first open practice happens July 25th. 26th, another open practice, and then that presser and opening ceremony that we're so used to, the Cowboys back together address. Weekend, or the state, like we like to call it, the state of the
union address,
state of the Cowboys. Saturday, July 27th. So it'll be hot and heavy. Cowboys training camp headed into the 2024 NFL season. In just about a month from today.
But like this, you already know home of the Cowboys, where all the shows will be flying out there. But more importantly, a whole lot of totals. Cowboy fans, they actually execute their vacations around going to Oxnard. And so now you know the schedule is out there, what days you might want to show up, because it's always a lot of activities, a lot of fun. out in that fresh air in California, get out of this Texas heat.
Yeah, we also know that they're going to have, you knew that their preseason game against the Rams on the 11th, they'll have a scrimmage with the Rams on the 8th, a few days before that. And
you might get some fights breaking out.
Yeah, man. I think that's the only one that I'm seeing on the schedule when we talk about scrimmages. I know that sometimes that these things can come together a little bit closer to those times. But, yeah, Cowboys getting ready to get back into it. And I know that the Cowboys create some eye rolls and all sorts of things. But at the very least, once you get into training camp, we can talk about the things that we see when it comes to that team. I understand that there's not always a lot of belief as to what happens after that, but at the very least, I know that there's some position battles that you want to see. I'd love to see what Trey Lance is actually working with. See if Cooper Beebe can throw dudes out of the club. How Tyler Guyton comes along. How Overshown looks coming off of his injury. There's some things that I think that are very interesting and worth having discussions of, and we'll be able to see in just about a month.
As I mentioned before, a lot of people work their vacations around getting out there. Make note of this date. Wednesday, August the 21st is the last day of practice in Oxnard. So if you want to go out there and watch them, you better get in before August 21st because that's when they pack it up and head back to Dallas.
So there you go. There you go. But yes, we got official dates for Cowboys training camp in Oxnard as we continue around.
And by the way, Dak Prescott will be there.
Yes, he will.
He will be there because there was some doubt. Wait a minute, I shouldn't even say it. There was this lawsuit. Remember the lady that filed the lawsuit?
Yeah,
the sexual assault lawsuit? It's been resolved.
Yes, it has.
The judge in the district court
in Collin County
dismissed the sexual assault lawsuit against Cowboys quarterback Dak Prescott, and she also scheduled a hearing for September 13th to determine if there's going to be sanctions levied against the Fort Worth woman who claimed he sexually assaulted her. In other words,
and if you're unfamiliar, this is from the accusation that came up earlier this year, February. This woman and her representative sent an email to Prescott requesting $100 million in exchange for not disclosing something that happened prior. I believe it was in 2017, if I have my years correct, but I could be incorrect.
It was way back when, and Dak and his attorney vigorously denounced it and said, we might sue her back.
Yeah, the incident was supposedly in the parking lot of a strip club.
In a car.
And the claim was that Dak Prescott allegedly had sexually assaulted her in that time. They had asked for money. Dak Prescott sued her and her representation, claiming blackmail. And then so she pursued charges in Dallas County. They threw that one out, or they decided to close that case and move it to Collin County. And that is where we got the news today.
Get this out of here.
That the judge ruled that the sexual assault accusation was unfounded. And so Dak Prescott, free and clear as he said that he would be. And so he's free and clear to fully continue to, obviously raise his family, but continue to play football for your Dallas Cowboys.
A little baby daughter and his fiance.
So there you go. That more clean and clear news when it comes to your Dallas Cowboys. Elsewhere around the league, another quarterback, probably the best quarterback in the league. His name is
Patrick Mahomes.
Patrick Mahomes. That's right. And he doing some things where he's shirking the rules a little bit. Because you know how he likes shirking defenders. He be moving around. He's doing that with the rules a little bit because the NFL has rules that prohibit players from promoting alcohol. Even though they got,
you can't talk about beer unless you're retired.
They got alcohol all over all these stadiums and stuff.
It's crazy.
But as you're a player, you can't promote alcohol. I don't know why.
You cannot do a beer commercial. You can't talk about Ciroc. You can't talk about name a beverage.
Yeah, I don't know about all that. However, Patrick Mahomes has found a way to get his money regardless, as he is working with Coors Light. He has filmed a Coors Light commercial.
What? How can he get around that?
Well, the way that he gets around that is that they have filmed the commercial. However, the commercial will be buried in a time capsule only to be unveiled once he eventually retires from football.
That's clever.
Now
that is very clever.
They've tried to kind of also put a part of the commercial out with a behind the scenes kind of filming, filming of. But
because that's not a commercial.
Yes,
it's just a documentary.
Right. And so that's
clever.
That is really clever. And also, man, at this point, we doing a lot just to make this go, aren't we?
Hey, we'll put it like this. It's no different to me than Fox giving Tom Brady $400 million up front before he even retired to go into the booth. You follow what I'm saying? It's like, okay, you're going to invest in the people want to know something about this guy. I'm talking about Brady doing a broadcast, not knowing if he's good or not. And then Patrick Mahomes, you already know that, he can do a beer commercial when he retires. Let's go ahead and lock it in now so that Miller Lite or nobody else can do it. Coors, we got you down. And I think that's clever to say, well, you know what? Let's call it a documentary, and it's not really commercial, and people can watch that too. And the time capsule thing, I'm serious. It's no different than waiting on Brady to get in the booth.
Well, there you go. So Patrick Mahomes,
and he's getting his money up front.
And he's got a lot of money. He took a team-friendly deal, but when it comes down to it, you got to also make that money off the field.
Endorsements, man.
There he is making those endorsements.
And I love the cleverness. I'm serious. I love the creativity on it.
Now, I know you love a guessing game, so I'm going to take these last few minutes before we wrap up around the NFL to do a little guessing game. We've got odds on, and this is courtesy of DraftKings Sportsbook, because of course, but we've got odds on the players, or the odds on who might win NFL Offensive and Defensive Player of the Year. Now, I have those lists, and I will let you know that a Cowboy is involved on either one of them. Would you like to go offense or defense here first?
Let's go with defense and say Micah Parsons.
Ding, ding, ding. Micah Parsons, second best odds, or actually, sorry, my bad. I can't read right. Tied for first best odds to win Defensive Player of the Year this year. Do you know who, or you want to take a wild guess at who he might be tied with?
Oh, how about some guy that plays for the 49ers?
Not that one.
The other one. He plays for
the
Chargers.
No,
wait. I thought you were talking about one of the
because Nick Bosa is tied for second odds.
Yeah, I thought it was either one of them Bosas.
It's a different defensive end that Micah Parsons is tied with.
Myles
here.
Garrett.
Myles Garrett, oddly enough, at a plus 800, plus 550 is Micah Parsons, along with TJ Watt.
The guy who should have been a Cowboy. Cowboy fans will not forget that. Taco Charlton was not the answer, and everybody knew it on draft night.
But look, Micah Parsons, at least when it comes to the odds, tied for the best odds with TJ Watt to win Defensive Player of the Year. Nick Bosa and Max Crosby at plus 700, and as you mentioned, Myles Garrett, the local product, plus 700 himself, plus 800 himself. Aiden Hutchinson, Will Anderson, Danielle Hunter, Josh Allen, the pass rusher, all come in after that. So, Micah Parsons, good standing. That makes sense, right? Like, he's one of the best pass rushers,
he's
if not
always
the best
in there.
in the league.
He got to show it in December and January.
All right, before we go here, odds on who will win NFL Offensive Player of the Year, again, courtesy of DraftKings Sportsbook.
For those who must have forgot, because the playoff game made you so mad, Dak Prescott came in second last year. I'm going to say Dak Prescott.
Well, that's MVP.
Oh, MVP. My bad.
I'm talking Offensive Player of the Year, and typically they'll move away from the quarterback on this.
The wide receiver, CeeDee Lamb.
That's right. He has the third best odds.
Oh,
yes.
Okay.
Can you give me your best guess at who has the first and second best odds?
Could they also be wide receivers?
One is a wide receiver, one is a running back. I feel like that gives you the answer right there.
Oh, Saquon Barkley?
Not Saquon. Saquon has plus 1,600. I didn't mention CeeDee Lamb, a plus 900 for that. Saquon Barkley a little bit further down there.
Who would be the running back?
A dude who carried his offense almost on his back and really made it go on a team that was very good in the NFC. In fact, a team that you don't like to see is the Cowboys.
A running? But San Francisco 49ers.
That's right.
Yes.
Christian McCaffrey.
My favorite college running back.
That's right.
I thought he should have won the Heisman. I was so mad he didn't win that.
He has the second best odds at his plus 750. And the best odds for offensive player of the year, Tyreek Hill, man, who was gunning for that 2,000 yards. We'll see if he can do that again this year. So there you go.
They going to give Tua his money, by the way? This quarterback his money?
They are looking at him, and they're not trying to offer him.
They're allergic to him.
The reports are he's not being offered from the Dolphins a deal in the range of Jared Goff or Trevor Lawrence, right? Like, so they're not viewing him in that way.
That's so wrong.
That's going to be
all he doesn't do is stay healthy.
Going to be a tough negotiation.
Joe Burrow.
There.
Seriously, Joe Burrow's been out as much as Tua.
Yeah, but then we're talking about the talent gap, and that's a whole different conversation.
I know. Joe Burrow. Did you see what Joe Burrow was wearing in that fashion show?
I did not, but I heard enough about it. And what's funny,
saw the pictures.
I keep hearing it from people that don't like it, and I'm like, if you don't like it, you don't really have to talk about it like that.
All these fashion shows are out there anyway, but he was wearing a suit, and when he walked past down the runway, the whole back was cut out. In other words, the shirt back was cut out.
He want to show you that he's been doing it work.
Yeah,
he's been doing his back days.
First of all, a lot of these fashions and these fashion shows, nobody will ever wear that stuff for real.
Yeah, it's not practical. It's not practical fashion.
But he did walk the runway.
And good for him.
Good for him.
Good for him.
I always like Joe Cool. I'm serious. Joe Burrow's one of my favorite quarterbacks.
He really, like, that Joe Cool is well earned. Like, he really does be kicking it in a very cool way. But there you go. That's how we go around the NFL here on the Get Right on 105.3 The Fan. It's an NBA draft night one evening. I have not seen big news. We'll keep our eyes on that as well. We're just going down the draft board as it currently stands.
Big boy from UConn went to Portland.
Yes, Donovan Klingland. So he will be a Portland Trailblazer, at least as far as we know right now, because, again, trades happen. All
and
those
props
types of
again
things
to Ron Howard II.
That's right.
Ron Holland II from Duncanville.
That's right. So there you go. Coming up next here on the Get Right, let's do something that I like to call Of Note or Nah. Are these stories that are happening right now of note interesting to you or nah? We'll discuss that next on The Fan.
More and more of you are turning us on and leaving us on. Hashtag Dolo, baby. Thank you for listening to 105.3 The Fan and our Odyssey app presented by Comerica.
The economy is on the brink of a major crisis, and legendary actor Kevin Sorbo has your lifeline. Along with the experts at Noble Gold Investments, Sorbo has created the Economic Crisis Toolkit. And now, Sorbo's making this incredible toolkit available to you absolutely free. Go to noblegoldinvestments.com now and claim your free toolkit before it's too late.
Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for up to half the cost. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single line 1, 5, and 10 gig data plans with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plans offered by T-Mobile and Verizon January 2024.
If Heineken Silver was a 60-second radio ad, it'd tell you all the stuff you need to know in only 30 seconds to keep things light and refreshing. Seriously, time me. Heineken Silver, a world-class light beer that's surprisingly crisp and refreshing, made with only premium quality ingredients and just 2.9 grams of carbs and 95 calories, all without compromising on taste. Heineken Silver, all the taste, no bitter endings. Order now at Heineken.com/silver. Must be 21 and older to purchase. Enjoy Heineken responsibly. Whew, 30 seconds, that's it. Done. Peace.
Dolos! Join us for extra innings after every game on 105.3 The Fan. And give a shout out to Uber Eats for teaming up with us and delivering home run deals to you and your family all season long. Check out their all-star lineup of the best restaurants on the Uber Eats app.
Hey folks, Gavin Dawson here. I've got an incredible deal to tell you about. Right now, you get bonus days to save during Window Nation's semi-annual sale. Happens now through June 30th. Getting quality, affordable windows is a really big deal, and Window Nation has extended their sale to give you 50% off all of them. Plus, they're offering 0% interest for 5 years. It gets even better, though. When you schedule an estimate now, you'll get a bonus 10% off. If your windows are ready to handle the summer heat, congratulations. But if you're tired of paying high utility bills for air conditioning all summer, it's probably because your windows are no longer efficient, and that's a big deal. With Window Nation's semi-annual sale, replace your windows and save a big deal, too. I love Window Nation. You are going to, so do not wait. This month, only 50% off all windows, plus 0% interest for 5 years, and that bonus savings offer when you schedule your appointment right now. But hurry, this sale will end June 30th. Schedule a fast, no-obligation in-home estimate with the pros at Window Nation. Do not miss your chance to save. It's 866-90-NATION or windownation.com, 866-90-NATION, windownation.com. Check it out now.
It's time to warm up that scoreboard and get ready to bring home the win with Specs. Specs has you covered with lower prices on all your favorite fan fuel. From craft beer, rare spirits, and world-class wine to chips, dips, and gourmet finer foods. And with same-day delivery when you order online or through the app, Specs is your MVP for the biggest score of the game. At Specs, the fun starts here.
Here's to you, cheers to savings. Need inspiration? Shop Kroger for over 30,000 mouth-watering choices with savings beyond low prices, like digital coupons worth over $600 each week and up to $1 off per gallon at the pump. More savings and more inspiring flavors make Kroger worth it every time. Kroger, fresh for everyone. Fuel restrictions apply.
Save big on 12 packs of Coca-Cola, Dr. Pepper, or Pepsi. Select varieties or buy 2, get 3 free with your card. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and her studios, it's time for the Get Right on 105.3 The Fan.
Yes, indeed, it is the Get Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Reginald Atatula here with you alongside the three-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold.
Got you down.
We got Larry D. Flores on the ones and twos, and you rolling with us on this Wednesday evening in the DFW.
Hot Wednesday.
Definitely a hot Wednesday. Oh boy, it is nice and.
I grabbed the steering wheel, burned my fingers.
I can't tell if you joking or not. Honestly,
I saw a dog chasing a cat, and both of them was walking. Too damn hot.
The things that me and my friends usually say about hot days, I probably shouldn't say on air, but it is one of them days. Hope you're keeping cool and hope that you're having a good time hanging out with us here on the Get Right on 105.3 The Fan. We got you till 11 p.m. this evening, as we are wont to do. NBA draft night when it comes to the first round is already going.
In the books.
Eight picks deep. We have a trade when it comes to draft picks, as Rob Dillingham drafted at number 8 to the San Antonio Spurs, but the Minnesota Timberwolves will ultimately employ his services. They called him. It was like, hey, let me get that. And so, yeah, we have a trade there, but none of the big things as we are continually on trade watch for your Dallas Mavericks. A lot of conversation about Tim Hardaway Jr. and the ways that the teams that might be interested in acquiring his services.
Yeah, Mavericks and his agent are both trying to work a trade.
Yes, they are. So keeping an eye out for that. In addition to, we've seen some big time trades happen over the last 24, 48 hours in the NBA. So a lot of anticipation of what could be elsewhere as well, as Zach Edey, the big time center from Purdue, and I believe, if I remember correctly, back-to-back Naismith Basketball Player of the Year in the NCAA. He goes to the Memphis Grizzlies to continue the grit and grind culture, I guess. But let's do a little something. Actually, before I get there, also, if you are so inclined, to the Copa America, Mexico in action right now against Venezuela. Just kicked off here about 5 minutes ago. 0-0 is the score there. But now we go to something that I am calling of no or nah. I got some things that are happening, some sports stuff. And so, CA, you, and of course the listeners on the Frankel Injury Attorney text line, 877-881-1053, on Twitch, on YouTube, let me know if this is of note or just nah. We begin with somebody who just started at their new job. After their last job, they left with a bang. His name is Jim Schlossnagle. He is the new head coach at the University of Texas when it comes to their baseball program. The reason why this comes up, if that name sounds familiar, I'm just like, why is that notable? A few days ago, I guess this on Monday, in fact, so literally a couple days ago, the Texas A&M Aggies played for an opportunity to win the NCAA baseball championship against the Tennessee Volunteers. They fall in Game 3 of the College World Series.
They won the first one, lost the second one, and lost the last one, Game 3. 6-5, I believe.
Yes, it was 6-5. I remember.
Close.
Yeah, it was a tight game, and so a really good.
That close. That program had never won baseball.
They had never been to the College World Series final.
Yeah,
and so that was their first time in that place. It was a big time opportunity for Texas A&M on a very good season. And so after the game, with understanding that there had been a little bit of a scuttlebutt, or there had been some feelings as to maybe Schlossnagle taking another job, he was asked about it by a reporter at Texas.
Everybody knew. They just wasn't asking.
Coach, with respect to the difficult outcome tonight, but with the rumors circulating today about a specific job opening, what do you have to say about your future in Aggie land?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty selfish of you to ask me that question, to be honest with you. But I left my family to be the coach at Texas A&M. I took the job at Texas A&M to never take another job again, and that hasn't changed in my mind. That's unfair to talk about something like that. That'd be like you asking Montgomery if he's going to sign in the draft. But I understand you got to ask the question, but I gave up a big part of my life to come take this job, and I've poured every ounce of my soul in this job, and I've given this job every single ounce I can possibly give it. So write that.
Right that.
Right there.
There was no denial there, mind you. He just got indignant and told that man that it was selfish.
And he should have never said selfish, but he also was telling on himself, saying, y'all don't know I'm leaving, but I did everything. left my family to help for Texas A&M. I never thought I was going to leave.
He's talking about like he went to Vietnam. Jim Schlossnagle, less than 24 hours later, it was announced, reported that he would be taking the job at the rival of Texas A&M, Texas, to be the baseball coach there. And today he had his introductory press conference. This is cut 6 here, Larry, where at least he did this for Richard Zane, the Texas Ags reporter who had asked him the question.
When the game ended, I want to publicly apologize to Richard Zane from Texas Ags. He's a young reporter. He asked the question. That was an obvious question. I wish I could have answered that better. But in the moment, 30 minutes after the last pitch, all I could think about was our players. And I really wasn't in the mood to talk about myself or the future. So I apologize for that to Richard.
I give him credit for that, and I actually believe that answer. I really do.
All right. Well, my thing about it is, right there. That's right. I forgot. I had not thought about it until this moment. The person that is on the ones and twos right now is Larry D. Flores, who is a Texas alum. I forgot that this is going to hit a little closer for him. So he's having, I think he's enjoying about this. Hey man, like I understand how this goes in some ways, right? You don't. All right, no, we're not doing the choo choo song. Get that out of here. Get the choo choo song out of here. All right.
I've been working on the railroad.
But
the choo choo song.
I do think that.
I went to OU.
I do think that, yeah, that's right. I feel like if our guy Jim Schlossnagle, I understand you don't want to answer that outright, but I think that there's ways to do this without again, belittling, berating the writer.
He should have been more prepared, knowing that was already out there. Yeah, it really was. It was like UT fired their coach. They knew. Everybody knew. He just wasn't prepared to answer it in the moment, and he handled it wrong. I do believe his apology, but I mean, he just handled the first part wrong.
So I appreciate him apologizing. Could have been a better apology, but I'll take what I got here, especially since there's a lot of coaches that end up doing this and don't apologize. I understand that's a low bar, but it is what it is. Of note or not, CA?
Of note?
All right.
With the apology?
Yeah. The development that goes.
Yeah, because if he had never apologized, I would have been, that guy's a jerk.
Yeah, and there was a lot of that guy's a jerk conversation
for
yesterday.
24 hours.
Yeah. So there you go. Jim Schlossnagle.
In other words, he was attacking the messenger just for asking the question. It was a legit question.
I am interested to see A&M fans. Is that going to do anything for you? The fact that he came back and apologized after, or no, he's dead to me regardless. 877-881-1053 as we keep it moving here. Of note or not.
And by the way, I'm not mad at him for taking the UT money, because UT's got big money and they got a hell of a reputation for their program. And don't get me wrong, it's not like dude grew up wanting to be an Aggie coach. He just stopped there and made their program better. Bye, Lucius is leaving the building.
Hey, shout out to my man, LA Live.
Network.
540 every evening or every afternoon, evening, basically. Depending on if it's 105 through the fan. That's right.
It's wintertime, it's the evening.
That's right. Let's continue. Of note or not.
Snake.
Yeah. Okay. I guess not as much love in the heart from Aggie Land. Okay.
Well,
all right.
Gonna do the other one real quick, because it's co-signed. He says he answered that question like this is from the 469. He answered that question like a cheater to their spouse. How dare you question my love and loyalty to you?
Right.
We've been banging everything in the kitchen sink.
Yeah, apparently so.
It said was that old joke by Eddie Murphy? Who you gonna believe, me or your lying eyes?
Your lying eyes. All right, man.
Never admit.
We can go one of two ways here. You want to go podcast or you want to go Olympics?
Podcast for 3, Jim.
All right, I like what we're doing here. This is another audio selection, so good choice here. I'm gonna need here cut number 10, Larry. If you've been keeping up with 105 Through the Fan, I know we talked about this, but everywhere talked about this a little bit. You familiar with Matt Stafford? He's local guy.
Oh, yeah, former Highland Park quarterback, now quarterback of the Super Bowl champion. He took him to Super Bowl, the L.A. Rams.
That's right.
Rams quarterback.
And there was
his wife's got a podcast.
Yeah, she does, and she was talking sometime recently. I believe the pod is called, oh goodness, what's the name of the pod again? Off the Vine Pod. And she was talking about how their relationship came together at Georgia. It got a little salacious.
Wait, so was he trying to casually date and you were all in?
Oh, yeah, girl. Anyways, long story short, it wasn't that cute of a relationship at first. I hated him. I loved him. I dated the backup to piss him off, which worked.
Yes.
He was like,
that'll do it.
He was the bad boy, too. Like, Matthew's so sweet and Southern gentleman and all that stuff. And the backup was the complete opposite.
Yeah.
Ooh, and it upset him. So they lived in the same dorm, because athletes lived in the same dorm, and he would see my car there. And so at one point, he, waited
and followed me out and got in my car and wouldn't get out. Stop. And he was like,
"This is so hot."
I was like, "This is amazing. It's working." Yeah. I was get out of my car and he was like, he's not right for you. And I was like, what? You can't tell me that.
Chick chat.
Yeah, but look, that's salacious, right?
It is.
And so it got the people going as is that's supposed to do. And people went and started looking. Well, who was the backup? Because she did say it was the backup quarterback.
Here it is.
A gentleman named Joe Cox got a lot of looks. People were looking at him like, hey, that's probably the dude. And yeah, that caused a lot of uproar. Kelly Stafford, I believe today, put on her Instagram a picture of Joe Cox and his family and a caption that read as follows: "To this beautiful fam, I am sorry for the media storm that happened last week that made its way into your lives. You had zero involvement in what I spoke about, and in fact, it was y'all's relationship in college that I looked up to and wanted for me and Matthew. You were the couple that everyone thinks Matthew and I was. Y'all were the UGA quarterback and cheerleader that met and never let go. I love y'all." So, an apology on Instagram to Joe Cox and his family, seemingly kind of confirming that was the backup quarterback that she dated in order to make Matthew Stafford jealous. CA, of note or nah?
It's of note. She should have left it alone. But let me tell you what she did. She just told the whole world she's a baddie. He married a baddie.
Oh, she was like, yeah, I can go right now.
She diabolical.
It was diabolical.
To date the backup quarterback just to make him mad, she a baddie.
Yeah. But yeah,
look it up. Watch the TV show. You know what I'm talking about. The ones who know, the women, they baddies. They call themselves baddies.
I was shocked that she left that level of detail. I'm glad that she came back around.
See, she got all comfortable on that podcast with her friend.
Podcasts be doing it to these folks, man.
They probably sipping on some stuff.
We probably need to have a government agency regulate some of these podcast microphones. People be getting themselves into too much trouble.
Real comfortable.
All right, one more of note or nah here on the Get Right on 105.3 The Fan. This is the Olympic story that I have here, as NBC, obviously, they have the rights to the Olympics. And one of the things about the Olympics is we've gone from a place where there was one channel, just NBC, and they curated everything, to now there's just so much stuff that they're able to carry live, whether it's USA and all the other channels or Peacock streaming, where you can go and you can watch all of these things, right? And there's so much to consume. And so in order to make all of this a little bit more palatable, the NBC, their Peacock app, they're going to try and create recaps for people so that, hey, you know, what you're interested in. We can get you updates on what's happening.
Round the clock.
They're doing this in a very particular way.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to use artificial intelligence to curate specific to the people the recaps that they want to watch. And if that's AI is a little bit of a dicey situation right now, it gets a little weirder, as this is the voice that'll be talking to you. It might sound familiar because he did Sunday Night Football for a very long time.
Hi, Kelly. Welcome to your daily Olympic recap, your personal rundown of yesterday's most thrilling Olympic moments. Since you're a swimming fan, let's head right to the pool. Team USA secured a stunning victory in the men's 4x100 meter medley relay, smashing the world record. Over at the diving venue, Krista Palmer showcased resilience and skill, overcoming past knee surgeries to qualify for the women's springboard final. Meanwhile, a tough break.
All right,
that's not him. That's AI.
That is the voice of Al Michaels, but it is AI generated
with his approval.
And that's just wild to me. So, of note or not, is this something that's like a big deal for you, or you're just like, nah, it's just a thing?
It's huge, and let me explain why. Nobody ever thought they would go there, and you're wondering, well, Al Michaels approved of it. Now he's older, and it's like people were like saying, why don't they just give him the money and let him do it? Because it's a lot of work. And he could do it from his own home, but it's like he doesn't need to be doing these individual things. You got a computer that can do it.
Yeah, it's impossible for him to have the individual updates for everyone.
But to use his voice as opposed to, but they want that credibility, but that's not him. You know, it's like listening to, well, you've probably seen it online, social media, a AI Drake song or AI Rihanna doing somebody else's song, because people can just throw that out there, and that's not even that artist.
And I mean, one of the big things here, as you mentioned, is like he gives his, it's with his permission, but it feels like it's like that slow drip towards the things that are like as we get closer towards the line of ethics or what have you. And shout out to Swaggy Booties who says he sounds more excited than when he announces a Thursday night game. That's uncalled for.
That's a fact.
You didn't have to do that.
That's a fact.
But
Swaggy Booty telling the truth.
I think it's kind of interesting what they're trying to accomplish there. Like, hey, give everybody an individual, personalized experience for the Olympics. Just kind of a little, I don't know if spooky is the right word, and maybe I'm just too scary behind this AI stuff, but it's just like, oh, that's weird. But yes, I felt like this is of note because the AI space is one that I think we all have a lot of questions about, like the ethics and the morals around it.
I will say this, about 2 or 3 years ago, there was a scientist that was working for Google, and he was explaining it's out of control, and you have no idea what's going to happen next, because he said they were doing a chess match where you get the information and give the different robots the information, the AI information, and they were making chess moves, and this one robot did his own move and won. It was nothing that was programmed. He said, y'all don't even know. This stuff is scarier than you think. I'll never forget that.
Well, there you go. A little of note or nah when it comes to the Get Right here on 105.3 The Fan. I'm still a little bit weirded out by the Al Michaels of this song.
Sounded much like him. And Al said, yeah, it sounded just like me. And I approve of it.
Somebody said from the 817, going to have AI and Morgan Freeman narrate my life. This is the thing. You don't even need AI. Morgan Freeman will do that. Like, you just have to pay him. Morgan Freeman seems like sometimes I wonder if he needs money, because he does a lot of voiceover work.
He really does.
Some stuff that I'm like, this feels like it's
good
beneath
money.
you.
It's too easy for him.
I guess it is. Shout out to Morgan Freeman. It's the Get Right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Money.
Yeah, he keeps getting more apparently. Coming up next, earlier this week we saw the Florida Panthers in a thrilling Stanley Cup Final Game 7 win, and finally for the first time in their franchise history, they win a title. So which team without a title will be the next one to get a win? Let's discuss that next on The Fan.
If Heineken Silver was a 60-second radio ad, it'd tell you all the stuff you need to know in only 30 seconds to keep things light and refreshing. Seriously, time me. Heineken Silver, a world-class light beer that's surprisingly crisp and refreshing, made with only premium quality ingredients and just 2.9 grams of carbs and 95 calories, all without compromising on taste. Heineken Silver, all the taste, no bitter endings. Order now at Heineken.com/silver. Must be 21 and older to purchase. Enjoy Heineken responsibly. Whew, 30 seconds, that's it. Done. Peace.
Friends, you've been hearing me talk about My Computer Career for some time now. If you're working way too hard for too little money with no growth opportunities, it might be time to take the next step. In just a few short months, My Computer Career can help prepare you for a more recession-resistant career in the growing fields of IT, cybersecurity, or even AI. No prior experience is needed, but if you're already in IT, they can help you level up your skills as well. Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take their free career evaluation today.
Need inspiration? Shop Kroger for over 30,000 mouth-watering choices with savings beyond low prices, like digital coupons worth over $600 each week and up to $1 off per gallon at the pump. More savings and more inspiring flavors make Kroger worth it every time. Kroger, fresh for everyone. Fuel restrictions apply.
Save big on USDA Choice untrimmed beef brisket sold whole in bag. They're only $1.87 a pound with your card and digital coupon. Limit 2. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
I'm Tiffany, founder of Harlem Pilates. When I couldn't find Pilates in my neighborhood, I started a studio from my studio apartment. Chase Inc. helped me grow from 1 Pilates studio to 3. Because when you start small, you're going to need some big help.
With the Chase Inc. Business Cash Card, you can earn up to 5% cash back on business essentials, so your business can go from here to possible. Chase for business. Make more what's yours. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Cards issued by J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Hey, Tolos, RJ Choppy here for the best Ford dealership on the east side of the Metroplex. In Terrell, it's Platinum Ford. Owner Stephen Gilchrist, GM Adam Vinci. They're both Tolos. Taking care of the Tolos each and every day when it comes to the purchase of your brand new Ford truck or SUV. Adam's got everything from Super Duties on the ground to full-size Broncos, Raptor F-150s, the all-new Ford Lightning. All you need to do is get over to Terrell to see him right between I-20 and Highway 80. You can start the process online at PlatinumFord.com and drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Ford.
You've heard it said before, you need to get your teeth cleaned twice per year. But did you know that a marketing company in the 1920s actually came up with that? After asking my dentist at Kissable Dental about it, I found out that most people need cleanings more than that. They have an outstanding offer to boost your insurance and get you those necessary cleanings. Good health includes good oral health. So let Kissable Dental help keep you healthy and that breath clean. Ask about their cleaning options today and call 972-779-KISS or visit kissabledental.com. Your kissable journey starts today.
If your security equipment is older than 5 years, it's time to upgrade to DFW Security. Protect your home, business, or large commercial facility now with the latest technology from DFW Security. Your local experts for over 30 years.
DFWsecurity.com. All right, so there we were, cruising through the new open-air zoo when I realized that the park was closing in like 15 minutes. Luckily, we were in my Nissan Rogue. With its powerful VC turbo engine, we had time to see all the animals. Whoa! And outrun a few!
Drive the Nissan Rogue.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? On America's birthday weekend? Why not stop by America's #1 brakes destination? Right now, you can save 15% when you buy a set of OE quality Duralast pads and rotors, and up to 50% when you bundle Shop Pro brake cleaner and brake fluid with Sil Glide brake lubricant. It's just part of our 4th of July sale at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
If your AC unit has been repaired 2 or more times, it's time to call A#1 Air for a guaranteed repair.
We do the job the right way, not the easy way. Hi, I'm James Green, the president of A#1 Air. If you need a new system, we're here for you 24/7 with no overtime charges.
Now receive our free home surge protection with the new HVAC unit, doing the job right. The home pros at A#1 Air. Mention at time of scheduling. Cannot be combined with any other offers. Expires 6/30/24.
It's the most anticipated WNBA season in history.
And you know what that means. Court is back in session.
Welcome to Queens of the Court, an Odyssey original podcast.
I'm your girl, Cheryl Swoop.
And I'm Jordan Robinson. All WNBA season long, we'll be bringing you interviews with star athletes, analysis on your favorite teams,
and lots of hot takes.
Order in the court.
Follow and listen to Queens of the Court on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to for car and truck wrecks in Dallas.
Get right here on 105.3 The Fan. Reginald Datatula here with you alongside the 3-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold.
Got you down. I was about to say thank you.
Well, I mean, I didn't give you the 3-time Hall of Famer moniker. You made it into the Hall of Fame. I'm just speaking facts at this point. You don't have to thank me for that. Thank you, in fact.
I appreciate the Tolos for allowing me to share all these times over these years.
And appreciate the Tolos for hanging out with us on this evening and getting involved, texting in on the truckwreck.com or Frankel injury attorney text line, rather, 877-881-1053. Hanging out in the YouTube and the Twitch chats, including Blake Alexander, who's tapped into the draft, in fact, making sure that we knew that the Thunder took Nikola Topic with their 12th pick, with their 12th overall pick, rather. Nikola Topic. Dangerously close to Nikola Jokic as a name, and I imagine that helped his stock out. But no, he's a dude that widely regarded as a top 5 type talent in this draft, but he had knee injuries.
Yeah.
OKC is viewed as a high, top-notch medical team, and so there you go. That's a pair that makes sense.
Guard, Serbia.
Yeah, so, I mean, nothing super interesting in my opinion when it comes to the draft as of yet. We did have one instance where the Minnesota Timberwolves moved up in order to pick up one of these players. But, I mean, nothing major happening as of right now. Ron Holland gets drafted. Ron Holland II, I should say. Gets drafted to the Detroit Pistons.
Duncanville. Back-to-back lottery picks 2 years in a row. Anthony Black did it last year.
Yep, and Ron Holland meets up with another DFW product, Cade Cunningham. He did say that they've done some open runs together. They haven't talked in a little bit, but I imagine that'll change very soon here. So, yeah, I mean, that's what's happening thus far. Nothing super major as of yet. No, your Dallas Mavericks are not selecting tonight unless something major happens. They do not own their first-round pick. And so,
you know, it's kind of interesting. The Mavericks pick, which they parlayed to the Knicks. It was the Knicks that they owe the Porzingis pick. That's number 24 pick in the draft. and the Knicks have the number 25 pick. The Knicks don't care about either one of those picks. I'm just wondering what they might do.
Not right now.
Not right now. It's like, I mean, they got their Villanova squad.
But, I mean, there is something to be said. They just gave OG Anunoby a big old bag. He's going to be making over $40 million a year.
Did.
So, honestly, draft picks are going to be more and more important in this new CBA
I wonder
world.
what they do with those. I wonder if they parlay those to somebody else.
They might, or they might just draft them, right? Like, in
They
this
can't
day and
pay
age.
nobody.
Yeah, but in this day and age, when it comes to like rookies, having that cost-controlled, labor-controlled players, especially if they can be role players for
bodies,
you,
yep.
they're going to matter big time, especially when if you're having to pay the big-time players big money. And that's where Oklahoma City is in a really good place because they've got a lot of guys that they know can contribute and a lot of picks to be able to add in and make sure that you have role
They got
players.
options out there. Wazoo.
Shout out to the 940 who does mention something that I should have noted. Zach Edey gets drafted 9th overall to the Memphis
center.
Grizzlies. And that is viewed as an overdraft if you look at the ways that a lot of the mock drafts have been going. So that's kind of the things that happen. But I mean, there's a lot of people that go Zach Edey, okay. And so if that's the big news that we're dealing with right now,
he's 7'4".
He's got a little bit of grace to him, but it's a slow grace.
But like this, they're looking at him to run a pick and roll for Ja Morant. That's all they're looking for.
Well, I mean, I wonder how much they're just looking to replace Steven Adams, who they traded away to get just a solid guy, sets good screens, gets rebounds, those types of things. But here we go. The Florida Panthers, salute to them, winning Lord Stanley's Cup this week in what was a thrilling Game 7 of the Stanley Cup Final. I enjoyed that greatly, start to finish, buzzer to buzzer when it comes to their win over the Edmonton Oilers. And they won their first title in franchise history. I believe it was something like 30-something years. And they managed to get themselves on the board. So there was a group of 36 major professional sports in America, and I guess Canada as well, that had not won a title, and the Florida Panthers took themselves off of the table. So the question is, to the Tolos and to you, CA, which of the franchises without champions will be the next to do it?
Without championship?
Yeah, without a championship. Now, I can run through it. It's 35 teams. You ready? Because I got to do this one time.
Well, I can tell you right now, I think it's going to be an NFL team, and I can tell you which team it is going to be.
Oh, okay, so you're ready. You don't even want me to give you any ideas.
But the Tolos need to hear this.
Okay, so here we go. We're gonna try and do this.
Can I say my guess real quick?
Please do.
The Detroit Lions.
Okay, that's a good guess. They're on one of these teams, as you know. Arizona Cardinals, Atlanta Falcons.
Yep.
Buffalo Bills, interestingly enough. Obviously, they had the Four Falls of Buffalo where they got damn close. Carolina Panthers.
Yep. Houston Texans.
Cincinnati Bengals. Have not won one.
They've been there, but they haven't won it.
Cleveland Browns, as you mentioned, the Detroit Lions. Houston Texans, another team. That could be interesting there.
I just mentioned that.
Jacksonville Jaguars. Chargers, as you mentioned. Minnesota Vikings. Tennessee Titans.
Vikings been to the Super Bowl 4 times.
Now, if you
not
want
this century.
Yeah, you want to get into the basketball of it. Brooklyn Nets haven't.
Nope.
Charlotte Hornets haven't.
Nope.
Indiana Pacers. Los Angeles Chargers haven't won a title. Or sorry, Los Angeles Clippers. I mean, the Chargers haven't either, but there you go. Memphis Grizzlies.
Nope.
Minnesota Timberwolves. New Orleans Pelicans.
Nope.
Orlando Magic.
Right.
Phoenix Suns.
Magic, by the way, went to the finals twice with Shaq and with Dwight Howard. Couldn't get it done.
Absolutely. Utah Jazz. And then in baseball, the Rockies haven't. The Brewers haven't, who unfortunately finished out a sweep against the Rangers earlier today.
They thirsty.
San Diego Padres. Nope. Seattle Mariners. I don't know. If you can't get it done with 135 million wins and still not get it done, I don't know when you get it done. Tampa Bay Rays haven't done it.
Nope. And they should have won it against the Dodgers in Arlington.
Yeah, they were damn close.
They messed over the pitcher. I was so mad. It's like, why are you? He got all off season. He didn't get hurt. He took him back. Well, he's already thrown enough pitches. I was so mad about that. And again, I don't dislike the Dodgers. I'm just saying I hate that logic. Well, the book says. So those are the ones.
And then in the hockey sphere, the Sabres.
Yep.
The Blue Jackets.
By the way, there's something about the Bills and the Sabres.
Yeah. Both them Buffalo teams not coming through in that way.
The Cowboys and the Stars blocked.
Yep.
Those Dallas teams that blocked.
You love to see it, honestly. The Wild.
Yep. So he got Minnesota.
You brought the North Stars in, and you were like, "Hey, we'll take that title."
Yeah, the Wild. You got the the T-Wolves and you got the Vikings. Minnesota ain't won. Yes.
Yeah, they're out there down bad. The Twins have done something for them, though, so shout out to them.
Yes, I was there for some of those World
Nashville Predators, Ottawa Senators, San Jose Sharks, Canucks, Vancouver Canucks, and the Winnipeg Jets. None of them have won championships. A lot of teams there, but you went right in for the Detroit Lions. What about the Detroit Lions makes you go, yeah, this is the team that's going to be the next one to cross themselves off the list of the franchises without championships?
I think they showed a lot of people in that NFC Championship game when they were one half away from going to the Super Bowl. I think it depends on who the matchup is in the Super Bowl, but I just think they have what it takes. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying it's far and away, but out of the list you've listed, and I love Cincinnati with Joe Burrow.
Yeah.
But I just think that Detroit, because the NFC is a little bit easier than the AFC, as long as you got to go through Patrick Mahomes, Buffalo and Cincinnati going to have a hard time. So is Baltimore's already won some championships, though.
And I want to get back to that point, but on the text line from the 817, Dallas a full city with champions? I guess we're just different. And I think that is an opportunity to stop and appreciate, even though the Cowboys be annoying the hell out of us of late, appreciate what the city has been over the entirety of its course, which is a shout out to the Rangers adding in and making sure that they're a part of it, winning the 2023 World Series. But there's a lot of metro areas that don't have any of their teams with a championship.
None.
And so the idea that the DFW has all of the major men's American sports teams with a championship somewhere in their history is something notable. But I like the Lions as a pick here, right? Because obviously they were just in that conference championship, so they were 2 steps away in that way.
I mean, they had a huge halftime lead, and they just kept playing aggressively and not making plays. In other words, not catching the ball. They were doing the same thing. It's like, dude, just run the ball, keep the ball away from San Francisco, but they were being aggressive. But again, Coach Campbell was like, that's what got us here.
Yeah, and I think that's a thing. Like, they have an identity. That's one of the things. Like, they have an identity, and they are constantly moving to better themselves and get closer to that identity. The offense with Ben Johnson remains there. Like, that's a good thing that's going to help them continue to be in that identity offensively. And then defensively, they have added on to what they are doing because that was a little bit more of a weakness for them.
Aaron Glenn still running things. Aaron Glenn still owns that Williams Chicken over there off of 67.
Does he now?
Yes, he does.
Did not realize that.
Yeah.
Okay,
man.
shout out to Aaron Glenn, the defensive coordinator for the Detroit Lions. But yeah, and then the big thing is the NFC is not nearly as vicious as the AFC is. And I think that you highlighted one of the reasons why I was looking at, hey man, the Bengals look interesting. The Texans almost feel a little bit like the Lions, not as far as long because obviously the Lions went further in that playoff run last year. The Texans look like one of those teams as well, but all those teams are competing against themselves and the dude that we talked about earlier in Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs, who seem to figure it out no matter what, even if they don't got a wide receiving core for him to throw to.
It's called a gauntlet.
Yeah. So you look over at the NFC, and Detroit is well situated to be the next team without a championship to get themselves on there. All right, so if we take Detroit off the board, do you think that it's one of those NFL teams or is one of these NBA teams appealing to you that maybe could get something done? Because, I mean, you just played against Minnesota, and that team is, like, that's a good team.
It really is.
And some of the things that we were talking about, Anthony Edwards being young and not quite ready necessarily there. I know that Vinny Goodwill, after they beat the Denver Nuggets, right? Obviously, last year's champion, asked both Ant and Karl-Anthony Towns, do y'all think y'all are kind of getting ahead of the typical run of things where you kind of have to lose big before you end up winning? They kind of did a little bit of that losing big to the Mavericks here. They are situated nicely to be able to try and contend in the NBA. Do you think that they could be a team, NBA, baseball, or do you think that it's another football team that would be after the Detroit Lions?
I think the NBA, for them, the Minnesota T-Wolves, it's the gauntlet again because it's like being the AFC. It's like you got too many great teams in the West, including the Mavericks. You can look at Oklahoma City, young on the rise. San Antonio's going to be good in another couple of years. Memphis, Ja Morant's going to be back. I can go down the list. Clippers are old, but they're still out there. That's just too. Denver, people sleeping on Denver. They just lost it, right? Again, I just think the West in the NBA is like the AFC in NFL football. So I would say I would look for a baseball team that hadn't won anything.
Well, yeah, and shout out to the 817 who says the Brewers, this team that you just saw against the Rangers.
15 games above 500 right now.
They are. They've got a really good, particularly their pen, but they a good record in a a much advanced NL Central, I gotta say, because I always like poo-pooing the Central divisions. They had not been all that good over the last few years. NL Central showing up, and the Brewers are leading the charge there.
Not that I want to see Seattle do anything, but they're winning the West right now.
I think the Mariners have had a little bit of a tough streak. They just broke a little losing streak that they were going on. I think 3 or 4 games themselves. The Mariners are interesting to me because it's a lot of starting pitching, but the offense isn't really all that great. I mean, right now, they have only by one run more than the Los Angeles Angels on this season. It's just the pitching has been incredible. And I do wonder, I mean, they do have good pitchers, don't get me wrong, but I do wonder how sustainable that is if you're not getting runs. So the Mariners plus they are the Mariners, right? Like they seem to like find a way to make that thing walk away from them.
They're the Mariners until they're not the Mariners.
Yeah, I guess that's
kind of like the Rangers were the Rangers until they won it all.
That's true. But they still have to contend with the Rangers, so hey.
I'm for the Rangers, but I'm just saying, I think baseball has a chance to have a franchise with their first ever championship instead of like an NBA in the West.
Yeah, other than them, I guess maybe the Padres as well, as they've been playing some good baseball.
If the Padres are just, come on, if their talent would just show up on a regular basis.
But yeah, okay. So I think we're settled in on the Lions being the best opportunity for the next franchise without a championship.
The path is cleaner for them.
But again, salute to the Florida Panthers taking themselves off of that list of franchises without champions in the major American sports. So salute to them, and I'm sure that they are still drinking themselves silly after winning that big championship.
I wonder where the Stanley Cup is right now with the handlers.
Right.
Still out on South Beach somewhere.
From the 817, they said Dodgers versus Mariners in the World Series. And they say that Ichiro will somehow manage to find his way on there to get the Mariners and win. Hey, man, I like this fan fiction that you're creating, but it is indeed that fan fiction. What are you doing right now?
He drinking.
I mean, look, it's a Wednesday night. Have fun.
Why not?
That's what we're trying to do here on the Get Right on 105 through the fan.
A coldie.
That's right. Get yourself a coldie. Keep yourself cool on this Wednesday evening in the DFW. Mexico, Venezuela still going on in Copa America. They are tied 0-0.
Did you hear about Portland going down?
Or Portugal?
Yeah,
yes,
Portugal.
They did.
Excuse me, Portugal.
Yeah.
You know exactly what I was saying. That's like one of the biggest upsets ever.
Yeah, Portugal, big-time footy nation, as I like to call it, losing to Georgia. Not the state, the country.
The country.
2-0, in fact. So that was a wild thing that happened today if you are inclined towards the soccer. It's the Get Right here on 105 through the fan. Coming up next, let's do the question of the day, as I like to do. What's your favorite draft day memory? It's the NBA draft, night 1. Not a lot of memorable things happening as of yet, but we can go backwards and think of the memorable things that have happened before. Text in 877-881-1053. We'll discuss it next on The Fan.
Coming up on the next KNC Masterpiece, we'll talk all things fallout from day 1 of the NBA draft, and we'll be doing it live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Grapevine. So hope you come and see us, or at least tune in 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. on The Fan.
Did somebody say free diamond bracelet? That's right. Diamonds Direct is expanding upon their best offer yet. Make any purchase this month and receive a free diamond tennis bracelet valued at $2,000. That's right. Any engagement ring, any diamond necklace, any timepiece. Purchase any item valued at $10,000 or more and receive a stunning diamond tennis bracelet at no extra cost. Every purchase of $10,000 or more qualifies. So hurry into Diamonds Direct. Your chance to get a free tennis bracelet ends June 30th. Details at diamondsdirect.com.
For nearly 4 centuries, the Army National Guard has stood ready to answer the call to defend and protect the nation. Soldiers share in an enduring commitment to serve their state in times of crisis and defend their nation in times of conflict. These men and women live and train in the very communities they serve and have a stake in its continued security. The Army National Guard is always ready, always there.
Visit NationalGuard.com to learn more. Sponsored by Texas Army National Guard.
If Heineken Silver was a 60-second radio ad, it'd tell you all the stuff you need to know in only 30 seconds to keep things light and refreshing. Seriously, time me. Heineken Silver, a world-class light beer that's surprisingly crisp and refreshing, made with only premium quality ingredients and just 2.9 grams of carbs and 95 calories, all without compromising on taste. Heineken Silver, all the taste, no bitter endings. Order now at Heineken.com/silver. Must be 21 and older to purchase. Enjoy Heineken responsibly. Whew, 30 seconds, that's it. Done. Peace.
Need inspiration? Shop Kroger for over 30,000 mouth-watering choices with savings beyond low prices, like digital coupons worth over $600 each week and up to $1 off per gallon at the pump. More savings and more inspiring flavors make Kroger worth it every time. Kroger, fresh for everyone. Fuel restrictions apply.
Save big on 12 packs of Coca-Cola, Dr. Pepper, or Pepsi. Select varieties or buy 2, get 3 free with your card. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
Join us for exciting live racing all season long, where your next experience could be a winning one. Tickets are on sale now for the Thoroughbred racing season.
Right there down on the inside, coming to the wire.
Join us this Saturday for Dollar Day, when admission, programs, hot dogs, popcorn, soft drinks, and beer are all just $1 each. Visit LoneStarPark.com/tickets to make your plans today. The horses are ready. Are you?
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit. 800-893-2288. 800-893-2288. 800-893-2288.
With bold hearts, the American Heart Association celebrates 100 years of progress. In 1968, Dr. William Connor, with association support, discovers a new drug to lower cholesterol in the blood. Learn more at heart.org.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Dead battery on America's birthday? America's #1 battery destination is here to help. AutoZone has free battery testing and charging at every store, and batteries starting at just $79.99. With our 4th of July sale, we have savings to help you red, white, and do any other jobs you've been putting off. It's everything you need to get back on the road at AutoZone.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Navien tankless water heaters, the proven leader in condensing technology. Request a Navien because you deserve the best in endless hot water delivery. Learn about Navien's condensing tankless water heaters and find a Navien contractor at tanklessmadesimple.com.
Count on Navien.
Hi, Discover. It's Jennifer Coolidge, and your cashback match has inspired me.
Great. We love doubling the cashback you earn at the end of your first year.
I'm doubling everything now. I'm double dating. I'm double dipping.
Discover cashback match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
Selling your home is a catch-22. Do you pay for upgrades to sell for more or use that money to buy your next home? Orchard gives you both. Orchard makes you an impressive backup cash offer, unlocking cash to buy your new home. Plus, Orchard makes price-boosting upgrades at no upfront cost. One customer said, "Orchard sold my home for far more than I expected, and I got a golf cart." Let Orchard help you sell for more. Visit Orchard.com for your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Hey, Tolos, RJ Choppy here for the best Ford dealership on the east side of the Metroplex. In Terrell, it's Platinum Ford. Owner Stephen Gilchrist, GM Adam Vinci. They're both Tolos, taking care of the Tolos each and every day when it comes to the purchase of your brand new Ford truck or SUV. Adam's got everything from Super Duties on the ground to full-size Broncos, Raptor F-150s, the all-new Ford Lightning. All you need to do is get over to Terrell to see him right between I-20 and Highway 80. You can start the process online at PlatinumFord.com and drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Ford.
Sean and RJ mornings.
I think it's interesting you put, it's interesting how San Francisco is another one that I think is an interesting suggestion.
How many more times can you say interesting? Go to the source. I mean,
Your Turn It On, Leave It On, home of the Dallas Cowboys and the world champion Texas Rangers. 105.3 The Fan.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
So get right here on 105.3 The Fan. Reginald Atatula here with you alongside the three-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold.
Jacoby Walter waiting on you, man. Got you down.
Appreciate you hanging out with us on this Wednesday evening in the DFW. If you are keeping up at all with the NBA draft, as it's night one of the NBA draft first round going on, there is a gentleman named Bub Carrington. B-U-B is what we calling him. I didn't realize we were. There ain't no way that's the name his mama gave him. His mama did not call him Bub.
Why did she do that to him?
There is no way. In fact, I'm about to let's do the Google. This is live coverage of Reginald Atatula doing his Googles on the internet.
And while you do the Googles, let me say once again, waiting on McKinney's own Jacoby Walter to get drafted. He's still out there, and we're down to like number 15.
So yeah, we're looking forward to that.
We already got Duncanville's own.
Ron Holland second.
Yeah,
sorry, my bad. I didn't pick up the baton when you handed it off.
He's already locked in with the Detroit Pistons.
Speaking of baton, shout out to Sha'Carri Richardson. It's obviously happened this weekend, but she'll be headed to the Olympics to
Paris.
Yeah, to take on
Carter's
everybody because she's been running. I mean, really, she should have been here 3 years ago, I guess, at this point in 2021. Unfortunately, the marijuana thing happened, but
Japan.
she's always been game and able to run, and she's shown it as she showed it at the Olympic trials in Eugene. And so shout out to her.
Did you see Snoop Dogg run in the 200?
He ran?
Yes. Oh, because he's doing some coverage.
He's doing stuff.
He went out there. He said, "Not bad for a 52-year-old." He ran around that damn track, the 200 meter.
Shout out, and also shout out to Bub Carrington, whose given name is Carlton. So I don't know if that's better or worse. You tell me. But right now, NBA draft first round, and that got me thinking. Like, what are your favorite NBA draft memories? Because it can be a really interesting day, and for me, there's a very particular memory. And so, Larry, if you could help me out, it surrounds this particular draft, and it is an NBA draft memory, but I mean, NFL draft memory, whatever you want. If you could help me out with, where is that draft pick? It's cut number 7. This was an NBA draft pick that happened, and it related, even though you're not going to hear it, it did relate to the Dallas Mavericks.
With the 3rd pick in the 2018 NBA draft, the Atlanta Hawks select Luka Doncic from Ljubljana, Slovenia, and Real Madrid.
Of course, we know that the Mavs had traded for that pick.
Yeah, low key.
That was the Dallas Mavericks pick, even though the Atlanta Hawks are the ones that are named. I remember that. I can always utilize that date because that was a day that I saw Dave Chappelle and Jon Stewart perform live down in the Houston area.
Okay.
And so I was in the car headed to that, listening to the draft on the radio. And obviously all the lead up with Luka, where is he going to go? And, is Ayton going to be the guy who gets picked? And obviously it was basically 3 guys that were big ticket. It was Luka,
was the number 1 pick.
Ayton, and Marvin Bagley, the 3rd? Second?
Right.
I don't remember which.
He's Sacramento.
And seeing Luka get to that place, I was like, are they actually going to do this? And boom, there it goes. Luka Doncic gets drafted. I'm like, yo, that is wild. Like, I knew in that moment that it was going to be different. I didn't know it'd be this different. And so tying that in, now I've gotten to see Luka Doncic play in the NBA Finals. It's crazy, but it was a really funny thing because I was in what I would consider a non-traditional situation to be able to take in that information.
Right.
But I still remember vividly being in that car, headed to that comedy show, knowing, oh, it's different now because that dude is good. I didn't know that. I'm not trying to pretend like I knew he'd be this great. No. But I knew that the floor on that was already really good. I was like, oh, this is going to be good. I had no idea it would be like this.
Yeah, this is so wild. On the station here, we had a tip that from Donnie Nelson that it was going to happen, that they were going to make that move, and it was like all in the fly, in the moment. But I was always knowing that they were going to go after Luka and the Trae Young thing, and I went to school at OU. Trae Young was a great player. The general manager for the Atlanta Hawks is from the Golden State Warriors family tree, and they wanted a Steph Curry of the East. And so they had already circled Trae Young, and the Mavericks knew that Trae Young could fall to number 5, and they would make that swap. And part of the antics was that Vlade Divac, who was the general manager of Sacramento at the time. That's right. He and Luka Doncic's daddy can't stand each other. So they had Luka's dad say that, oh, I'm going to be at every game. It was going to make your life hell, Vlade. And Vlade said, oh, we don't want Luka.
Oh boy, Vladdy as an executive.
They took Bagley.
I don't even have to look it up. I guarantee he never won executive of the year.
GM over there no
I
more.
guarantee he never won executive of the year. I bet you that. A lot of people pointing to the 2018 draft when Luka was drafted as one of their big memories. They said from the 817, that was like Christmas and my birthday rolled into one. I'm interested because there were people who were detractors. I don't need you to put your hand up necessarily and point yourself out.
We got receipts.
Not everybody was out there in love with this, but I do know that there were some people that were like, this was interesting. And
listen, this guy from the 972 sounds true because I was so mad about this because I was for Luka all along. I can't even tell you how many people were talking about Mo Bamba, the Texas center. We want Mo Bamba. They were mad the Mavericks made the swap or drafting Trae Young, and they wanted Mo Bamba. I'm serious. In fact, 972, he said, I am so sorry I was wrong. I'm glad I was wrong. Because he wanted Mo Bamba too. But that was the narrative.
Yeah.
The Mavericks need to get Mo Bamba.
And I mean, he was also a Texas guy, so there's a level of visibility that you had on that. From the 214, switching sports from our guy Jay Gon and Terrell said, draft day memories. Elway saying, oh, heck no to the Colts. Said they were a Craig Morton fan when he played for Dallas. So the Broncos fandom started and went to Denver. Yeah, okay. If there's always, it's always interesting to see what starts somebody's fandom. I think about this a lot in soccer, where it's like, okay, why do you like that club, especially for like Americans that like British soccer, English soccer teams, where it's like, okay, there's not a geographical reason what took you to that place. And so I get it, right? Elway is the type of player that if you're like, he's the reason why I'm a Broncos fan, people go, oh, yeah, that makes sense, right? If you come up with a different name, right? If you're like a Mark Schlereth, you're like, wait, hold on, how did that happen? Right? There's more questions.
What happened was.
Right.
So I got a draft memory if you want me to give it to you.
Please, absolutely. That's what the segment's for.
I'm going to give you a condensed CA story because I've told this before.
Ooh.
NFL draft, way back in the day, I attended the NFL draft in New York in Radio City Music Hall. That year, Vinny Testaverde was the #1 draft pick.
Okay.
I was there at the draft. The Cowboys drafted a linebacker, Danny Noonan, or maybe it was a tight end, but I would say it was Danny Noonan. Once they made their pick and I got the interview, I jumped on a plane because the Mavericks had a game that night in the playoffs against the Sonics in Seattle. I flew from New York City, connected in Chicago, and continued on to Seattle. Got to the game just when they were having the shoot around or the pregame layups and stuff. And the different media from Dallas who were covering it, like, where you been, man? You been partying all that? We didn't see you last night, man. I said, I was in New York at the draft. No, you don't be lying. I showed them my credential and played my audio. Mic drop.
Yep.
Got it done.
You sure did.
Thank you, K104, for letting me pull that off.
Man, always great moments. I mean, you probably have a million great draft moments. From the 817, you know who else drafted in 2018? Jalen Brunson with the 33rd pick. That is
Dallas
right.
Mavericks.
Which is funny because I didn't end up seeing that. I was during the show, or I was during the comedy show that I went to. Afterwards, I was like, okay. And even like I did not fully appreciate. I grew to appreciate Jalen Brunson more and more. And
most
obviously
people didn't. And the reason why is because he was an anomaly.
4-year starter.
4-year starter, stayed in college, and people said something must be wrong with him. He's not that tall. He must not be good. He won 2 national championships, and he was the captain of the team, and he was all big, whatever, Villanova Conference, Big East. They're like, in other words, they over scrutinized him. And so it's like,
well, and the small guy.
Well, again,
right?
4 years. Why did he stay? Something must be wrong. He's not a one and done. I got to give Skin Wade a lot of credit. He said, this guy is probably the most complete quarterback for a point guard because he doesn't have to learn on the job. It's the hardest position in the NBA is to run a team, and he can do it. But it's Luka's team.
Yeah, and so that's been good as well. Speaking of, the Jalen Brunson got me to an interesting point. The idea of a 4-year college senior,
that's rare,
being drafted. Do you know what the last time a college senior, so a 4-year player, was selected first overall in the NBA draft? Just to speak to like how different our sensibilities have become in the NBA draft in particular about players that have stayed for a long time.
You say what year?
2000.
Whoa.
No extra years, like not 2000 and
24 years?
2000, the NBA draft #1 overall pick. CA, I'm going to put you on the spot like a jerk. Do you remember who that pick was, the #1 overall? We already talked about his son earlier today.
I've run out of bandwidth, but let me say, we talked about his son
I love giving those types of hints because they either really help or they actually make it harder because you're like, wait, what did I say?
Kenyon Martin,
number one
Dallas's
overall
own
pick,
Brian
2000.
Adams.
Yes,
Yep.
another way to bring it back to the DFW. But there you go. Like
every now and then,
you got it.
I was like, Kenyon, gotta be. And by the way, it's Kenyon. He says he don't like it when people call him Kenyon.
Really? Okay. Well, today I learned. I'm gonna Kenyon Martin. I'm gonna make sure that I add the right emphasis in the right place. And from the 972 remind us, 2018, they said they were a big Dennis Dennis Smith Jr. fan.
Yeah, everybody was.
And they weren't happy that Mavs took Luka and Brunson. That's the funny thing for me is like, I was like, okay, Dennis is kind of nice. As soon as they took Luka, I was like, okay, so Dennis can't be here no more. Well, maybe not soon. Maybe like a month into the season, I was like, okay, it's very apparent. He needs the ball in his hand all the time, and Dennis is not an off-ball player.
Right.
So this can't continue, and Luka's the one who's better. I knew that part was going to happen as soon as that saw that
crazy
come
part
together.
about it, there were Maverick fans who are trying to pit Dennis versus Luka. They don't like each other. Man, Dennis and Luka used to hang out all the time. Their girlfriends were hanging out all the time. The problem was Dennis had an agent that said, you need your own team. And was in his ear, and all of a sudden, and all Rick Carlisle said, Dennis, just be you. We just want you to be you.
Yeah.
And,
I thought, honestly, I thought it was fair at that point in time. He looked like he was going to be a star type player.
Yeah.
And if you're going to be a star type player, you need to put yourself in the best chance to succeed.
Otherwise, and again, he was one of those guys that was, I want to say, one and done. As a point guard, he didn't have the knowledge to go along with his skill set.
Yeah.
And that's why, even though he's still in the league, he didn't turn out to be a great player. Again, the upside was if he learns, because he can dunk, he can do all these other things, but it wasn't going to happen.
All right, as we continue, some other draft day stories, as it is draft day in the NBA. 07 NBA draft, Greg Oden and KD. They said sorry to Gavin Dawson, who obviously
Dawson
was
like, these players always get hurt when they go to Portland.
And boy, did they.
Greg Oden.
I thought Greg Oden would be nice. He was really good at Ohio State.
Yep, he was 100 years old.
And then someone else from the 469. Of course, I hate to leave on a sour note, but 2017 NFL draft got me upset because everybody knew the best pick was TJ Watt instead of the Cowboys.
Oh, my God.
Cowboys got Taco.
Yep. It was the defensive coordinator at the time, Rod Marinelli, said, I need somebody who could put his hand on the dirt.
That's right.
TJ don't put his hand on the dirt.
That's right.
I was so mad.
There you go.
Everybody knew.
Yeah, I probably should have left on a good note, Cowboys-wise. How about that one time where CeeDee Lamb dropped to him? That was fun, right?
Perfect.
There
and they never even interviewed him because they never thought they had a chance.
And there he was, taking his phone away from his lady.
And how about Micah, too? Everybody's mad. They wanted the offensive lineman. They got Micah.
Drafts are fun, aren't they?
Uh-huh.
It's the Get Right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're continuing to see what's happening with the draft as the Lakers are on the clock, with pick 17.
They're not going to use it on Bronny.
No, not this one. Absolutely not. Nothing really spicy happening thus far, and not in my estimation. Been trying to kind of keep an eye on the timeline. But coming up next, we'll see if I can give you some updates on what's happening there. Plus, around the association, what are all the trades and what does the trade landscape look for your Mavericks? What are they looking to do as we move forward in the NBA offseason? We'll do that next on The Fan.
Text away your thoughts to the guys right now on the truckwreck.com fan text line at 877-881-1053. This is DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan.
RJ Chop here by your friends over at BlueChew.com. Promo code RJ. You've been suffering, and I do mean suffering from ED. You're going to want to head on over to Blue Chew, and you're going to want to get the good stuff. Chewables from Blue Chew. Same active ingredients as those other pills, like the Blue Pill, only in a chewable form at a fraction of the cost. Now available in mint-flavored BlueChew.com. Promo code RJ. It will change your life. If you've been suffering from ED, and I mean suffering, get this in your life right now. You don't need to be walking around with your B, your C, and your D game. You want your A game. You want the good stuff, and she wants the good stuff too, and this can help give it to you. BlueChew.com, promo code RJ. If you want to pick me up a PED for the bedroom, BlueChew.com, promo code RJ. It takes your game from average to savage. No doctor visit, an online medical provider prescribes it for you. BlueChew.com, promo code RJ. First order's free. $5 shipping. Get your confidence back. And your little fella feeling big again.
If you want to buy a brand new car, if you need to buy a brand new car, the one-stop shop for you is Platinum Chevrolet in Terrell. That's why in the last 3 years, my family has bought not one, not two, not three, but 4 cars from Platinum Chevrolet.
You walk in, pound your fist on the table, and demand to see GM Justin Rudd. Clear upfront pricing. The price you see online, that's the price you're going to pay. Shop online and let them deliver your new Chevrolet. Visit PlatinumChevyTexas.com and drive a little further to save a lot more. Chevrolet, together let's drive.
It's time to warm up that scoreboard and get ready to bring home the win with Specs. Specs has you covered with lower prices on all your favorite fan fuel. From craft beer, rare spirits, and world-class wine to chips, dips, and gourmet finer foods. And with same-day delivery when you order online or through the app, Specs is your MVP for the biggest score of the game. At Specs, the fun starts here.
Here's to you, cheers to savings.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for up to half the cost. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Savings based on cost of consumer cellular single line 1, 5, and 10 gig data plans with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plans offered by T-Mobile and Verizon January 2024.
No one knows the importance of a great assist more than Lowe's and Leo Messi. That's why we've teamed up to give My Lowe's Rewards members 10 times the points when Messi makes an assist during CONMEBOL Copa America USA 2024. Activate this offer starting June 20th, so when Messi assists, you score. Shop the day after an assist to earn those extra points. Not a My Lowe's Rewards member? Join for free today. Visit Lowe's.com/Messi for more details.
Hey folks, Gavin Dawson here. I've got an incredible deal to tell you about. Right now you get bonus days to save during Window Nation's semi-annual sale. Happens now through June 30th. Getting quality, affordable windows is a really big deal, and Window Nation has extended their sale to give you 50% off all of them. Plus, they're offering 0% interest for 5 years. It gets even better, though. When you schedule an estimate now, you'll get a bonus 10% off. If your windows are ready to handle the summer heat, congratulations. But if you're tired of paying high utility bills for air conditioning all summer, it's probably because your windows are no longer efficient, and that's a big deal. With Window Nation's semi-annual sale, replace your windows and save a big deal, too. I love Window Nation. You are going to, so do not wait. This month, only 50% off all windows, plus 0% interest for 5 years, and that bonus savings offer when you schedule your appointment right now. But hurry, this sale will end June 30th. Schedule a fast, no obligation in-home estimate with the pros at Window Nation. Do not miss your chance to save. It's 866-90-NATION or windownation.com. 866-90-NATION. windownation.com. Check it out now.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and her studios, it's time for the Get Right on 105.3 The Fan.
Yes, indeed, it is the Get Right here on 105.3 The Fan. My name is Reginald Atatula. That is the three-time Hall of Famer, Chris Arnold.
Got you down.
Our guy, Larry D. Flores, is on the ones and twos, and you rolling with us on this evening, Wednesday evening to be exact, in the DFW. Hope you are having a great time. We are having a ball. Not necessarily because of the NBA draft. It is on right now as it's night one of the NBA draft. They have split this up into a couple of rounds. Round one, round two. Round two taking place tomorrow. I'm going to be completely honest and forthright with you, as I feel like I tried to do. It's a lot of who? Yeah, Dalton Connect did go to the Lakers, so congratulations on letting a decent player get to L.A. He was one of the better players in the NCAA last year out of Tennessee, so that's a nice player for them.
Are you saying they did not draft Bronny yet?
Not in the first round. The thought being with
they got a number 55.
55 overall, which is I think the fourth to last pick in the second round or in the draft in general, I should say. And so with that being the case, people are looking at that as a place. Obviously, there's been some reports, and a lot of this, has come out of Rich Paul's mouth. The idea that the Mavs would be interested in him, maybe at 58, the last pick in this draft.
That's that polka top. That's agent polka top.
It's quite and look, people in Dallas are familiar with their teams being utilized in agent poker talk. How many times is somebody associated with the Cowboys?
They just slide something.
Yeah, just to get the money up. So, but yeah, let's you know what? Go ahead.
I was going to say Toronto is on the clock at number 19.
Yes, they are.
And this could be a Jacoby Walter pick.
Ooh, okay.
The point guard, the shooting guard out of McKinney High School and Baylor.
If some names that you might be familiar with, Jared McCain has become like a name that people have known because he has a big social media presence, and he's the dude who be putting nail polish on his fingers that I think gets under people's skins for some reason.
How about Caleb Williams all over again?
I guess in a way.
I'm just kidding.
But Jared McCain, the Duke point guard, he'll go to the 76ers. So he was drafted 16th right before Dalton Connect went to the Lakers. So that's some of the stuff that's happening around the NBA draft. Haven't seen any big trades occur or be facilitated, but let's go around the association right now here on the Get Right. And there's a few things I wanted to talk about. Obviously, there's the big trade that happened yesterday in which Jalen Brunson, former Maverick and now head of the Snake when it comes to New York Knicks, gets to see it is his team.
It ain't Luka's team.
And
his team.
It's his team in more ways than one. It's actually his team, and it's also his college team as the New York Villanova Knickerbockers.
That's it.
Or Villa Knickerbockers, I guess is a way you could say that.
Easy.
Has been fully realized. Well, I can say it, CA. You know how this works. But Mikal Bridges, who played with Jalen Brunson,
Josh
Hart, and Dante DiVincenzo at Villanova.
Won championships.
They did, and they will all play together for the New York Knicks as the Knicks, for the first time since 1983, trade with the Brooklyn Nets. Those organizations did not do business together.
Nope.
And I think this is the fourth trade in both of their existences that they have worked together.
The Giants and the Jets, they don't make trades.
Well, they did yesterday, and to the tune of 5, count them 5, 4 unprotected, 1 lightly protected first-round pick, plus some other stuff for Mikal Bridges to go from the Nets to the Knicks.
The thing that's so crazy is Mikal Bridges is a really solid player. But he's make no All-Stars.
He is not. He hasn't been an All-Star.
Nope.
I don't think you would. I definitely wouldn't consider him a superstar player. I have questions on whether I consider him like a star player. He's an elite role player as of right now.
And again, I think it was because of the fit and the fact that the Knicks said, you know what, it's about the team.
Yeah.
Everybody would know their role. We don't have to indoctrinate him into our organization. It's like a perfect fit.
You know what's funny? In a way, they're kind of setting up a little bit of, well, I mean, I can't really give this as like, this is the Mavs thing.
I swear I was thinking the same thing.
It's kind of Mavs-like, right?
You have the culture.
You have a point guard who really is kind of the engine for all of this.
Yep, Luka.
And now, because they also re-signed OG Anunoby to a big deal, 5-year, $212 million deal, so like 42 a year. They have 2 of those rangy wings that defend well and can knock down some shots with Mikal Bridges and OG Anunoby. And that's what the Mavericks are trying to do consistently with PJ Washington, and hopefully if they can get Derrick Jones Jr. brought back, those 2 things will make
a big deal.
Both
of those teams won 50 games this past regular season.
Absolutely. And so a salute to Jalen Brunson and his opportunity there. That brings me back to your Mavericks, as their priorities this offseason, I guess, are twofold, and they kind of fold in. The priority has been stated by Nico Harrison in his exit interview, but I mean, just in general, Derrick Jones Jr., getting him to resign is objective number 1. He is a free agent, and I think a lot of people think that his value or like what the contract should be is somewhere in that maybe 12, 13, just like the low teens range,
right?
Low to mid teens.
He came in on a $2 million 1-year tryout deal, so to speak. They made a role for him. They made him a starter. He loves being here, but his value went through the roof.
He said it during the finals that he wanted to be here while, I mean, obviously in the midst of or on the tail end of a contract year, right? I think that's being very hard on your sleeve about it, but he was an undrafted player.
Yep.
He has made, I think, somewhere like $26 million in his career thus far. He hadn't made money.
Jacoby Walter just got picked by the...
There he did.
I called it.
Jacoby Walter, Baylor player, will go to the Toronto Raptors, so get your passport, young man.
Have a party.
There you go. Shout out to the DFW.
Passport. That's right.
That's right. But yes, getting back to the Mavericks, right? Derrick Jones Jr. has not made a lot of money, so he has to make his money. And the only thing that the Mavericks have available as of right now, if things are slated right now, is the mid-level, taxpayer mid-level, which is like $5 million and change, which obviously is not enough.
Yeah, he needs about $12 million.
Now, if you get to the non-taxpayer mid-level exception, that's around $12 to $13 million. That sounds a little bit nicer. And so, in order to get there, they have to shed some salary. And one of the easy places, or one of the main places that people are thinking about, Tim Hardaway Jr., that probably parting of ways has to happen.
Yeah, if they make a trade with Detroit and get Grimes.
Yes, and that's exactly where I wanted to go. Quentin Grimes, who from Houston, played at the University of Houston. Currently, his contract is about $4 million, something in there, where Tim Hardaway Jr. is making $16 million. If you can make that trade happen, facilitate that.
Some second-round picks,
maybe,
like that.
possibly,
like
in
that,
there.
Match it up.
And then you get yourself in a place where now you get Derrick Jones Jr. his money. Do you like that as a deal? If it's just Tim Hardaway Jr. for Quentin Grimes, maybe a second-round pick or 2 to get this cleaned up, Is that a pick that you like? And understanding Quentin Grimes, $4 million, maybe not a huge player, and maybe a little bit of a redundancy on what you have in like Josh Green.
Exactly. And again, it's not like he's going to demand time and he needs all that. No, he's more of a defender, and like Josh, he's similar to the energy of Josh Green. Josh a little bit more high energy, but at the same time, it's not like he's going to disrupt your rotations. He's going to probably play as much as Tim Hardaway Jr. played the second half of the season. And you're not looking for him to be a shooter that's going to all of a sudden open the game up for you. He's just going to be another body to defend on the perimeter primarily, and doesn't mean he's also going to just stay. One thing about Nico Harrison, he is aggressive, and he will fortify the roster. He's already had 11 trades in 3 years. 11 trades. He's aggressive, and he will upgrade the roster as he sees fit. And he also, the way the roster is constructed right now, Nico said, I see 3 playoff runs to the finals in this group.
Yeah, that's the objective, and that's why they don't want to do a lot of shifting on this team. Obviously, that's one of the things that's a possibility, but that's not the end-all, be-all. No. Mark Stein, very tied in to this Dallas Mavericks team earlier today.
Based out of Dallas. That's our guy.
He's been reporting that the Washington Wizards have emerged as a team that could be a suitor for Tim Hardaway Jr. With that being the case, the players that feel like they'd be in the range of possibility for a return, at least were Denny Avdia, who is a kind of a forward, but he's a shooter, not necessarily. I don't think he fits. Like, let's just get to that point. Or Landry Shamet, who's like just a shooter. Yeah. And I don't think that that's particularly what you're looking for. I
also think he's too old. That's what just means.
Okay, fair enough. Well, the Wizards just made an interesting trade earlier today, trading Denny Avdia to Portland for Malcolm Brogdon.
I've always liked him.
And please tell me why you've liked him.
I've always liked him because, first of all, he's the sixth man of the year. He was rookie of the year. If it wasn't for the injuries, this guy is a really solid player. He's a great defender. He shoots 40% from 3. He can also dribble. He's also the guy that got the handles. He can bring the ball up, take some of the load off of Kyrie and Luka. So he checks a lot of boxes. And again, he doesn't have to be the main guy. His history of injury is the only thing that concerns him. But he's a great guy. He's also a philanthropist. This guy does so many projects that are surprisingly, I just believe in what he believes in.
Well, I think that he's a super interesting player. I think that he would fit, he's a defensive player. He's a combo guard that can play off ball but can run offense, which, that's one of the things that you've been looking for as a guy who can kind of create some things.
Yep.
Now, I'm giving you all the good. You know what comes next.
The injuries.
Well, the injuries, but then also he makes $22.5 million.
That is true.
And
it's
so
more than the 17 that THJ was making.
And I feel like unless you do some deals before that, you would hard cap yourself. I think you taking in more money, you put yourself in a bad place.
Well, put it like this. As Nico put it, with the new ownership, their money was not going to be an issue with what they want to do.
Sure. Now, I do want to also...
There's ways of being creative.
Yes, exactly. And that's exactly where I was going to get to. I'm talking about that as a one-to-one. There are ways that could be creative and maybe make some moves that could maybe shift some things around. From the 817, they point to something that's out there that's been talked about in the Mavs space as well. Inherent in that Knicks trade that we were talking earlier, Brooklyn Nets.
Fire sale.
Those are two teams that are similar names, Nets, Knicks. That's messing me up. But yes, like you said, the Nets want to be bad. They went and made some trades to get some of their draft picks back because why tank if somebody else is going to get the benefit of it? So now they've gotten their picks back, which tells you they're trying to be bad. It's a fire sale. Now, I would more say it's more like a yard sale because I don't think that they're giving discounts, but I do think that they're trying to. Those good players, if you want them, you can come get them, which means Dorian Finney-Smith is a player that kind of fits what you want, and he could be available. Would you be interested in that, and do you think that it's a possibility to be able to acquire him?
I think it's a possibility. Number one, before the trade, it was even more so of a possibility that they could go for him, not during the trade deadline, but during the summer when they have more flexibility to do a few more things. With that being said, after they made the big trade, it's like, okay, where does he fit? You got P.J. Washington now. You already got Derrick Jones Jr. I think a lot of Maverick fans know that not only is he one of Luka's best friends, and Luka absolutely loves Dodo, but he's like, the Mavericks are like family to him. They helped get his father out of prison. All of them were speaking on his behalf. His father was tied up in some kind of bad drug deal that went wrong, and he was just part of the group of guys that were doing all the bad stuff. And and he's been a model, quote-unquote, prisoner, changed his life, and finally they were able to get the judge to get him out on time. So Dodo feels really close to the Dallas Mavericks. The Mavericks absolutely love Dodo. So if they could bring him back home, that would be a major plus. They brought in Seth Curry. They brought him back. Not that Seth helped in any way, but at the same time, it's not impossible, and I think he could actually, do some damage. I'm not saying he's going to be PJ Washington, but he can do some damage.
Yeah, the only reason why I think that that's going to be a little tough is we know that the Mavericks don't have a lot of draft capital.
Yep.
And it feels like that's probably what the Nets.
Well,
I haven't gotten that right yet. What the Brooklyn Nets would probably be looking for.
But also remember, we're talking about chess.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll remind everybody, the reason PJ Washington is here is because Charlotte wanted the first round pick. The Mavericks didn't have it. And people who just on the outside, well, the Mavericks don't have the assets. Well, guess what? They talked to Oklahoma City, traded them a couple of second-round picks, got that first-round pick, and delivered it to Charlotte. And now P.J. Washington is back home in Dallas as a Dallas Maverick. So there are things moving parts that we don't even understand because general managers know how to do these things. And Nico has proven to be very, very clever and creative to make deals get done. So I'm not saying it's impossible. Whenever somebody says they don't have the assets, I'm like, you don't know what they're working with. You don't know who their connections are and who are the place setters so they can get deals done.
Yeah, so I mean,
and it's not just the Mavericks; it's all these different teams.
Those feel like the kind of the things that are happening out here in the space for your Mavericks. It's not a lot of things that they're trying to get done, and it feels different for the Mavericks because it's been some time for them to be in a place of, I guess, I don't know if comfort's the right word or power, but they're in a position where they have a roster that they feel good about.
And so crazy, again, it goes back to when Nico took over. Well, the Mavericks don't have any assets, and Luka's going to leave. That was the narrative. Guess what? All that's gone away under the auspices, the regime of Nico Harrison. And anybody said the Mavericks don't do that, that's Donnie Nelson regime. You can't even compare the two.
And so the Mavericks, the things that I think the main things, trying to make sure they get Derrick Jones Jr. is obviously the thing that they're trying to do. If they don't end up with Derrick Jones Jr., because I mean, like I said, even if they do clear space, they're talking about probably that non-taxpayer mid-level 12-13. There's a possibility that some team could pop up and give him a lot of money.
Always happens. You just never know.
And he would have to take that money.
Down.
I mean, it would just
he has not made
career.
Crazy money in his career.
If that does not happen, Najee Marshall is a name to watch out for, as reported. Najee Marshall, kind of a similar type of player, a wing player with a long wingspan. I believe he has a 7-foot wingspan, played in New Orleans with the Pelicans. He's been kind of interested, or rather the Mavericks have been interested in him or have been associated with him in some way. So maybe look out for that.
Keep an eye on that. Yep.
Keep an eye on. That's really the thing. And look, the NBA draft is happening. I have not actively seen big things shake, but I mean, this is the time period as once the NBA draft goes, we're downhill towards free agency when these things start shaking up, and that's when these things will start popping up. So that's what's happening around the association, and I guess kind of really more closely towards your Mavericks. And I guess if I can throw one more thing around the association, apparently the Warriors are trying to get Paul George.
Yes, they are pushing hard for Paul George. PG-13 could wind up in the Bay, which means Klay Thompson could be outie. And he could go anywhere.
I think Klay Thompson is already out, if we're going to be completely honest.
To be completely honest, he doesn't think he's going to return to the Warriors. I think he winds up in Orlando, but that's just me.
That is the popular sentiment. It's the Get right here on 105 through the Fan. Thanks for hanging out with us. If you were interested in Copa America football, Mexico, Venezuela going on. Mexico down 1-0 in this match in Group B. So we'll keep you up to date with what's happening there. They need to get themselves back into it. It is in the 61st minute. There. Coming up next on the Get Right, is this the biggest red flag that could derail your Cowboys? And maybe we talk about the red flags for other contenders. We'll do it next on The Fan.
You may not think what we say is smart, duh, but it's coming over a smart speaker, so that counts. Just tell that genius speaker, play 105.3 The Fan, presented by Comerica.
Hi, Discover. It's Jennifer Coolidge, and your cashback match has inspired me.
Great. We love doubling the cashback you earn at the end of your first year.
I'm doubling everything now. I'm double dating. I'm double dipping.
Discover cashback match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
Look at your cup holder. It's empty, and you're feeling thirsty. Head to a nearby convenience store and fill it with a Pepsi Zero Sugar, Mountain Dew, or Starry. grab a delicious, refreshing Pepsi for the road.
Friends, you've been hearing me talk about my computer career for some time now. If you're working way too hard for too little money with no growth opportunities, it might be time to take the next step. In just a few short months, My Computer Career can help prepare you for a more recession-resistant career in the growing fields of IT, cybersecurity, or even AI. No prior experience is needed, but if you're already in IT, they can help you level up your skills as well. Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take their free career evaluation today.
A lime is not always just a lime. You see, some limes are lucky. For when a lime joins the salted rim of a crisp, refreshing Tres Dos Equis, that lime is no longer a mere lime, but a wedge of renowned Mexican limón. Muchas gracias, limón. And also, de nada. Enjoy Dos Equis responsibly. Copyright 2024 Dos Equis, imported by Cervezas Mexicanas, White Plains, New York.
If you turn it on and leave it on the fan, you know we're DFW sports leader on insight and original content all day long. No need to go back and search for it. We send it to you. Sign up for our fan newsletter today at 1053thefan.com. Proudly presented by Bosch Power Tools.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit. 800-893-2288. 800-893-2288. 800-893-2288.
Lowe's knows owning a project means owning the right tools. And during Craftsman Days, you can save big on what you need from a brand you trust. Get a free Select V20 tool when you buy a Select Battery 2-pack. Plus, get your choice of the V20 string trimmer or leaf blower for only $99. Find these savings and more today. Lowe's knows home improvement. Valid through 7/10 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. Go ahead, feel your engine. Admire that perfectly installed exhaust. Your vehicle's moving along this freeway like it was made from fresh installs and a whole lot of love. With eBay Motors, you get over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
You've heard it said before, you need to get your teeth cleaned twice per year. But did you know that a marketing company in the 1920s actually came up with that? After asking my dentist at Kissable Dental about it, I found out that most people need cleanings more than that. They have an outstanding offer to boost your insurance and get you those necessary cleanings. Good health includes good oral health. So let Kissable Dental help keep you healthy and that breath clean. Ask about their cleaning options today and call 972-779-KISS or visit kissabledental.com. Your kissable journey starts today.
If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to for car and truck wrecks in Dallas.
To get right here on 105 through the fan, Reginald Atatula, the three-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold.
Got you down.
We're hanging out with you on this Wednesday evening in the Metroplex. Is this the biggest red flag that could derail your Cowboys? 877-881-1053 is the Frankel & Frankel injury attorney text line. Do you agree with the sentiment that CBS Sports brings to bear? And we can also talk about some of the other potential red flags that could derail what CBS Sports refers to as basically the whole grip of contenders in the NFL. 20 of them is what we're talking about. So don't start doing this thing, well, the Cowboys aren't contenders. If you talk about the wide extent of contenders in the NFL, I feel like 20 is a good grip of those. The Cowboys should be in there. But Cody Benjamin of CBS Sports put together a piece about the biggest red flags for 20 NFL contenders in this 2024 season. And so where might things go wrong for this year's playoff hopefuls is what we're trying to suss out. And I found this to be really
Did you say
interesting.
suss out? I
Yes.
like your vocabulary.
Thank you. I
Always
appreciate
impressive.
that. It's just how I talk. But with that being the case, I saw the headline. I started reading, and I didn't get to the Cowboys alphabetical for a second. And my mind started rolling through various things that I was like, okay, maybe it's this. I wonder what he ultimately gets to. And so I found it very interesting, CA, that once I got to C for Cowboys, their answer was, and tell me if this is what you were anticipating as the potential red flag that would derail the Cowboys' playoff hopes for this season. And I get it. Before y'all even text in, I know, well, Jerry Jones or Stephen Jones or, they don't never win. All right, I get it. Trust me, I do. Well, it's ultimately written down, contractual pressure at quarterback and head coach. Cody Benjamin says, it's one thing to expect big things from your leaders. It's another thing to let longtime franchise quarterback in Dak Prescott enter a contract year behind a shuffled offensive line and or retain a repeatedly embattled coach in Mike McCarthy. Results will surely follow, but what kind? A title run or total fallout? So basically the idea that these guys don't have security of their contracts and that pressure could break this thing down.
Interesting.
Is that number 1, 2, 3 of the responses that you thought could break down the playoffs for a playoff run or a potential playoff run for the Cowboys in this upcoming season?
It's an interesting thought. I actually heard somebody, or I read it. This was back in March when Jerry was talking about being all in, and they were talking about his interpretation of all in is not what the fans were thinking. Like fans are thinking you're gonna push all your chips in and buy every free agent out there, move in the draft, do whatever you got to do, and all in. The guy that was talking about this, whether I read it or heard it or saw it, he was saying Jerry's interpretation is everybody's on a short list. In other words, you have to play for your job to stay here. In other words, you have to be all in. In other words, I'm not babying you guys anymore. You guys have the talent, you got the coaching knowledge. If you're good and make a run, I will pay you, but I'm not giving you S until it's done. And that included you got a salary cap department. You got an analytics department. They are on short notice too. So I've heard this, and it's kind of like the pressure to you better succeed or you're not going to be around here no more. Whether you're fired or whether your contract's not renewed, all of you are under the gun. So that is a red flag that could derail them. In other words, Jerry's even said this before when they were at Valley Ranch. He said, I'm going to make things uncomfortable around here. So maybe that's his way of saying we're all in. And like, y'all too comfortable.
The thing about it is, I think if you wanted to point to the quarterback or the head coach as factors, I think that there's arguments to be made in those places. I don't know that I value both of those in the same way, but I think there's arguments to be made. I don't think that the contracts themselves are what would do it, right? Dak Prescott's lack of a contract, I think, is a place of comfort for him.
It is. He's the one who's in control. It's not Jerry. Man, they would love to get Dak already under contract and turn the page.
They'd love to get him under contract for a long time,
That's what I'm saying. That was the holdup on the first time. Yeah. Everybody was mad at Dak saying, well, this is too much money. What's the holdup? Dak wanted less years, so it matches up with the new streaming deals with TV. And Jerry and Steven wanted like a 5 or 6 year deal where he would always be underpaid. Dak and his agent, Todd France, were like, no, we want to make sure when it's his turn to get paid, he's going to get top dollar every time. And then because they couldn't get the deal done and Dak had the leverage, guess what? Dak has a no trade clause. Dak has a clause in his contract where you can't even franchise tag him. He's holding. The reason he doesn't have a contract right now is not because the Cowboys don't want to. Dak's like, I ain't ready yet. I'll take this thing down to the wire.
Right, unless they
bet on myself
unless
again.
they can blow him away with the deal. I don't even think that it behooves him. Like, the longer that we get across, I think the more it behooves him and the better his circumstance gets, because if he gets the free agency, now it's an open market.
Exactly.
Right? And now
it's not about him being the best quarterback on the planet. It's not Patrick Mahomes. It's about the best one available at free agency. Most quarterbacks that are extremely talented are locked in. Dak would be, okay, I'll pick my own team.
Yeah, and then the head coach idea, I think that there might be more credence there. However, right, I think the thing with the head coach is like playoff situation and how much is the contract, how much is not having a contract shift the playoff results, because they won 12 games in the last 3 seasons, right? Yeah. Obviously, you can talk about the season before. I think a lot of people give him a lot of grace coming in, COVID, all those things, right? They've won during the season. The thing is going and winning the postseason, and I don't know that the contract changes.
It doesn't.
Like his performance in the postseasons, and I mean his performance, because I know sometimes we could do, you're the coach, and therefore you're responsible for the play, and sometimes the play isn't his fault. I very much, and we talked about this after that Packers game where they got shellacked.
Yeah.
And some of that shellacking was on the defense side with Dan Quinn, where it was very evident that they knew what you were doing and they diced you all the way up.
In fact, no, what he did was he changed up stuff because he knew that old boy was from the Kyle Shanahan tree and he was winless against that tree. And he had them running places they didn't have a run before.
However you want to cut it.
It was Dan Quinn.
Dudes was running booty butt naked open.
Yep.
But on the other side of the football, in the first year where Mike McCarthy took over play calling, they were also all over everything you were doing, and they knew what you're doing. That comes to the play caller. Hello, your name is Mike McCarthy, and I don't think that has anything to do with the contractual pressure. So, like the idea of that being the thing that breaks down,
derails them, pressure.
I don't think that's right. But if that's not the answer, then what is the answer, right? And we got some people texting in on the Frankel injury attorney text line, 877-881-1053. From the 903, they say that the defense can't get stops against good teams. That was an issue this past year.
You got a different defensive coordinator.
That's the thing that I don't know what to do with that. Now, maybe the idea that Mike Zimmer's defense does not latch on well, like maybe the team does not react well to the way that he wants to pick, because he's very particular about his defense.
Yes.
Maybe they don't react well to that. Maybe that's what derails the run. I could see that as a possibility.
Maybe that propels the run.
If they don't play well defensively in last year. But yes,
well.
absolutely.
I'm giving you, because it's a new defensive coordinator.
Absolutely.
You don't know how he's going to play these players. I will say this. It's not going to be, like you said, the contracts or a lack of a contract.
Yeah.
That's not going to take away their focus or whatever that is. Because, again, Dak's in the driver's seat. But the suspect run game.
That's it. Shout out to 214.
I agree, because to me, you don't have a lead running back yet. I like Zeke in his situational situation. He should have been here with Tony Pollard last year, in my mind, just to get the dirty yards, just to get those touchdowns. The man scored 17 touchdowns in the last year he was with the Cowboys, and that was just dirty yard stuff. He will get you the third. He will get you the first down on a fourth down, and it was always proven. They load in the box for Zeke because they know he can get the dirty yards. Well, he's not going to be an every down back, and they have not addressed that.
Well, and I get it. You're right on the running back portion. I fall in line with the kind of school of thought that the running game is part running back, but it's a lot line, and that's also a thing that we have to talk about.
That's another part of the equation.
The likelihood is you have two rookies on your offensive line, or you have maybe like Brock Hoffman at center or something like that. But you have a couple of pieces on this offensive line that the offensive line wasn't incredible last year, don't get me wrong, particularly in the run game. And now you have some pieces that you have questions about that are also supposed to be impacting the run game. I understand this offense can be electric passing wise, but I already obviously have my questions about when it comes down to it, Mike McCarthy in the big moments when good defenses can really break you down. Especially if you don't have a level of balance and a capability of being effective with balance. And I think that the idea of having a suspect run game or a run game that you cannot utilize in the moments where you need to is going to make you one-dimensional in a place where when you get to the playoffs where you're only playing good teams, those good teams are very, very well equipped to take you down. I think that absolutely could be the red flag that derails a potential run, because that's part of what derailed them last year.
Exactly. Again, I used to drive me crazy. They could not stop the run for no reason. I was like, this is crazy. No matter who the coordinator is, they can't stop the run for nothing. That's what drives me crazy.
Do you think there's anything else that could be, or do you think we got right to the one? I mean, maybe not having enough of your passing targets. CeeDee Lamb obviously is going to be very good, and they're not going to wait till week 5 to feature him. I feel like your tight end is going to be more involved here. Jake Ferguson will be even more involved from the early points.
Yeah, I think the offense is going to be fine.
Okay.
The question I'm going to see is if Zimmer can match him up the way he plays defense, and I also like the fact that Zimmer's going to be the bad cop role according to Mike McCarthy's good cop, player friendly coach. Want to be your best friend, that kind of guy. There's got to be somebody in the organization, on the coaching staff, that the players have a little fear in. Because everybody else is always looking the other way, which is that affluenza up there.
I'm so proud of you guys texting in and getting involved. And honestly, I'm also proud of you waiting all the way till the end of the segment to send in from the 972. Finding ways to lose is their red flag. Thank you. Thank you for that.
Here's what's so crazy. In my mind, 2 years ago, last year, I blamed a lot of it. Don't get me wrong. It was a failure on all aspects of the organization to lose to Green Bay. But it started with Dan Quinn getting cute. And I love Dan Quinn. The year before, so to me, it started with the defense being cute and the way the game started. You didn't have to. You won 16 straight games at home. Offensively, the year before, it was Kellen Moore. And I said Kellen Moore is a genius young coordinator, but he's not seasoned enough. And I was emphasizing that because I was like, he cost you that game by coming up with plays that you didn't have to run or uncomplicating when you should do a simple run or a simple play or whatever it was. So I thought it was Kellen Moore. In other words, the coordinators did you in. Offensive coordinator 2 years against the 49ers, and then last year against Green Bay, it was the defensive coordinator who led the charge of ineptitude. With that being said, it all falls on Mike McCarthy. He's going to have to bear the brunt if they don't go any further in the playoffs. And Dak Prescott, he's going to be able to leverage wherever his position is.
That's right.
If he looks good, even though they didn't go far, don't matter whether he wins or loses, unless he falls flat on his face or gets injured, somebody's going to give him some money.
So there you go. Let's get right here on 105.
Wait a minute, the 972 says the best. They're consistently inconsistent.
They sure are.
There's a regular season and there's the playoffs.
Yeah. And so they need to break that trend or else things are going to shift up. In a good way, I have no idea, but it will shift up. NBA draft round 1 happening right now. We're nearing the back end of it. We're into the final at least 10 draft picks, I believe, if my math is correct, which, sometimes it's not. DeRon Holmes, the second, big man, gets drafted to the Denver Nuggets. Really productive player when he was at Dayton. Good at playing with force, roll man, that type of stuff. So that's going to be interesting for the Nuggets. But probably the biggest head scratcher pick of the draft thus far, the Milwaukee Bucks selected A.J. Johnson, who played in the NBL in Australia. And I don't know that anybody particularly saw that one coming. So shout out to the Milwaukee Bucks, making us scratch our heads here in that regard. There you go. Get right, 105 through the fan. We're hanging out with you on this evening. And as we typically do around this time, coming up next, we'll do a little sharing time.
Hey.
We'll do it next on the fan.
Believe it or not, most small businesses don't have a 401k. If you don't have a 401k, you are missing out on the greatest wealth creation tool ever created. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and many 401ks are overpriced for the employer, have expensive and underperforming investment options, and have tedious administrative provisions. Not at Trajan Wealth. We can set up a 401k for a company for only $8 per employee, a $65 per plan fee, plus a small advisory fee. That's right, not thousands or even the tens of thousands you've been quoted. And do it all in less time than it takes to sit in traffic. If you have 5 or more employees, these 401ks will help you attract and retain top talent. And if you're an employee and don't have a 401k, tell your boss. Call Trajan Wealth today. Call 469-579-3500. 469-579-3500.
Services offered through a third-party partner.
You're in hot water, mister.
What'd I do?
I told you months ago our utility bills were getting higher because of that old outdated tank water heater.
Maybe it's time we finally switch to a Navien tankless.
Learn about Navien's high-efficiency tankless water heaters, endless hot water, all while helping you save on your energy costs.
Hey, look at this. Our utility bill is lower since we got the Navien tankless water heater.
Who's in hot water now?
We are, all the time.
Learn more at tanklessmadesimple.com.
If Heineken Silver was a 60-second radio ad, it'd tell you all the stuff you need to know in only 30 seconds to keep things light and refreshing. Seriously, time me. Heineken Silver, a world-class light beer that's surprisingly crisp and refreshing, made with only premium quality ingredients and just 2.9 grams of carbs and 95 calories, all without compromising on taste. Heineken Silver, all the taste, no bitter endings. Order now at Heineken.com/silver. Must be 21 and older to purchase. Enjoy Heineken responsibly. Whew, 30 seconds, that's it. Done. Peace.
Join us
for exciting live racing all season long, where your next experience could be a winning one. Tickets are on sale now for the Thoroughbred racing season.
Right there down on the inside, coming to the wire.
Join us this Saturday for Dollar Day, when admission, programs, hot dogs, popcorn, soft drinks, and beer are all just $1 each. Visit LoneStarPark.com/tickets to make your plans today. The horses are ready. Are you?
It's time to warm up that scoreboard and get ready to bring home the win with Specs. Specs has you covered with lower prices on all your favorite fan fuel. From craft beer, rare spirits, and world-class wine to chips, dips, and gourmet finer foods. And with same-day delivery when you order online or through the app, Specs is your MVP for the biggest score of the game. At Specs, the fun starts here.
Here's to you. Cheers to savings.
Everything's bigger in Texas, including the jobs. Out working out Smartum with a Polaris Ranger XD 1500 with an industry-exclusive steel drive transmission, 3,500-pound towing capacity, and a 50% larger cargo box. It's built to work like you do. Polaris, think outside.
The light is fading, your hands are sore, and the last tool's been put away. Now's the time to feel the satisfaction that comes with a job well done. But when you get your tools from Harbor Freight, something about the job feels a little different. Your wallet. Because we believe that everyone deserves hardworking tools at hardworking prices. And that's what we have here. So, whatever you do, do it for less at Harbor Freight.
Ah, the sweet feelings of summer. The kiss of warm sun on your skin. The softly scented breeze blowing through the trees. Don't worry, you have Off Clean Feel, fragrance-free mosquito repellent that feels good on skin, so even mosquitoes can't ruin those sweet feelings of summer. Off Clean Feel. Prevention is the best protection from mosquitoes.
Get bonus days to save during Window Nation's semi-annual sale now through June 30th. Get 50% off all windows along with no interest for 5 years, plus a bonus 10% savings when you schedule an estimate at 866-90Nation or windownation.com.
You've heard it said before, you need to get your teeth cleaned twice per year. But did you know that a marketing company in the 1920s actually came up with that? After asking my dentist at Kissable Dental about it, I found out that most people need cleanings more than that. They have an outstanding offer to boost your insurance and get you those necessary cleanings. Good health includes good oral health. So let Kissable Dental help keep you healthy and that breath clean. Ask about their cleaning options today and call 972-779-KISS or visit KissableDental.com. Your Kissable journey starts today.
Baseball season is heating up. With the free Odyssey app, you can get the most entertaining local coverage of your team while you're at work or on the go. Stay locked in the know with your favorite hosts as they bring you unfiltered takes, react to the latest team news, and talk to callers. Don't miss any of the action. Stream the shows you love live or on demand with the Odyssey app. That's AUDACY. Download it today for free.
That ball is history. It's on Greens Hill. It's number 400 for Adrian Beltre.
Tolos, your attention please. Join the fan and the Rangers in celebrating Adrian Beltre at the Hall of Fame luncheon to benefit the Texas Rangers Baseball Foundation Friday, August 16th at Live by Lowe's. Tables and individual tickets to celebrate the amazing career of Adrian Beltre are available now at Rangers.com/Hall of Fame luncheon.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
So get right here on 105.3 The Fan. Reginald Atatula here with you alongside the three-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold.
Got you down.
Thanks for rolling with us on this Wednesday evening in the DFW, watching the NBA draft round 1, as that has been separated out into a couple of rounds or a couple of days of broadcasting.
Two different buildings, too.
Yeah, that's interesting, isn't it? Let's talk about that a little bit as right now we do a little sharing time. I don't think there's been anything major. I keep trying to check and see if there's like big things popping, but I'm not really seeing big things pop necessarily. And so with that being the case, let's get into, I was going to call it the nonsense shenanigans, but it doesn't have to be nonsense shenanigans during sharing time. But yeah, The NBA draft, they've gone to this model, and I imagine some of this is just like the TV appeal of it. Instead of like previously where the NBA draft would conclude in one night, they would do both the first and the second round for what felt like 17 hours, and they would run that all the way through, but they would finish in one night. And they have now split it up. I imagine some of it's the TV product, but I'm pretty sure a lot of this is to give general managers and teams the opportunity to have a little bit of break between the first and second rounds to do some maneuvering. And I think Yahoo Sports, Jake Fisher and Jory Epstein both worked together on a really interesting piece on NBA executives, with this being the first year that they've had that split, getting advice from NFL executives about, how to make some of that, make the most of that and what to kind of do between days. As NFL, obviously, you're very familiar with how to work it between days 1, 2, and 3. But yeah, you mentioned day 1 is at the Barclays Arena in Barclays Center in Brooklyn, but day 2 is not.
No.
And that's such an interesting thing, but I guess it makes sense because day 2, you don't need this whole big old arena.
No, and they probably have a concert coming in or something.
I imagine that paying for the arena, because I do imagine they do pay for that to have that event there. Doesn't make sense. Are they going back to Radio City Music Hall? Because that feels like a cool place, but maybe even not that. Are they just going to go to the Marriott?
It's going to be in New York somewhere. They're not moving the whole operations to another city, per se. Brooklyn, across the bridge, that's it.
Right. So, okay.
It makes me wonder, and I was just thinking this.
Oh, wow. The second round, they're just going to do at ESPN Studios. They're just going right to their...
Sequoia, whatever that, New Jersey.
No, they're not even going to the Seaport District in New York. ESPN has their kind of New York,
that's right. They should
outpost. So yeah, they're going right in there, and so I guess that makes sense.
In this day and age,
it's just about the broadcast, right?
Exactly.
They're not going to have spectators there. No. Also, if you were a sicko that's I would like to attend not the first round, but just the second round of the NBA draft, I think you need to be put on a list.
Exactly.
I'm sorry.
He's a stalker.
But
that simple.
Yeah, that's what's happening with the NBA
Stalking
draft.
Bronny.
That might be the only way.
He's the only interest of the second round. I'm really surprised, though, that they didn't have the draft on a Friday and a Saturday afternoon. Why have it on a Friday afternoon when, there might actually have some eyeballs on a Saturday afternoon?
I think that some of it, they're used to having this during the week, the draft. I think they like
for TV purposes. If they're going to do it differently.
I think they like having it as a during the week event, or maybe
filler.
Not. I guess so, maybe. And I mean, you have prime time of nighttime as opposed to weekends where even daytime during the middle of the week isn't always, or during a Saturday isn't always the best time for TV necessarily. But I don't know.
For sports,
I do wonder if maybe ESPN negotiates at some point and maybe can get them to switch that up. But it's worked for them. The NBA draft always happens seemingly during the middle of these weeks, right? So
like a Thursday,
yeah, exactly. As we continue with some sharing time, I don't know if you had something, but somebody texted in, and I never really think about it, but if you guys have things that you'd like to share, 877-881-1053, 214, they said, sharing time, had an annoying neighbor that would play music loud every night till 4 a.m. Gave up and called the cops. Hate dealing with this.
Yeah.
And that's tough because
it is tough.
I always feel odd calling the cops on folks.
Yeah. That's the last straw.
However, right, I wonder what efforts were made in diplomacy here. And then also, right, I remember there was a point in time where at my mom's house, we had some neighbors that were our brothers and sisters in Latinidad. So they was having a party, but it was the weekend, right? They was having a party weekend, maybe went to 2. And I was like, that feels like a reasonable time, 2 or 3, right? All right. On a weekend, I understand how this goes. All the time till 4 a.m. is just we a little far.
Yeah.
And if it's weekdays, y'all gotta be considerate.
Come on now.
That's nasty work. But I feel like what's the cutoffs for you, right? During the week versus weekdays on making noise. And then also, how do you approach it? Do you know your neighbors to go over and talk to them? Or are you we just gonna have to get you out of here?
Nowadays, people don't know their neighbors like they used to. It's not like everybody stays in the same house for 15 years, whatever. And I will say there's one other noise that needs a time frame, and 877-881-1053, Franklin & Frankel Injury Attorneys text line. Tolo's weigh in on this too. You were talking about for music and at night, what time you need to shut that thing down. How about on a Saturday or Sunday morning.
Cutting that grass?
Thank you.
Cutting that grass?
Come on now. Yeah, you can. Please don't try to do this before 9 o'clock. Please.
But it's hot. That's the tough part, though.
I know.
At 9 o'clock, it's already hot.
It's always getting, you want to try to get it in. But it's the same time, it's like, dog. And I hear a lawnmower at 7 in the morning. It's like, come on, man.
I can't be mad at the 214. This is the follow-up that we got from the 214. Wrote a note. It got ignored. Told management it got ignored. Didn't want confrontation. You never know these days. Which,
yeah, for real.
I mean, like,
somebody says 4 a.m. every day. Calling the cops is the diplomacy. Come on now. You let them do the negotiating.
Yeah, every night is tough, right? Like every night is tough. 4 a.m. is tough. You know what? I'm on your side. But you have extenuating circumstances. If it's not extenuating circumstances, I'm usually trying to make this go. But yeah, that's real nasty.
Okay, I got to say this.
Okay,
I'm fortunate where I live now. I'm not gonna give all these details, but when I say I don't, we don't play a lot loud music in my place. It's not like I have. It's like long ago when had parties over the house and all that. I'm fortunate in this one aspect.
Okay,
and we just moved there a year ago. The neighbor on the right. The couple is deaf.
Oh.
The neighbor, and they do sign language, and they're as nice as they read lips. They're as nice as they can be. They don't hear a thing.
Okay.
The neighbor on the left, they just moved out and selling the house.
Oh, so
we could go loud if we wanted to.
That's right.
For a little while.
All right,
till
party
that house
at
gets
CA's.
sold.
Y'all hear that? Let's
Party
go
to my house.
Let's turn it up.
Hell no.
But also, we not going till 4 a.m. I'm just going to go to sleep.
Oh, wait a minute. 817 says, CA, it's hot, and I got an acre to cut. I'm getting up early and mowing.
God bless you.
Understand?
God bless you. I ain't mad at you. All right, so I have a sharing time, and this happened for me scrolling on the internets, and I got stopped dead in my tracks because I saw this particular clip. CA, are you familiar with the International Federation of American Football?
No.
I wasn't either. And so with that being the case, apparently right now is the time where the U20 World Championships are happening. So every nation, I guess, or maybe not every nation, but there's some nations out there that I'll get there. I got to get through this thought though. There's some nations out there that get together and play American football. And the U20, meaning under 20 years of age, they got a world championship going on right there. So I'm gonna press pause on that story so you can read this text that just came in.
From the 214, CA, your neighbors ain't deaf, they undercover. No, they really are deaf.
Yeah, that's tough. That is indeed. Yep.
But they read lips really, really good. I don't have to.
Where'd they learn to read lips? The CIA?
So yeah. Well, I got you.
We on to you.
Yeah.
We on to you. No, I'm just playing. But
all I know is it's a shame how people think because they're deaf, you just speak up louder. No, they can read the lips. You don't have to. Hey, how are you?
Yeah, I was like, if they can't hear you, they just can't hear you.
They're hard of hearing. They're not hard of hearing. They're just deaf.
It's not really helping. All right, so yeah, the U20 World Championships are happening, and of course, Team USA involved. They were in the semifinals playing against Team Japan, and this was the first highlight that I saw from this particular game. Larry Flores, can you help me out?
On Saturday, and he continues to move here. 1st and 10 from the 16-yard line of America. They put it in the end zone. Touchdown, Japan. They're marching again. It's Tobias Linscott. He's got a major score.
Number 2 for the guy that they said was going to be their guy today. So I don't know what he was being fed earlier than what he had for breakfast for his coach to know that.
Probably a couple more coffees than you and I had for sure.
Yeah, I'm trying to catch up.
So that score made it 20-0. In favor of Japan over Team USA.
I didn't even know they played football over
What
there.
I need to let you know is American football. The final score, 41-20, Japan. That's right. The USA's U20 team got knocked out in the semifinals of American Football World Championships against Japan.
Listen.
What happened to the country you love? You know what I mean?
Never thought they played football in Japan.
It's cool if they play.
They got sumo wrestlers.
You got beat by 3 touchdowns, y'all.
Exactly. You're supposed to represent. I will say I've seen a Cowboys game in Tokyo a couple of times.
Yes.
The American Bowl. They played the Houston Oilers.
I was just shocked. I was shocked. And I mean, obviously it's like 18, 19, maybe some 17-year-olds. I even saw like some of them like freshmen in college and like high school players. I'm just like, because I was like, who's this? Who are these people, right? Who are these people that are not out here representing American football properly? And it's like,
yeah, who are these people can't play?
I mean, yeah.
High school football should beat Japanese football.
I was like, how are we not doing this?
You would think, because that's how you were raised.
I was like, how are we not doing this? I don't, because again, it's kids out there. I'm not trying to put them down, but also, I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed. You know what I mean?
817 says those are not Japanese football players. They are undercover.
Okay, everybody's undercover. Just everybody. It's all the CIA.
We got another 214 says about the lawnmower. He says, I'm with you, CA. I have a leaf blower that every 8 o'clock in the morning, a few days a week. Leaf blower. That's just as loud as that lawnmower. I understand.
From the 817, who the hell did they send to represent us? 41 points to Japan?
That's what I'm saying.
That was my thought. And look, I don't want to end up in xenophobia, right? Shout out to the Japanese players for ending up winning that game. I was just like, really?
I just figured out who they were playing.
Who?
Old Dan Marino, old Emmitt Smith, old Jerry Rice. You saw the commercial.
But it's the U20. Everybody got to be young. And somebody said from the 808, Reg, it's nasty work to say at 3 a.m. you cool with blasting music and not caring about others. I didn't say it was cool. I'm going to give you some leeway, right? Especially in particular circumstances. If it's not every day.
Right.
If it's a weekend, right? Like if it's a Friday night, I understand, man. Y'all turned it up for a little bit long. That's all right.
808 says the solution is the rule of diplomacy is you invite the houses all around you when you party. That means they're there for the fun too.
Exactly. There you go.
Let them know you invited, by the way, dog. Come on,
right.
Reg, bring a plate.
That's right. So there you go.
Bring some red cups.
I think we accomplished some things. We did a little bit of neighbor diplomacy and figured out when and where to get them people out the paint if they being too loud. And we also, I don't know if we figured anything out, but we just all bonded together in finding out about the U20 World Cups and also mourning our loss in the U20
Japan.
World Cups.
I have to get me a samurai, so I got to end it. I can't
all right, that's a little much. There you go, a little sharing time here on the Get Right on 105.3 The Fed. Coming up next, final hour of the Get Right begins, and we'll get you some headlines to get it going next on The Fan.
Fan is on YouTube, Twitch, smart speakers, or any mobile device on our Odyssey app, presented by Comerica. Turn it on, leave it on America's fastest growing sports station. Thanks to you. 105.3 The Fan.
RJ Chop here, real talk time, man. Does it work the way it used to? Not a chance. You're not 25 anymore. I'm 44 years old. It doesn't work some days. And some days when it works, it just doesn't feel like it did when I was 25. It's not the same. I don't have the same punch, the same power, the same energy, if you know what I mean. BlueChew.com, promo code RJ. First order's free, $5 shipping. Let me introduce you to Chewables from Blue Chew. They are a PED for the bedroom. If you have ED, they fix your ED. If you don't have ED, it's still a PED for the bedroom. It takes your game from average to savage. It is Blue Chew. BlueChew.com, promo code RJ. Chewables from Blue Chew, same active ingredients as those other pills in a chewable form at a fraction of the cost. Also available now in mint flavor. First order's free, $5 shipping. BlueChew.com, promo code RJ. All you got to do is get your confidence back and your little fella feeling big again.
A happy place comes in many colors. One that leaves you feeling refreshed. Something that gets you all fired up. Or gives you the space to chill. Whatever your color, bring happiness home with CertaPro Painters and make your happy place your home. CertaPro Painters. That's painting happy. Get started today at CertaPro.com. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated. Contractor license and registration information is available at CertaPro.com.
Did you know that feeling sluggish or weighed down could be a sign that your digestive system isn't working at its best? Taking Metamucil every day can help. Metamucil fiber powders help promote your daily digestive health using a plant-based fiber called psyllium. The gelling action of this special fiber traps and removes waste so you can feel lighter and more energetic. Metamucil, promoting digestive health for a better you. Learn more at metamucil.com. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
With T-Mobile, you can get tons of benefits and still save because nobody likes having to choose. It's like getting romance and sci-fi.
I love you. Also, I'm a robot.
At T-Mobile, you can get the benefits you want and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. See how with our savings calculator at T-Mobile.com/switch. Plus, switch and keep your phone. We'll pay it off up to $800.
Via virtual prepaid card in 15 days. Qualifying unlocked device credit service and timely redemption required. Card has no cash access and expires in 6 months. See T-Mobile.com.
Did somebody say free diamond bracelet? That's right. Diamonds Direct is expanding upon their best offer yet. Make any purchase this month and receive a free diamond tennis bracelet valued at $2,000. That's right. Any engagement ring, any diamond necklace, any timepiece. Purchase any item valued at $10,000 or more and receive a stunning diamond tennis bracelet at no extra cost. Every purchase of $10,000 or more qualifies. So hurry into Diamonds Direct. Your chance to get a free tennis bracelet ends June 30th. Details at diamondsdirect.com.
Hey folks, Gavin Dawson here. I've got an incredible deal to tell you about. Right now, you get bonus days to save during Window Nation's semi-annual sale. Happens now through June 30th. Getting quality, affordable windows is a really big deal, and Window Nation has extended their sale to give you 50% off all of them. Plus, they're offering 0% interest for 5 years. It gets even better, though. When you schedule an estimate now, you'll get a bonus 10% off. If your windows are ready to handle the summer heat, congratulations. But if you're tired of paying high utility bills for air conditioning all summer, it's probably because your windows are no longer efficient, and that's a big deal. With Window Nation's semi-annual sale, replace your windows and save a big deal, too. I love Window Nation. You are going to, so do not wait. This month, only 50% off all windows, plus 0% interest for 5 years and that bonus savings offer when you schedule your appointment right now. But hurry, this sale will end June 30th. Schedule a fast, no-obligation in-home estimate with the pros at Window Nation. Do not miss your chance to save. It's 866-90-NATION or windownation.com. 866-90-NATION. windownation.com. Check it out now.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and her studios, it's time for the Get Right on 105.3 The Fan.
Yes, indeed. Final hour of the Get Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Reginald Atatula here with you alongside the three-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold.
Got you down.
Thanks for rolling with us on this Wednesday night here in the Metroplex or wherever you are. It's still the Get Right. Appreciate you hanging out with us. Larry D. Flores on the ones and twos. Thank you, sir. During sharing time, I regaled you all with the news that the United States U20 World Cup or World Championships American football team lost to Japan 41-20. And shout out to our guy Carter Freeman hanging out watching the show on YouTube. Reminded me of something that I had forgotten, but is even more absurd. In that same tournament, Canada apparently is the best team in North America because they put the hurt on Brazil. Larry D. Flores, I would like you to step to the microphone real quick, please, because I need your assistance here. I need you to guess the margin of victory on Canada versus Brazil in American football in the under 20 division.
Let's go with 50 points.
Okay, good guess. Higher.
What?
Oh, wow.
Canada?
That's right. Versus Brazil.
60 points.
Good guess. Higher.
Wow. 75 points.
Higher.
100 points?
Higher.
There's no way.
110-0.
0.
110-0. What is this U20 World Cup or World Championship of football, man? What is that? Oh,
it's
gosh.
lopsided, whatever it is.
So they're averaging 27 points a quarter.
That's right. That's right. Good. I see you with the math teacher jumping right out of you. Shout out to Larry D. Flores helping you out with that. But yes, that was the thing that happened. Shout out to Carter for reminding me of that. Apparently, man, sports can just be hilarious sometimes. That's what I remember.
Yep.
And shout out to 601 who said, how Arch Manning couldn't even win the starting job for that team? Is Arch? Yeah. So there you go. Is Arch Manning under 20? I think he might be just a little over. I don't know if he's 19 anymore, but still.
214 says Japan played Bishop Sycamore.
Hey, man. If they Bishop Sycamore, then who is Brazil? That's the question I have.
And Bishop Sycamore got paid. I don't know about Brazil.
Yeah, okay. So there we go. It's an NBA draft night here on the Get Right. We've been keeping up with it. Not major things happening, but let me give you one of the big things that happened tonight as we will get you started on your headlines this evening. Obviously, NBA draft happening. It's been odd. We haven't seen a lot of trades necessarily. We saw a little bit of Minnesota traded up to get to 8 to pick up and Rob Dillingham, if I remember correctly. Yes. I think that Deron Holmes was acquired in a trade as well. Keyshawn George also traded, but the Washington Wizards will send. Sorry, not the Wizards. It is, goodness gracious, the Oklahoma City Thunder are going to go ahead and trade with the Knicks in order to get Dylan Jones. Dylan Jones from Weber State. He is a small forward. Get this, the Oklahoma City Thunder are sending 5 second-round picks to the Knicks.
I bet you a couple of them were Dallas Maverick picks. Part of that P.J. Washington haul. Trading on the first-round pick for...
Was it some seconds or was it a future first? Or it was a hodgepodge of those things? Yeah. I don't even keep up with second-round picks anymore. I'm going to be completely honest. That's the thing that's become funny.
Which is why they're afternoon television.
Yeah, exactly. It's like second round picks matter. Like they have some value, but they don't seem to have a ton of value. So I don't know how to manage those things. In fact, we've seen some trades over the last couple of days, one of which included Mikal Bridges going from the Brooklyn Nets to the New York Knicks. And the New York Knicks gave up 5 first round picks, 4 of them unprotected, 1 top 4 protected, if I remember correctly. And then some second round picks as well. And along with Bojan Bogdanovic, mind you. And with all that happening, I was like, okay, so I don't know what a first round pick is worth anymore, because as we discussed earlier, Mikal Bridges is a very good player, probably an elite role player.
But he's not an all-star.
Not an all-star. Literally never has been an all-star. And so imagine, right? We're talking about KD was traded for 4 first-round picks.
And remember, we were in shock that Rudy Gobert was traded for 3.
Rudy Gobert had 3. Was it 3? I thought it was 4, but then he had some young players in there. Was that 3?
I just know for sure it was at least 3. And everybody was like, are you kidding me? That's 3 first-round. As if they're NFL picks. That's 3 first-round picks. Oh, my God.
So the price of doing business in the NBA, kind of in a very wild place, it seems. Another thing that's happening in the NBA sphere while we're there, Jimmy Butler was one of those guys that people looked at as maybe he could move around this offseason.
He might get traded.
He will not, it seems like. According to The Athletic, they're saying he's just going to play out his existing deal. Sean Sharani is letting us know he currently still has a year on his contract.
Get the extension.
And he's not going to sign an extension with the Heat, but he's also not going to sign an extension anywhere else. And you might think, how would he be able to sign an extension? Player movement, especially for stars in this league now, it's less where we were, 5, 6, 7 years ago, where teams were creating cap space so that they could get somebody in free agency. Now stars move by requesting a trade and trading around. And Jimmy Butler, exactly. The idea would be if he wanted to move, he'd have to agree, let a team know, I'll sign an extension with you. You sign in, or you trade him, and then he signs the extension in the new place. Well, he's agreed, or he's decided that he will not sign an extension no matter where. If any team was willing to trade him. And so he will stay with the Miami Heat, but they have not come to any level of agreement on a future deal. So he's a little bit in purgatory as he continues to play out his deal there.
In his mind.
I guess that is also a way that you can view it. As we get you your headlines, we talked earlier about the Florida Panthers getting their big...
Before you switch sports,
yes, sir.
Go give a shout out on the NBA
Okay,
draft.
please do.
2 local guys making it to the first round, including a lottery pick, Ron Holland II. From Duncanville becomes a lottery pick. He goes to the Detroit Pistons at number 5. By the way, he is the second lottery pick in a row to come out of Duncanville. Anthony Black did it last year, and the other player, of course, former Baylor Bear, was there, one and done with Baylor Bear. Of course, he was at McKinney High School as well. Going to, where did he go? He went to...
Oh, goodness.
Oh, yeah, Toronto. I called it.
That's right.
Jacoby Walter went to Toronto just before they announced it. I said, I bet he goes to Toronto. Perfect
you were
fit.
Right.
And so Jacoby is there, and congratulations to him. So the 2 local guys did get picked. Dallas Mavericks, of course, have no first-round pick. Their first and only pick is the last pick of the entire draft at number 58.
58 overall. And so
that's tomorrow afternoon.
That is tomorrow afternoon. There has not been, at least I have not seen much word. I've been trying to keep an eye on the internet on if maybe there'd be some movement. I know that one of the questions that was asked, I believe the Dallas Morning News asked the idea of, will they trade into the first round or will they trade up from 58 in general? And we haven't seen anything to indicate such things thus far. The things that they are looking towards, maybe moving off of Tim Hardaway Jr.'s deal. Detroit has been listed as a possible partner. Washington has been listed as a possible partner. All of that probably in and ends to re-signing Derrick Jones Jr. Actually, mentioning the Dallas Morning News reminds me that I should once more come back to the idea that a judge in Collin County has the College County District Court earlier today dismissed the sexual assault lawsuit that was brought up against Dak Prescott. It was relating to an incident years back in 2017 where a Fort Worth woman claimed that Prescott sexually assaulted her in the parking lot rather of a Dallas strip club. The judge ruled that the sexual assault was unfounded, and it goes further that there is already been set up a
in September.
Help me out because my words are failing me in this moment.
Yeah, they're talking about, they're going to have a hearing, determine if the sanctions should be levied against the woman.
Thank you.
For her frivolous lawsuit.
There you go. And so that's that. I mean, it seems like we are largely closing the case on this, but obviously, like you said, whatever possible repercussions could happen for the woman and her representatives for bringing this lawsuit up is still to be determined. Now I will get back to Stanley Cup Final Game 7. Again, shout out to the Florida Panthers getting their first Stanley Cup title in franchise history. And obviously, probably not a shout out for them themselves, but it was fun for us on the outside for them to go 3-0 up, and then the Edmonton Oilers battle back and give us a Game 7, the two best words in sports, a lot of people say. And it was bared out by the viewership on this game. Game 7 drew the largest U.S. audience for the NHL since 2019, obviously pre-pandemic.
Nice.
It was just a great instance of this. The average 8.72 million viewers on NBC, which more than doubled the viewership of Vegas winning in Game 5 last year, which is 2.7 million. So yeah, a lot of audience all the way around. 16.3 was the average. 16.3 million viewers was the average of audience across North America, especially when you consider that obviously Edmonton, the Canadian viewership that was going to be there on a large number. So, I mean, nothing like a Game 7 to get you involved, and it was a great Game 7 start to finish as well.
Yep. It was down to the wire. It was riveting, everything you would want, and Florida also overcame a possible greatest meltdown and one of the greatest meltdowns in sports history if they had not won that thing, because all the momentum was with Edmonton.
Yeah.
And I think the only other time it happened in hockey was 1940s or something. The team from 3-0 came back to win the whole thing.
So some other things that are happening around, or just as headlines, I guess. How much do you care about this, CA? I probably could have brought this up earlier in the night. The Cowboys have brought in, and they've been doing this, brought in more UFL players to work out, including a defensive end named Wyatt Ray. Now, the reason why I highlight Wyatt Ray himself is that he is this grandson of music legend Nat King Cole. The Cowboys website, Cowboys.com, was talking about this.
Auntie was Natalie Cole?
That is correct. That is exactly what I'm saying. And so, any interest in the UFL guys that are, working in? Because, I mean, it feels like we're basically talking about camp bodies, right?
Mm-hmm. But you never know. The kicker came out of USFL. That worked out.
Brandon Aubrey?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I guess. And then, of course, your returner, Kevontae Turpin. And I really shouldn't call him a returner because he also, is a wide receiver in his own right. And
ECU.
So, that's right.
And
so
they came out of USFL.
We'll keep an eye out on that.
I always give Will McClay credit for finding guys, whether they work out or not. I like the way Will McClay operates because that's how he actually became in that front office, because he was always finding guys that nobody ever heard of before. And he was actually doing some arena football when he joined the Cowboys.
Yeah. So, yeah, we'll find out more about them in about a month, as we now have officially official dates for Dallas Cowboys training camp. The schedule was released for the camp schedule, and they'll have their first open practice July 25th.
Yep.
That is a Thursday, I believe. Thursday. And then Friday is another open practice. And then that means Saturday we get to the Cowboys, State of the Cowboys address.
Yeah.
The opening ceremony, all those things, July 27th. Obviously, preseason games slated. I believe I only see one scrimmage on the deck. That is with the Rams ahead of that Rams preseason game. So that schedule available. I know that at Dallas Cowboys on Twitter has that one as well if you want to get into more detail as to what is happening there. Some other things to note on with these headlines on this evening. How have you felt about the ESPYs, CA?
Oh, I haven't cared about him in about 4 or 5 years.
Yeah, me neither. However, ESPY's nominations have come up. ESPY's, I've always viewed it as kind of like a contrivance that ESPN had in order to fill time during a usually slow time of year. However, we're coming up around that time, and earlier today, we got the 2024 ESPY's nomination. Caitlin Clark is up for 3 different awards in this, including Best Women's Sports Athlete with her. Coco Gauff is up there. Asia Wilson is up there as well. Best Male Athlete, or Best Athlete for Men's Sports. Patrick Mahomes, Shohei Ohtani, Scotty Scheffler, and Connor McDavid all up there.
Scotty Scheffler, Dallas's own.
That's right. Let me see some other things that are out there as well. Best record-breaking performances up there, with Caitlin Clark being up there for all-time leading scorer against Christian McCaffrey getting the touchdown record in consecutive games, 17. Tara Vanderveer getting passing Mike Krzyzewski for most NCAA coaching victories in history. And Max Verstappen, if you're interested in F1, he won a record 10 consecutive F1 races. Those are all performances.
No Luka for 73 points. People forget about that.
Not in that particular award category. However, Luka does pop up in the category of best NBA player. So we'll see if Luka can get some respect from the ESPYs. He'll be going up against Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, Nikola Jokic, and Jason Tatum for the ESPYs. So possibly that Luka could get a little hardware this offseason. That's not just the idea of maybe trying to make the Olympics, as they will be competing on Friday against, was it Brazil?
Yes, an exhibition against Brazil. The question is, how much will Luka play? He's going to have to trust his body on this, and I don't care, Maverick fans that don't want him to play, you have no choice in this. If you want to run him off, I'm afraid Luka's going to leave, Maverick's going to make him leave, tell him he can't play for his country.
Yeah, and look, especially those European players. I was reading an interesting piece about like how, and because I mean the NBA draft, and you have 3 French guys at the very top of this. The international player in the NBA has become a big deal. One of the things that helped open the pathway for that was the Dream Team, when you lobbied for professional players, because international players didn't want to come over to the NBA, in part because they knew they would not be able to compete for their nations. And so these guys, a lot of these dudes really value playing for their country. And I mean, as Americans do too, right? It's a great pride and joy. And Luka has worn that on his sleeve all the way around. So it was going to be impossible to keep him from playing for his country. I think one of the, silver linings for me is knowing that I don't think Slovenia makes the Olympics. I think I don't think they make it all the way through qualifying.
It would be a tall order, and you'd have to have totally healthy Luka. You know what I'm saying? I don't think that's going to happen. But you got to let him compete.
Yeah, and so I think that he'll go through qualifying, and then that'll handle what happens, and then after that, hopefully, then he can get some level of rest and recuperation, and then work on basketball stuff, and maybe individually or towards the next season, because big expectations for your Dallas Mavericks.
Yeah, I think he had a taste of the NBA Finals, and he is driven to make sure that they win. I'm serious.
For sure.
That's just the way he's built.
I did talk about the U20 national team for the football. Well, the other football, soccer, we got a national team roster for the U.S. women's national team as they head to the Olympics, or as they get ready to head to the Olympics. Notable name left off, Alex Morgan, right? The notable forward, Alex Morgan.
Is she too old or something?
She's a little bit older. It's easy to forget because these names are like in front of us so much that we just kind of think about it. Alex Morgan is 34 years old, and Emma Hayes, who is the new manager for the women's national team, said that she basically is prioritizing just kind of like the idea of youth and versatility. And so Alex Morgan ends up not being on the roster.
At some point, you get passed by.
It does turn over, but
it's like tennis. You got to be able to compete.
Yeah, Alex Morgan, I believe she put out a statement saying that she was disappointed, but of course she'll still support the team, because obviously it's a big thing that matters to her in a big way. She's been a large part of this since she was relatively young herself, and so. Some big names on there, including Trinity Rodman, obviously one of the forwards.
That's Dennis's daughter.
And she's really great in her own right. Sophia Smith, Mallory Swanson, who is married to Dansby Swanson. Always fun seeing those kind of power sports couples as well. So it's still going to be a good team. They obviously have great expectations, as the U.S. team, particularly for the women, always do. And 972 also adds in that they felt like Alex Morgan didn't look good in the Women's World Cup last summer. I mean, yeah, I think the age is definitely showing in her game. And so regardless, best of luck. And I think that's one of the things that's when we get to know a name, we kind of just hold on to that name. But it's about that performance at that given time. So there you go. That's what's happening there. And those are some of your headlines on this Wednesday. I almost said Monday for no good reason. It was Wednesday evening in the DFW. So there you go. Headlines down. So get it right here on 105.3 The Fan. I guess this what could be a headline if you are so inclined. Portugal's team in the Euros, if you're interested in that at all, they lost to Georgia, the country, and not the state, 2-0, which is wild when you consider like the amount of big names in on this Portuguese side. It's a big time,
it's a shocker, man.
Big time country, and it reminds you of just like some of the appeal of sports is that, hey man, you can see what it should look like on paper. This is why we get out here and play it. So
exactly, because you never know.
Always fun to look at it that way. What's always fun, because right about this time, I like handing it over to our guy Chris Arnold for a little CA Stories Confidential.
And where we're going with this, how about I've been fortunate enough to be in person at some of Michael Jordan's greatest moments. I'm going to talk about a shot he made that people still are amazed by, and they still run the highlights. I was there, and there's some stuff behind the scenes that you need to know. Next to 105.3 The Fan.
You've heard it said before, you need to get your teeth cleaned twice per year. But did you know that a marketing company in the 1920s actually came up with that? After asking my dentist at Kissable Dental about it, I found out that most people need cleanings more than that. They have an outstanding offer to boost your insurance and get you those necessary cleanings. Good health includes good oral health. So let Kissable Dental help keep you healthy and that breath clean. Ask about their cleaning options today and call 972-779-KISS or visit KissableDental.com. Your Kissable journey starts today.
Odyssey Dallas Fort Worth, an equal opportunity employer, is dedicated to providing broad outreach regarding job vacancies at the station. We seek the help of local community organizations in referring qualified applicants to our stations. Community organizations that wish to receive our vacancy information should contact Paul Diaz at Odyssey Dallas Fort Worth by calling 407-919-1088. In addition, all listeners are encouraged to visit odysseyinc.com/careers for an online listing of job openings at all Odyssey radio stations.
Need inspiration? Shop Kroger for over 30,000 mouth-watering choices with savings beyond low prices, like digital coupons worth over $600 each week and up to $1 off per gallon at the pump. More savings and more inspiring flavors make Kroger worth it every time. Kroger, fresh for everyone. Fuel restrictions apply.
Save big on USDA Choice untrimmed beef briskets sold whole in bag. They're only $1.87 a pound with your card and digital coupon. Limit 2. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
If Heineken Silver was a 60-second radio ad, it'd tell you all the stuff you need to know in only 30 seconds to keep things light and refreshing. Seriously, time me. Heineken Silver, a world-class light beer that's surprisingly crisp and refreshing, made with only premium quality ingredients and just 2.9 grams of carbs and 95 calories, all without compromising on taste. Heineken Silver, all the taste, no bitter endings. Order now at Heineken.com/silver. Must be 21 and older to purchase. Enjoy Heineken responsibly. Whew, 30 seconds, that's it. Done. Peace.
PrizePicks is America's #1 daily fantasy sports app with over 5 million active members. All you do is pick more or less on 2 to 6 player stat projections and watch the winnings roll in. Download the PrizePicks app today and use code TOLO for a first deposit match up to $100. Must be present in certain states. Visit PrizePicks.com for details.
Enjoy your summer even more by switching to Total by Verizon. Now you can get 50% off any unlimited data phone plan. That's one line for only $25 a month, and you keep the phone you love. Hurry! This is a limited time offer, so find a store or switch at TotalByVerizon.com. Offer ends 7/31/24. Promo subject to cancellation after 12 months. Available exclusively online and in Total by Verizon stores. Requires a compatible unlocked device and SIM. See TotalByVerizon.com for device compatibility and additional details. Taxes and fees may apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Dead battery on America's birthday? America's #1 battery destination is here to help. AutoZone has free battery testing and charging at every store, and batteries starting at just $79.99. With our 4th of July sale, we have savings to help you red, white, and do any other jobs you've been putting off. It's everything you need to get back on the road at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Enjoy your summer even more by switching to Total by Verizon. Now you can get 50% off any unlimited data phone plan. That's one line for only $25 a month, and you keep the phone you love. Hurry! This is a limited time offer, so find a store or switch at totalbyverizon.com. Offer ends 7/31/24. Promo subject to cancellation after 12 months. Available exclusively online and in Total by Verizon stores. Requires a compatible unlocked device and SIM. See totalbyverizon.com for device compatibility and additional details. Taxes and fees may apply.
Did somebody say free diamond bracelet? That's right. Diamonds Direct is expanding upon their best offer yet. Make any purchase this month and receive a free diamond tennis bracelet valued at $2,000. That's right. Any engagement ring, any diamond necklace, any timepiece. Purchase any item valued at $10,000 or more and receive a stunning diamond tennis bracelet at no extra cost. Every purchase of $10,000 or more qualifies. So hurry into Diamonds Direct. Your chance to get a free tennis bracelet ends June 30th. Details at diamondsdirect.com.
So get right here on 105.3 The Fan. Reginald Atatula here with you alongside the three-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold.
Got you down.
Thanks for rolling with us on this Wednesday in the Metroplex. Hope you've been having a blast. First round in the books of the NBA draft. They'll be back at it tomorrow during the day. So you'll hear during the course of our broadcast day here on 105 through the Fan some updates, including, I believe that the Mavericks should be talking before second round.
Yeah, so I think Nico's going to have a press conference.
So we should get a little bit of insight into what the Mavericks are thinking, and hopefully there should be some movement, some action happening, and at the very least, we will get a draft pick, or we should rather. I don't know, maybe they draft a trade out. You never know. But we should get a draft pick from your Dallas Mavericks to close out the festivities with the 28th pick in the second round, the 58th pick overall.
You mean the Brock Purdy?
That's right, the Mr. Irrelevant of basketball,
yep.
if we can call it that, because that is where your Mavericks will be selecting, or at least should be selecting as currently constituted. You never know what kind of moves could happen in the NBA draft. Not a lot of things moving and shaking, especially because I don't know that people knew a lot of these names in the NBA draft, but definitely shout out to those that are particularly tied to the DFW area. You mentioned earlier Ron Holland. Obviously, we gave a lot of love to Jacoby Walter. I saw someone on the text line talking about Jalen Tyson, who is also from the DFW.
Is that right?
He got drafted out of Cal. Yeah. So
and he was also at Texas Tech back in the day.
Well, there you go. So yeah, shout out to all the DFW folks that made it to the league. This has always been a very strong.
And the kids from Baylor, that Eves Missy.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, always been a strong metroplex when it comes to strong geography for football, but also basketball. A lot of great basketball players out of this place.
A whole lot of talented basketball players all around North Texas. Seriously, shout out to all of them. Shout out to everybody. Like I said, who's watching the draft and maybe have friends that got drafted. So congratulations.
And shout out to you because you get a little CA Stories Confidential.
Well, let's do that. Hey, appreciate you, Reg. Appreciate you, Larry. More importantly, I appreciate all the Tolos and all the people who listen to me tell some of these stories and all the things that have happened to me covering sports since 1980 here in North Texas, K104, down the dial ticket and 105.3 The Fan. Appreciate all the love. And here's a story I've told before, but I find it, I always tell people, you are around for greatness if you were alive while Tiger Woods was playing golf, or if you were at an event where something incredible happened, whether it was an incredible play or incredible victory, or, a championship was won, you were there. And there are Cowboy fans to this day who weren't alive the last time they won a Super Bowl. I just throw that out there because when something special happens, like the Mavericks run to the finals, the Stars run to the Western Conference Finals, you got to appreciate those moments. And even like Kyrie, the left-handed shot over.
Buddy.
Man, you were there in the building too.
I still can't believe it.
This is against the Denver Nuggets. He did it against Jokic, the MVP. It was an incredible play. So I was thinking about, just last fall, a lot of people were at Globe Life Field in the World Series Game 1, where Corey Seager hit the home run that tied the game in the World Series in the 9th inning, and of course the Rangers won in the extra inning. But they're like, it was a rocket, and he was like, yes, he showed some emotion, and people will remember that because they were there.
Yeah.
So I've been fortunate enough over all these years covering Super Bowls, World Series, NBA Finals, World Cup, Stanley Cup, all the boxing matches, everything. All these moments, and then there's several Michael Jordan moments that I've been in person for, and I'm going to talk about this one because there's a couple of layers to it. And I thought about doing this because they showed a commercial, or they showed a promo for the NBA draft, and they were showing like all these different moments in NBA history, and they were showing Michael Jordan not doing a dunk. And I was there for the iconic dunk contest between him and Dominique Wilkins in Chicago. I was there for that, and that was one of the most amazing. I was there when Vince Carter did the solo dunk. I thought that was the best dunk, NBA All-Star dunk ever. I was there when Kobe won the slam dunk. And I was there, of course, when Michael Jordan won all 6 of his titles. I was at every single one of them. But the highlight they showed is one of his greatest moves ever, which was not even a dunk. And to remind everybody, it was when he's going in for the dunk, and he switches hands, and I always showed it slow motion, and he makes an under the basket layup. And it was all in one move. Let me set the stage. This was the NBA Finals, the Bulls taking on the Los Angeles Lakers, which was the first time they ever went to the finals and won the championship. Against the Lakers, Magic had a hamstring injury, so he wasn't 100%. And I'm not saying that's why the Lakers lost, but that's why I think it was a sweep. I want to say the Bulls swept them, or it was a gentleman's sweep. You can look that up for me.
I will.
But it was a Chicago stadium. I've been covering the NBA Finals for over a decade at that point, or more than 10 years, or eight years.
And your memory's spot on. Gentleman's Suite, 4-1.
There you go. So I was like, I knew back then, because there was no internet, the writers, the beat writers, or the main writers who sit on the front row, courtside, in the fourth quarter, they're not sitting there. Quite a few, they're in the back on a typewriter in the press room. And I would always, they'd have broadcast media and international media. Oh, we're sitting up in the press box up high. And I'm like, I got to sit down low. And I knew the NBA's senior vice president of communications, Brian McIntyre, and he'd always say, Chris, you can't be down here. And I'm like, well, it would look bad on TV with the empty seats. And so he just
I'm helping you out, honestly.
You don't have the empty seats right here on courtside. And I name a name. Well, Jack is writing his column. Jack McCollum's writing his column. He's in the back. He ain't missing his chair. He's not coming back out here for the last 2 minutes. So second half of the game, I'm down there because I've been searching for a seat. Just, how people do in the regular stands.
Yeah.
I'm looking down, I say, hey, ain't nobody down low.
Yeah.
I'm going to come on down here.
I've been here for about 3 innings, and that seat's empty. So I feel like I can go down there and sit there.
So I'm doing this with the press seats on the courtside. So I sit down on my seat, and I'm sitting in front of Spike Lee and Denzel Washington. Spike Lee is directing Malcolm X, and Denzel Washington is playing Malcolm X.
That's right.
And Spike and Denzel are wearing, at the time, this was the hat that everybody wore. It was just the X on it.
Yeah.
And that was the hat. I was like, whoa, I got to get me an X hat. So they're there. The movie hadn't come out yet. They're like, in between scenes, or breaking the action or whatever, breaking the filming. And they're at the game. And I'm sitting in front of them, and Michael Jordan makes the move. He comes into the paint. He goes in like he's going to dunk on his former North Carolina teammate, Sam Perkins. And then he switches hands and he comes underneath. And I mean, there was a pregnant pause in that building, and it just erupted like they had won the championship right there. No, that's not what happened. It was just Jordan made an incredible move. And I turned around to Spike Lee and Denzel Washington. And by the way, Spike Lee had done a bunch of TV commercials with Michael Jordan, where he plays Mars Blackman, and Michael Jordan is Michael Jordan. Mars Blackman was a character in one of his early movies.
Yes.
And he always called Michael Jordan Money. He said, Money, is it the shoes? Is it the shoes? Is it the shoes? So I turned around to Spike and I said, is it the shoes? And he just slowly shook it. He said, no, that's that MFer. So he didn't use the short version.
Yeah, I imagine he didn't.
And he was just grinning, and he just grinned. And then Sam Perkins is a longtime friend of mine. He's my frat brother. And he was former Maverick. I've been knowing Sam since he got drafted. And I was talking about this, not during the series, but I talked about it years later. I was BSing with him. I was like, Sam, I said, Mike did that move on you. I said, you know, he goes, man, he had to make that move. I forced him into that move. I said, what are you talking about? He said, man, I practiced with that MFer.
Yeah. I
All
appreciate
these years
that.
at Carolina, I know what he's going to do. He wasn't going to dunk on me. I knew what he was trying to do. He had to make that move. I forced him into his greatness. And we just laughed. I mean, it was too funny the way Sam broke it down that way. Of course, after the game, Mavericks or the Bulls won that game, in the press conference and stuff back there, everybody's like, Mike, was that your greatest shot? Was that the greatest move? He said, and I don't even know. What were you thinking? Can you describe what was going on in your head when you made that move? He said, I just did it on the fly. I saw a defender right there. It was Sam, and I just adjusted accordingly. And he shook his head like, you saw The Last Dance, with like he's looking at that tablet, and he goes like, yeah. And that's when I took it personal. So that every time they show that, I always think about where I was. I was right there courtside, sitting in front of Spike Lee and Denzel Washington, and Money made that move. MJ made that move. And was it the shoes? No, it was that mofo.
Look, I mean, even this many years afterwards, that really is the best explanation for it, right? There's not really a better explanation. That's just that dude. It's just him.
And again, I've seen a lot of, we mentioned the Kyrie with the one hand, left hand, and see, Kyrie, for those that, he just threw it up there. No, Kyrie works on that.
Yeah.
Like Luka comes up with these crazy shots. He's always working just on. Kyrie does a lot of left hands. That's why he's held up his left hand after the shot, because that's in his arsenal. And that play was actually a designed play. So, again, I always think about all these different moments. Where were you? I'll give you one more.
Please do.
I'll never forget this. There was an all-star game, baseball all-star game. Nolan Ryan was pitching for the Rangers at the time. He made the all-star team as a Ranger. And he used to play for the California Angels. And he comes out, the sun was setting. This was in Anaheim. They were Angels were hosting the game, whatever, the All-Star game. He comes out and he's pitching to Bo Jackson, and Bo hits a home run off of him. I will never forget. But when he came out of when Nolan came in relief, because he wasn't starting the game, it was like John Wayne walked into the mound. I mean, the whole place just went nuts. It's like, Nolan!
Right.
And then Bo Jackson lit him up. Just crazy. Man. I mean, I could go on and on these different moments where you are where you are when things. When Michael Irvin, remember when the Cowboys were playing the 49ers, Candlestick? This is the year, Barry Switzer's first year. This is when the 49ers beat the Cowboys. And Troy Aikman says that was the game he's most proud of the team, because they didn't quit fighting, even though they didn't win it. If they had won it, they'd go into the Super Bowl. 49ers won that game. Cowboys lost it. And at the end of this game, by the way, it was a whole bunch of stuff that they were throwing picks. It was just stupid stuff that was happening, fumbles, and the Cowboys were down to the 49ers, but they fought back, and it came down to a pass to Michael Irvin. Troy Aikman threw this bomb, and I was on the sidelines, right where Deion Sanders pass interference on Michael Irvin. He grabbed his arms. Refs didn't call nothing. Switzer loses his mind on the sideline, 15-yard penalty on Switzer, and they didn't win that game. But I was there, and I'll never get this, because it was like Michael was running in slow motion, because it's fourth quarter. It's like they weren't running like fast.
Right.
And it was perfectly timed pass, and Deion grabbed his arm.
Can I pause you right here? Because I feel like it's easy to not understand what you mean when you say it didn't feel like they were running fast, because if you haven't been really close to a football game or a sporting event, if you watch it on TV, it's like, well, yeah. I mean, it doesn't feel like it's fast. It's a different level being on that field side.
Yeah, when it's on the field.
And of course, like, I haven't done that very much with football, with professional football, college football.
All the time.
I've done it a lot, and it's like, yo, this is different being like right here on the field. Like, even that first row versus being on the field, feels just a little different. I'm not trying to like flex privilege or anything, but it's just like
different, and you can feel. First of all, the hits, you can hear them hit. Yeah, you can see the slob coming out their mouth, slobber knockers. All those things. I mean,
and so when you say that it felt like it really slowed down, like it means something. Yeah,
it really means something because they weren't going as fast as you normally see when you're on the sideline. It was like, but the pass wasn't like it was underthrown or it's just the way the game was going, and not that they were tired, but shoot, I'll never forget. I was like, and then 1 year later, Jerry signs Dion. Dion plays for the Cowboys. They win the Super Bowl. It was the third and last Super Bowl this franchise has ever won. But I'll never forget, I was like, oh my God, it was so blatant. I mean, that was one of those pass interferences for real.
Yeah.
Give me a PI.
He got his money's worth out of it.
He sure did, and they didn't call nothing. As far as Dion's concerned, that never happened. And again, Michael don't hold it against it. It's called being competitive.
It is what it is.
It is what it is.
It is what it is.
And then I think a lot of people remember also, I'm trying to think of something even more recent where you're like, I was there and it was significant. I mentioned the Rangers World Series, a Stars game or something. I mean, this is all relevant, but always you want to be able to say you saw it, if not on television, but you were there in person. And if you're with family or friends, it's even more significant.
Yeah, because then it's a shared experience.
It's a shared experience.
Shared experience.
Yeah. So there you go.
And
CA Stories.
It's one of the great things about CA Stories Confidential is that it becomes a shared experience with us, the listeners, as well. And we always appreciate you bringing that to us, CA. It's the Get Right here on 105 through the Fan. We're happy to bring you that and this here on the Fan. But almost done with our shift here on this evening. We got one more thing. It's called the Final Call, and we'll do it next on the Fan.
Coming up Thursday morning on Sean and RJ. Was it Riceker? Was it Sarr? Who went first in the NBA draft and why you don't care? Plus the payload at 6:40. It's a Thursday morning on the Fan.
Navien tankless water heaters, the proven leader in condensing technology. Request a Navien because you deserve the best in endless hot water delivery. Learn about Navien's condensing tankless water heaters and find a Navien contractor at tanklessmadesimple.com.
Count on Navien.
Look at your cup holder. It's empty, and you're feeling thirsty. Head to a nearby convenience store and fill it with a Pepsi Zero Sugar, Mountain Dew, or Starry. Grab a delicious, refreshing Pepsi for the road.
Need inspiration? Shop Kroger for over 30,000 mouth-watering choices with savings beyond low prices, like digital coupons worth over $600 each week and up to $1 off per gallon at the pump. More savings and more inspiring flavors make Kroger worth it every time. Kroger, fresh for everyone. Fuel restrictions apply.
Save big on 12 packs of Coca-Cola, Dr. Pepper, or Pepsi. Select varieties or buy 2, get 3 free with your card. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit, 800-893-2288, 800-893-2288. 800-893-2288.
If you turn it on and leave it on the Fan, you know we're DFW's sports leader on insight and original content all day long. No need to go back and search for it. We send it to you. Yeah. Sign up for our Fan newsletter today at 1053thefan.com. Proudly presented by Bosch Power Tools.
You've heard it said before, you need to get your teeth cleaned twice per year. But did you know that a marketing company in the 1920s actually came up with that? After asking my dentist at Kissable Dental about it, I found out that most people need cleanings more than that. They have an outstanding offer to boost your insurance and get you those necessary cleanings. Good health includes good oral health. So let Kissable Dental help keep you healthy and that breath clean. Ask about their cleaning options today and call 972-779-KISS or visit kissabledental.com. Your kissable journey starts today.
It starts with a simple order, a cold Dos Equis dressed with salt and lime. But for the salt clinging to the bottle and the lime perched on top, this is the luckiest of unions. As if the universe has swiped right, pairing flavors together with a crisp Dos Equis. This is refreshment designed by fate, blessed by destiny, and served by bartenders. Enjoy Dos Equis responsibly. Copyright 2024 Dos Equis, imported by Cervezas Mexicanas, White Plains, New York.
Join us for exciting live racing all season long, where your next experience could be a winning one. Tickets are on sale now for the Thoroughbred racing season.
Right there down on the inside, coming to the wire.
Join us this Saturday for Dollar Day, when admission, programs, hot dogs, popcorn, soft drinks, and beer are all just $1 each. Visit LoneStarPark.com/tickets to make your plans today. The horses are ready. Are you?
The KNC Masterpiece, middays.
Mike, you're with me on this. I know you're not a huge soccer guy, but whenever a soccer coach tells...
football guy.
What was that word again?
Football.
Thank you very much. Why does he turn into the guy on a pizza box? What's up?
Hey, it's a football. Hey.
Your Turn It On, Leave It On, home of the Dallas Cowboys and the world champion Texas Rangers. 105.3 The Fan.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
It's the Get Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Reginald Atatula here with you alongside the 3-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold.
Got you down.
Much appreciation to our guy Larry D. Flores on the ones and twos for us all evening long. And thank you to you for rolling with us from 7 p.m. all the way till right now, as we have taken you through the NBA draft round 1. Shouts out to, I think we have three, to my knowledge, DFW products that are now beginning their NBA journey.
Ron Holland
II.
He's going to Detroit. There's Cade Cunningham, also from Arlington.
That's right.
In the day, a few years gonna have to make.
And then there's Jacoby Walker.
Right? He's going to Toronto, and he went to McKinney High School in Baylor.
There you go. And then also we had Jalen Tyson.
That's right. Yeah.
John Paul II, right?
John Paul II. That's George Teague's school.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Shout out to George Teague,
athletic director up there, former Cowboys, the defender of the star. And Jalen again went to Plano, and then he went to Texas Tech, and
now he's going to Cleveland.
Well, he went to California. He's a Cal Bear.
He went to Cal. That's right.
And then now he's going to Cleveland.
That's right. There you go. So shout out to the local products getting it done and making their dreams come true, man. Mm-hmm. Like this is a huge day for them. I know this is the tough part about it is I know for the average person, myself included, there's a lot of who are these people, right? I'm not familiar with them. I don't know them, but it's still important to remember for these folks. This is the representation of the manifestation of a dream, man. And so shout out to these fine folks. I wish them all the best in their opportunities to pursue a professional athletics career. So shout out to them as they go under that. And there's still some more to be had. Tomorrow we'll get round 2 of the draft, including the Dallas Mavericks getting active in some way, shape, or form.
And
Bronny James, obviously a name that has come up a lot as we enter the final call here. Bronny James is a name that was associated with the Dallas Mavericks. The Phoenix Suns are a team that supposedly are interested there. Obviously, the Los Angeles Lakers because his pops is there, but they have the 55th overall pick, which is 3 picks before the end or before yours at the end with the Dallas Mavericks, where that's a possibility. And a lot of people have the assumption that if he gets there, he should not fall past there. But
what if a team picks before the Lakers?
Then the team will get Bronny James, I imagine, right? Like I can't imagine that you go out of your way to do something super huge behind a guy who is a project, right? He's
6'1".
6'1". I don't know what his wingspan is because typically that's something that is really well considered in this league. Obviously, not just your height, but what kind of arm span are you dealing with as well. But regardless, he's still not like a sizable player necessarily.
No, and they say, well, he's got a IQ like his dad.
6'7" wingspan is what we're dealing with.
Look at that.
That's decent, and it helps because he's basically a defensive player. Like defense is what's going to get him on the floor when it does indeed get him on the floor.
They say he could be definitely an NBA player, but it's not going to happen overnight. Of course, he never hardly played at USC, so you really don't even know what he can do. All you know is that LeBron raised him, and he's got them genes. There's other former players whose sons are in the NBA. They got those genes, but even Michael Jordan's sons did not make it to the NBA.
Yeah, I remember when Eric Gordon gave them the work when they were in Indiana. Or was it Indiana? I don't remember. Illinois, I believe. And so, yeah, Shout out to Bronny James. Development project. We'll see if he or someone else is the Mavs pick at 58, or if the Mavs actually select at 58, whether they move up or move out of the draft. We have to see.
There have been people saying, you know what? There are free agents you want to sign, and you don't have to get you have more control of a contract of a free agent than the 58th pick. So there's all these scenarios out there.
So with that being the case, there's been a lot of conversation about the idea of Tim Hardaway Jr. maybe being traded. Your Mavericks been associated with the Pistons, with the Washington Wizards a lot today, who they've had an interesting day themselves. They traded Denny Avdia to Portland for Malcolm Brogdon. A lot of things shaking. And so I imagine tomorrow when we hear from Nico Harrison before the draft, it'll be insightful as to where they are, I would hope, and within the next day or two.
Yeah, there are reports that Tim Hardaway Jr.'s agent is also helping the Mavericks try to find a trade partner. And if he were linked to the Detroit Pistons, there's a couple of things to keep that in mind. They don't have the head coach yet, but Sean Sweeney, the Mavericks the defensive coordinator with Jason Kidd, he's familiar with Tim Hardaway Jr. And their new operations manager, Dennis Lindsey, who was with the Dallas Mavericks this past season from the Utah Jazz, he's also very familiar with Tim Hardaway Jr. And I mentioned this before, in that area, he's very popular because he led Michigan to the Final Four. And whenever he plays the Pistons in Detroit, THJ puts on a show. So I'm not saying that, he's going to put butts in seats and that's going to be a difference maker. No, I'm saying he might be comfortable and find his shot again, regain his shot. You just never know.
Some other things that happened today, your Texas Rangers fell to the Milwaukee Brewers in the third game of their 3-game set. That's a sweep, unfortunately. So sweeps in both directions in their last 2 series. They swept the Royals and were swept by the Brewers.
And the Royals were a good team, and the Brewers are a good team.
Yeah.
Brewers are now 15 games above 500, and the Rangers still haven't reached 500.
Now, today, you saw a little bit of signs of life offensively from this team, and some of that started before the game as there were some decisions made. They optioned Ezekiel Duran to AAA, and they called up Derek Hill, an outfielder who had given you a little bit of a pop in his debut with the Rangers. Unfortunately, he gave you a hit today, but he also had a little bit of a dive in center field to try and corral a ball that then bounced past him and allowed for an infield or inside the park home run. But yeah, the idea was send Ezekiel down to get some
work on his swing,
get some work, and get the pop back that he had given to this Rangers team last year. There was that. There was also some other news. There was just a lot of things happening. Rangers got some fortunate news on Josh Young as well. I think that the idea is that, his comeback, it was delayed a little bit due to like tendon inflammation in his wrist, but Josh Young said that he expects to start swinging a bat again this week. And Chris Young used that word fortunate in particular to say that they were fortunate to avoid a more serious issue. And so the hope is that Young is ready to go in the coming days. So hopefully in the next series or two.
Yeah, the next series is this weekend against Baltimore, in Baltimore.
And that's a tough team, although they've had a little bit of a down stretch here. I believe that they're on a little bit of a losing streak, but I think that means they really, really would like to get back winning, especially against the team that knocked them out in the playoffs last year.
And John Gray will be on the mound on Friday. And by the way, Nathan Eovaldi was on the mound this afternoon, and he got lit up.
7 innings, but he gave up
9 hits.
Gave up
season high.
A grand slam, season high, as you mentioned. It was a weird mix of things. Unfortunately,
it was unusual for him.
Yeah, and it's kind of unusual for your rotation in general this year
because they've been pretty strong. And the bullpen has been strong too. It's been the offense that wasn't there. There was a power outage, but they scored 5 runs to no avail, losing in extra innings.
Yeah, so we'll kind of see what happens with your Texas Rangers as they move it along to Baltimore. That Friday is when they'll be back in action. You'll hear that right here on 105.3 The Fan. I mentioned the ESPYs going on soon. We have the awards nominees, Luka Doncic, Scottie Scheffler, the Rangers, all among area Emmys nominees. So
they're nominated as a team for the World Series?
Yes, sir.
Nice.
So, best championship performance is in there. Best comeback athlete is another one where you'll see not Houston area, but best comeback athlete, Simone Biles will be in there.
Scottie Scheffler nominated for best tattoo under his eye.
All right.
I just have to.
Okay. Is that how we end the show? I think that might be basically how we end the show. I hope you're proud of that. CA, appreciate you hanging out with
Anytime.
me. Larry D. Flores, appreciate you on the ones and twos. Man, it's always fun to be able to hang out, and super excited for tomorrow and the upcoming news that I'm sure we'll get from the Mavericks. And hopefully the weekend series for the Rangers is going to be fun too. Keep it locked here. 105 through the Fan, your home of the Rangers, your home of the Cowboys, your home of sports locally. But until then, y'all be easy. Peace!
Text away your thoughts to the guys right now on the truckwreck.com fan text line at 877-881-1053. This is DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan.
Hey folks, Gavin Dawson here. I've got an incredible deal to tell you about. Right now you get bonus days to save during Window Nation's semi-annual sale. Happens now through June 30th. Getting quality, affordable windows is a really big deal, and Window Nation has extended their sale to give you 50% off all of them. Plus, they're offering 0% interest for 5 years. It gets even better, though. When you schedule an estimate now, you'll get a bonus 10% off. If your windows are ready to handle the summer heat, congratulations. But if you're tired of paying high utility bills for air conditioning all summer, it's probably because your windows are no longer efficient, and that's a big deal. With Window Nation's semi-annual sale, replace your windows